All right, welcome to, of course, the PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. This is the third day in the finals that we're a part of. $30,000 on the line, and it is a bonker two-day affair that we've seen. And now, as we jump into the arena once again,
Yeah.
it is going to get that much more crazy. Of course, joining us is going to be Ankit once again to take us through these games. Ankit, dude, what are your expectations from today's games?
I mean, each sort of expectation was just met yesterday. We were talking about the comebacks. Everyone just started making the comeback. Talk about A1 Esports, VNM Legends, 7 Cs were there on the top. But what I expect from today is since TRZ Esports was gaining the momentum throughout the last stage of the yesterday's match, throughout the fifth or sixth matches, eventually they went close, but still not enough to get the chicken. But then
True.
I guess it may be that TRZ, this is going to be one story. The other storyline is going to be how Kings of BD and how X Brothers are going to be getting that lead closer, because slowly and steadily we have seen Kings of BD from 9th and 10th position jumping to 8th, now to I guess 6th or 7th, and they have sort of trespassed in terms of total points to X Brothers. So how X Brothers is going to find their competition, because still now we haven't seen a sort of competition as that has been put against X Brothers. So now when Kings of BD have started chiming in, it is going to be tough and tough for all the teams from 5 to 8 to 9. And what are they fighting for? This is a massive prize pool that is in front of us. TV screen, 30,000 US dollar is on the stake, and eventually that get distributed to 10,000. The one who gets the first placement and who wins the title. And not only that, we have a lot of prize pool also shared for the second, third, and fifth, and each and everyone will be getting away from this competition with at least a 500 US dollar that we have been constantly saying. And how are they fighting for? This is the point system, ladies and gentlemen, and this has been constant, the monotonous throughout the last 1.5 years or so. The first team who gets the first placement gets 15 total points, second 12, and three, third 10, keeps decreasing down, and the 8 to 12 just the one, 13 to 16 none, but kill point 1 equals to 1 total points, and that helps the total tally to get increased and increased.
Most certainly. And talking about the schedule for the day, we are, of course, going to be going through 6 games in total, where we do have 3 games that will be played on Erangel. Today, we only have 1 Miramar and 2 Sanhok as the game progresses on along. It is, of course, going to get started off on Erangel itself, where the teams hopefully are going to start off the domination right off the bat in the first few minutes itself. Because, again, I mean, when it comes to the games that we have been a part of in the past 2 days, there has been few games that have completely showcased a very synergistic performance from all these teams, and then also the aggressive stance that these teams end up
Yeah,
making in the first few minutes itself has been so phenomenal. I mean, you talk about Kings of BD, who have
yeah,
pretty much
yeah,
been
yeah.
the first blood winners every single time. And then again, there have been a few games that have been very stalemate sort of situations that these teams find themselves in. But again, as we were mentioning about the teams, let's also go through the teams themselves, where indeed talk about Silent Cloud, a team that was not looking too good, but has finally started performing and find themselves in a decent position. But BIP Esports, a lot is to be expected from them. T4M, another team that a lot can be expected from. And hopefully, today they start reining in and showcasing that sort of a dominance, because, well, if not today, then you cannot leave it for the last day. And of course, today is the second last day for the finals, and it is going to be so very crucial and important for these teams to bring their synergistic level up.
Exactly, and also for things like the Python TZ, now they also need to find themselves away from where they are standing and position right now. It's not an easy task, to be honest, because there are a lot of big teams, Mammoth team, that will be possessing a humongous challenge. But then, if you try to possess sort of same domination, then you will be obviously be remembered for a long time. But let's go towards the overall ranking that is on two screens leading the table. It is going to be A1 Esports 188, but after all matches, 3 chicken, 174. Venom Legends, in yesterday's gameplay and performance, they were pretty much consistent, and they have done pretty much well in terms of the total point that they have got accumulated. Then we get to see a drop sort of 20 points, 18 points from 7C's. TRZ also falling. So it's pretty tough for TRZ to get close to where the Venom Legend is actually there, but they can have competition with 7C's on the other hand side. It is Team 4M that is still on the 16th position. Now they have been holding this position for a long, I guess, for throughout the 16 matches, they have been either on 15 or 16, at least teams they need to perform well, because it is bound to happen that if there are 16 teams, one is going to be at the last. But the way, the intent, the performance with which you come in a match, the synergistic gameplay that you have been talking about, actually maintains and shapes your future.
It certainly does. And in that, of course, we do have 7C Esports that has completely shattered the way that they played to what they have showcased in the finals itself. Of course, we do have the stats right here on our screens where you talk about the, the gameplay that they showcased from day one to day two, right? I mean, it has been absolutely phenomenal. Day number one, they were just winning games back to back to back. An amazing turn of events is what they walked away with. And on day number two, a little bit of a lackluster was there, but yet again, not a lot, because this team has been very, very consistent
Yeah,
in terms of their play style. It has been only those few moments
yeah,
when A1 Esports as well as VNM Legends start dominating that we've seen 7C kind of being sandwiched in terms of the aggressive stance that they could
exactly.
make in those games. But eventually, of course, the stats, well, they clearly speak for themselves that this team, even though day one seems a lot better than day two, overall I would say this team has been absolutely ludicrous compared to the play style that they showcased in, of course, the group stages as well as the semifinals.
Exactly. Yesterday was sort of slump in the performance that we just got to see in their first six matches versus last six matches. But for now, it's the head-to-head between PRC Esports and the Kings of BD. So Kings of BD have also been that aggressive stance, and TRZ, as we all know, the damage dealt. Now, this is something that really fascinates me. The damage dealt between both the teams is certainly where Kings of BD have an upper hand. It's just close to 100 damage, but still, upper hand is upper hand. Damage received is also where Kings of BD have got a lot of chunk. Kills is where TRZ Esports is getting shy of with just 66 and 72. If we just talk about that, and that clearly
Right.
showed in that total overall that we just got to see, and also average. But Kings of BD. So now we have been talking a lot about these teams just on the basis of their gameplay, but this has been
Right.
completely justified with the stats that we just saw. They are competing, and they are pretty much in synonymous with the way TRZ are playing. I mean, TRZ Sports is a team that really go all the guns blazing, all aggressive, and if Kings of BD is matching their level, and not only matching, they are surpassing their level. I mean, this is a big achievement. And I guess it was yesterday's gameplay where Kings of BD actually gained the momentum. And I'm really eyeing for them, because yesterday's gameplay, they were looking for momentum. They were getting every sort of knock. They were in good formation. They were going for the push. Early knocks is where Kings of BD takes a lot of point. Talk about the game of Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok. Twice it happened in yesterday's game, back to back, back to back, back to back. That it was Kings of BD striking the blows in the early stage of the game, and then suddenly they also found themselves some matches in two or three matches to the last part of the match, and that certainly helped them to climb that success of ladder. And then just because of that, they are in the top seven and top six. And I guess if they try to continue with the same momentum and with the same pace, their morale is already high. They will be going up for sure. And it is already down to we are halfway down. That means if today they perform well, they will be a higher chance that they might finish the whole tournament in top three and top four. That's what I guess.
Well, that could very well be the case for the side of course, Nzabidi. Again, when it comes to the teams all together in the
Yeah,
entire lobby, there is a bit of a disarray being showcased from the top three, and then moving on forth, there is a lot of competition being showcased. But yes, in the top three itself, there is that synergistic performance that is being applied every single game itself, and that, of course, well, is making not that big a leap in terms of the point difference, because of course the point difference is there, but it is being cashed on upon as well every single game. But from that top three, top five position, as you move on down low through the grade, all the way down towards 16, that is where a huge difference is being showcased. And hopefully today, the teams that are at the lower half of the leaderboard will be able to get that number up and, of course, be able to catch up to the teams in the top eight. But with that, the first game is going to be going on live, the flight path on our screens, where right off the bat, we are going to be jumping in with dissecting the map into, well, almost equal halves, not necessarily exactly equal, but we do have the military base is where the flight path is starting on from and going all the way up towards the Kamishki and Stalberg region. So, of course, we do have a lot of opportunities for the teams who love to go down towards the eastern side of the map and on towards the western side when it comes to Georgia Pole, Hospital, and Quarry. It is going to be, well, a little tricky. It is going to have these teams be in the air for a long, long time. But eventually, of course, when it comes to the drop locations, uh, well, drop locations like Georgia Pool is going to be a little too far out of the place for the moment. But eventually, of course, when you talk about the contestations, well, as of now, there will again be no contestation when it comes to the military base itself, where the flight path started off from, where we do know that 7C love to go, and 7C have found themselves into the Novorupnoi region altogether by itself. Along with that, Python also beaming down towards basically the southern bridge of the military base, and they are going to be accustomed to that area. And right across that region, we also do see TRZ actually going down towards Peripia this time around, and not going down towards Primos. So maybe they are going to be looking on for vehicles and then maybe go down towards there. But eventually, if they do end up sticking around the entire region of the ferry pier, they might get into some contestation, and that's exactly what is happening based on the stat that we're being showcased. It is none other than Mamba Noob taking on shots towards the team of Python. And for now, it is going to be Python at the
Wow.
receiving end. Bad Cell has already been knocked in just the first 2 minutes of the game.
Important fight. If you see from the TRZ's perspective, all in all, Batcell will be bleeding off or will be finished off as the players are in the vicinity, but quite a lot far away. But TRZ's player need to make sure that they just don't overextend, being greedy to take the kill. But finally, the kill was taken. Auto M just cannot do anything, just can scout down the players. And now the retreat and the truce from both the teams will be coming in as the early blood has been brought down. Just the 2 minute 30 second, and this was bound to happen because TRZ was likely to get those sort of vehicles where Python actually drops off. But one thing is that doesn't go every time in the favor is that in all those times that if you are in a spread position and you are dropping down, the four players in four different split, one player might be caught off guard where he is just trying to loot down his own and vehicles because the player Batzel already had those weaponries that was not pretty much decent one, but that there was some sort of shotguns. But just because he was caught off guard, and since rest of the three players of Python was completely far away, they just couldn't have imagined giving the cover fire at this moment, and all they could have done is just to wait and see the team either being bleeding off or being finished. But on to the other side, it is going to be Kings of BD, the team that we have been talking with a lot in the pre-match segment, and there we go. The team is on our screens. A total rank is where they are fifth at position because I was preempting it to be sixth or seven, but no, they are at the fifth position with a lot of points in their number, and they are giving a tough position. This is total difference between them and Kings of BD, PRZ and Kings of BD. That's a 17-point difference, and they must be looking to actually trespass them. It was yesterday's game where Kings of BD actually gained up the pace, where they got a one chicken, and the Kings of BD actually had a very good time. Now, X Brother is also a team that is also looking pretty much phenomenal at the moment as they are positioning themselves in the seventh position with a total of 91 points. But I would love to see how sooner they get close towards the century mark.
Absolutely. We shall have to see how the game progresses on along to give that expectation as you are wanting to believe in. But eventually, of course, it will be based on what sort of a play style is going to be brought on along from these teams. And for the moment, it certainly does seem like when it comes to the play style, it is going to be hopefully 7C that will be reigning on top. But along with that, of course, there is contestation between the teams that are, of course, on top. That is A1 Esports and Venom Legends. Now, as we were talking about it earlier as well, the points are
Yeah,
so very close between A1 Esports and Venom Legends, and that is something that, of course, is going to be well
yeah,
capitalized upon hopefully today. But we shall have to see if that will work out in favor of either Venom Legends or A1 Esports. Of course,
yeah.
for the moment, Venom Legends are looking pretty comfortable, and of course, yesterday they were looking very dominating in terms of the play style that they brought, bringing in kills game after game, bringing in chicken dinners as well, and absolutely ludicrous performance in terms of the final circles itself that worked in favor of the Venom Legends team. But eventually, will A1 Esports be able to retaliate towards that sort of a positioning today? Is what we shall keep our fingers crossed for. But on the other tangent, it is going to be none other than NRZ Esports on our screens for the moment right now. And this is another team that
Yeah.
has showcased some consistent plays with total of 69 points for the moment. They are trying to bring up their gameplay and performance, but it's not an easy task for them because, of course, they do try and get into the fight, but NRZ Esports, there is just not enough momentum that works out in their favor. Same, of course, can be the conversation for Unstoppable X as well, as they find themselves on the 12th position for the overall ranking, with total of 29 kills that they've been able to accumulate in the 12 games that they have played. Again, the same exact stats can be brought up for the same side of Unstoppable X as well, where they do try, but eventually, again, the momentum at times does go lackluster, and that results in them kind of faltering down. But again, nothing stopping the team of NRZ as well as Unstoppable, because at least they take on fights. They take on fights,
Yeah.
and that is something that's going to be very, very crucial when it comes to these last 12 games that are remaining. And in that, we also can talk about Python Esports, a team that is lacking quite a lot. T4M yesterday kind of showed some resilience and were trying to well take on those fights as well. And hopefully today they bring up that sort of momentum. Now, Silent Cloud is another one of those teams that initially seemed like they were not going to be able to make it because the gameplay and the play style that they were bringing to the table was just not enough. Because after all, when it comes to the lobby, you've got teams like Bad Intentions, Rude Dudes, who are so very aggressive that eventually, even in front of A1 Esports or VNM Legends or 7C, the team end up wanting to stand and fight. And we've seen that again and again between Eon Esports and, of course, Rude Dude's rivalry. Whereas in Silent Cloud's play, it was lacking. But of course, yesterday is when the playstyle changed for them, and that has now resiliently worked in that team's favor. TRZ RA, another team that can do so much, that can actually bring in so much, but they do end up falling down in terms of the play. I mean, 12 games that they have played, only being able to accumulate 13 kills thus far is not the way you want to be able to play. But eventually, again, I mean, we are at the middle section. We've still got 12 games remaining, and there's nothing stopping TRZRA's performance and their playstyle to hopefully change and, of course, bring in a lot more kill and a lot more point as the games progress on along, because this is the second last day. If not today, then the opportunity will probably be lost on them.
Exactly, as you perfectly mentioned, it's the day we actually just throw away any sort of approach, any sort of plan that you have for today, because you just cannot leave anything or everything for the last day. What you have for now is just try and do it for yourself. But one thing that Silent Cloud is up to a positive start, that jumping out of the Pubg and going for the early rotation is somewhere they will be getting the benefit of it. And this is where Silent Cloud, I love the way they actually made the rotation. So now there one positive thing from their side is completely being shown, that they want to go for the placement points. They don't want to find themselves in a lot of fights. We'll get to see how the fight actually strategizes for them, but the rotations have actually been on the very earlier stage, which we don't get to see from a lot of teams standing on the last half of the chart from maybe 18, 13, 14 to 15 and 16. But Kings of BD is also a team that is going for the late rotation. TRZ, on the other hand, this is a circle that they would love to play. Remorse is the area that they have looted for now, and slowly and steadily they are getting close to that query hills, those ridges, where we get to see a lot of it that actually happens. A sort of runway is congestion is where we get to see on the eastern side of the map, where X Brothers is already there. Bad Intentions team for them. IPG is also going for the rotation, but IPG silently they are avoiding all the fights. They didn't take that route where they could have gone from that upper island, where the Severny Island, but rather they are going from the straight approach, crossing the ruins. This would have been tricky affair had they made 1 minute or sort of late rotation, because then it could have been it could have been a time where a lot of players could have been stuck. But IPG sense here has just gone down. That means the player are in a bit of trouble, where they don't have a lot of fights, and they have facing a lot of trouble while going for the rotation. But for now, it seems that after 10 minutes, the fight might break off between RudeDude and King X Brothers, where King GG is actually spotting down the player. X Brothers, Venom, and other players have received some sort of shots. That means their position have been revealed, and they are holding the compound downtown towards the area of Pochinki, where we get to see Exodus player are completely into that position. But RudeDude on the other hand side, they are in a run position. They are not only pinning down the players, they are after those early shots. They are going for those circle approach, and this is somewhere RudeDude plays at its best. This is where RudeDude plays with the sheer aggression and gets there at the top, and this is what I like about this team. Talk about Rudro, talk about Nightmare, Fardeen, and Flex. Yesterday's gameplay was absolutely phenomenal from their side. I remember them pinning down the big team of Venom Legends in the first game of Erangel, that was just spectacular to have a vision upon. Now they are setting themselves upon the area of Gatka, where most of the team, unlikely, irrespective of the fact where the circle is actually going, whenever these sort of circles actually tends to go away on the western side, teams are just likely to find themselves in these fortified areas, these 4 or 5 compounds that are in the near vicinity. But they need to make sure that if they are being bounced upon, how they would retaliate. But for the moment, it's Nightmare that have received some of the shots, as Unstoppable players have already spotted down. And Unstoppable is the team that also needs all these points. And just because of that, Claw with that brilliant tap shots of Mini, and just because Fardeen was not aware that Claw was in the same position. If that door gets broken down and the threat still remains on the front side, things can really look nasty. But Claw is making sure that he is putting a huge amount of damage on the other side. It is Kings of PD that is running and gunning down the players of 7 Seas as Bad Breath falls down, and he has been run over. I guess this is where, since Kings of BT was also going for the rate rotation, and I guess somewhere on the southeastern side where Seven Seas actually go for the rotation, close to the area of farm, is where I expect these fights to actually going down. Where Seven Seas might be just finding for those vehicles around all those highways and just finding that opposition player's vehicle and finding themselves beneath it. But Unstoppable is still looking unstoppable, as they are just trying to eye their hover their crossover upon the players of RudeDude.
Absolutely. For now, it certainly does seem like in terms of Kings of BD, it is A1 Esports that is gaining some momentum and have actually been able to knock down a few of the players of Kings of BD. And of course, it was Devil's OP who was in the crosshairs and has been actually sent back into the lobby. So A1 Esports getting that kill confirmed for their side. Talking about the circle itself, this is for the moment looking pretty much comfortable for A1 Esports and all the others as far as, of course, those late rotations are concerned. This time around, it is going to be TRZRA who are not making that late rotation and have actually found themselves pretty much into the comfort or are going to be finding themselves into the comfort of the zone for now, very very close. But again, when it comes to that rotation, there won't be a lot of contestation for TRZ's players. On the other tangent, any team that we can bring up when it comes to the safest possible bet is going to be X Brothers. I mean, they have an area of a lot of square miles which is just going to be theirs, and there will be absolutely nothing stopping them in their tracks. But on the other tangent, talk about teams that are not looking too good. It is going to be Venom Legends who are going to be taking on shots towards perhaps the players of IPG. And it is going to be one of those situations where IPG have already lost one of their players. So IPGx not off to a good start. On the other tangent, A1 Esports is just getting their ball rolling. They've got Kings of BD's Devils OP sent back into the lobby, and now they seem to have their crosshairs set up towards the players of 7C. For now, it is going to be Jax on our screens who seems to have been able to retain a little bit of the information from the positioning of 7C, and the rotation that 7C made perhaps is what gave it away. But eventually, of course, for now, it is more of a stalemate situation. But A1 Esports also needs to be careful because they are playing a two-man split, and that is something that if you take a fight, this could very well be taken against them. But we shall have to see if that will work in their favor or not. For the moment, in the minimap, we can clearly see that, of course, Jax is keeping his crosshairs towards 7C and has the information, but will not be wanting to retaliate. And for now, is just trying to understand his position compared to the other teams.
Exactly, on to the other tangent. It is Team 4M that is now punishing down the players of Silent Cloud, and both the team actually desperately need all these points. And Marcos completely wipe out on the side of Silent Cloud, getting one kill at the start of the game, and they are holding the western edge of the circle. This sort of cliffs, this sort of hill that we talk about actually helps you cut off the rotation. You cannot take a lot of fight into that, but the vicinity, the area that you get to scout is completely massive. If we just talk about that, I mean, there is a lot of different views from where you can actually spot down the players, and if you actually try to spray down the player, there's also an option, because whenever the player tries to cross from this area, there is a lot of option from where you can actually hover your crosshair upon. On the other hand, it is going to be Venom Legends Pan that is taking on the fight. So now slowly and steadily, when the players are moving around, when the clock has ticked, is closing to take when it's 16 minutes, the player are falling down slowly and steadily. IPG, it seems that it is not their day again in the very first match as Dictator. A plus sign, that means he needs the revival. Will he be getting the revival or not? We have to still wait for that, as Venom Legend has now pinning them down. It is not going to be an easy task, but since that revival has come, now IPG need to go for some other approach. They cannot go to their right because it is VNM Legends that is already positioning themselves in a hill. But since we get to see a new set of sort of circle shift that still brings A1 Esports not in the dead smack center, but close to where the center is actually positioned. And there is also one team that is going to be of Python, iHi, Sub-Zero, and Auto. They are also looking completely pumped up slowly and steadily. Each and every player are building up their momentum. Till now, we haven't seen a lot of action apart from those early knocks and those drop clashes at the start of the game where we got to see TRZ's player eliminating one player from the sides of Python, that was Bradzel. So Python need to take care of all these things because they are playing the three-man roster. On the other side, it is now NRZ that is pushing up onto the base of T4, and Bamboo goes down as 47, brings one knock with that SMG into their hands. Some grenades are being completely used from the sides of T4M, and Libertan can be and will be knocked. It is for sure, as he just didn't realize that it was grenade. He should have heard that sound cues, as it is completely possible to hear that. One more grenade, and that gives a chip damage to both the teams. Since NRZ are not using a lot of smokes, it gives an opportunity, an invitation that they can still bring up the grenades.
Well, they certainly have been, and miraculously enough, of course, it is T4M on the aggressive front that is now going to be pushing on along to take on the fight into their own hands. On the other tangent, we shall be able to see that Leviathan will be given a recovery, but eventually, will that be enough? Because again, when it comes down to T4M's aggressive stance, it seems to have lacklustered, and now they're going to be running away from the situation to find themselves in a better half of the fight, of the circle itself altogether. But an amazing, amazing stance that T4M were able to take thanks to the utilities that they were able to continue for themselves. On the other side, it is going to be Bad Intentions taking down the players of XBROTHERS as well as A1 Esports. That is just bringing in absolute annihilation. You clearly just saw that they were able to take a fight against the players of VIP and have also taken a fight against the players of TRZ, and that is now resulted in, of course, Dante being shot on down, but it is going to be not before Shard is able to confirm one kill for himself. So that one kill before BIP is sent back into the lobby is certainly going to be resonating with A1 Esports because they tried to be aggressive, and that aggression has resulted in Dante being sent back, thus leaving A1 Esports with just a three-man squad. But that still does not mean that this team does not do much, because this team has a lot of skill that is up on their sleeve. On the other tangent, TRZ Esports, a team that has been so very consistent, have lost one member of their team, but eventually will still not be wanting to stop when it comes to the aggressive stance. And of course, in the kill feed, we just clearly saw they were taking on a fight against the players of Kings of PD. So, a miraculous turn of events for TRZ Esports as well. And right next to them is going to be the silent killers. That's going to be Python. Now, the question is, will Pythons want to stick around and just notice and watch the fight, or are they going to participate? It seems the latter, because after all, it is none other than Sub-Zero right here, who is taking on some really long range shots against the players of T4M. On the other tangent, A1 Esports, there's nothing stopping them. They are just moving down one team to the other, and now have got their crosshairs towards the players of 7C Esports. So A1 Esports find themselves, as we can see in the minimap, not necessarily surrounded by teams, but they certainly have the information. And as the circle goes down, it is still favoring A1 Esports' position. So a GG play is what we can expect from A1 Esports as of now, because again, on the other tangent, VNM Legends have absolutely zero kill for the moment, and thus there is absolutely no point that they have been able to accumulate. Whereas on the other tangent, A1 Esports looking really phenomenal with 6 kills already.
Exactly. 6 kills is what A1 Esports is sitting at the moment with 3 players still alive. We just saw a moment ago that Bots in Pajamas got eliminated, but Jax was, on the other hand, unfortunately, just bled off, and that kill went into the favor of Bots in Pajamas. But TRZRA coming in from the western side, it is not going to be an easy task because Circle has tended to go away, and it is Python that is still standing on the compound and on the edges of the circle. If TRZ tries to move and aim towards right hand side of Python, they will be getting into the crosshair of A1 Esports, and that is not the thing that TRZ Esports would be looking to get into that. So it is going to be a tough affair for TRZ to get into the circle, and would really fascinating to see how they actually maneuver their movement into the circle. On the other hand side, it is just no stopping for TRZRA. Even if the players are getting down, they are taking the fight. Just a moment ago, we just saw TRZRA completely decimating the slot and slaughtering down the players of Kings of BD, and that helped them to kill 3 kills in early stage. And now they have the crosses that come on. one team, and that is going to be of Silent Cloud. This is not certainly going to be an impressive push, and this is not a wise decision. Cole Balish is the last player surviving, I guess, from the sides of Silent Cloud, and in a moment or two, he also will be falling off as the whole squad, apart from him, has been completely sent to the lobby. Sabir slowly and steadily chipping his way out towards the player of Cole Balish, but Sabir was just too much complacent in the way he was just trying to take up the fight. Finally, assistance comes in from the sides of Mr. 7, and that brings the final name in the coffin. TRZRA are taking the fight and are winning the fight, and this is something that the fans and the teams must be proud of for today's first game.
They most certainly ought to be. There's nothing stopping them. On the other tangent, it is going to be, of course, Bad Intentions Counter, who seems to have found himself a rude awakening, because RudeDude's 4 players on top of Counter is certainly not going to allow him to stand up for long. And as soon as Counter is dropped, it is going to be none other than Unstoppable's Claw, as well as Insane, who are going to be pushing on to the exact same compound to try and take it away from the players of course, RudeDudes. But RudeDudes are pretty much set up. But now the counter is going to be based on how exactly Unstoppable bring this aggression and the domination against the compound of RudeDude. For now, we do see Claw bringing in some retaliation in terms of the utilities that he's been able to bring up, but that has not resulted in anything, but has resulted in a vain sort of a situation. On the other tangent, it is sadly TRZ Esports who have been sent back into the lobby.
Indeed, it is. 7C is actually pinning down the players, and I guess once they were trying to make an entry from the eastern side, they actually lost a lot of players whether it's in the fight, and I guess Habib's knocks actually was just unnecessary and was not required. And since they actually lost a lot of time, and since they gave a lot of sound cues, 7C's had a better half on them. But since Unstoppable are burning, they are pretty much burning. Insane was burning, but now he is going to be patching himself up, as now they are going to be slowly and steadily moving into the circle. But still, it is A1 Esports. They don't have the circle, A1 Esports, but they still have that cliff. They still have the vision. They have the numbers advantage. They are 3 men alive. How far are they going to be taking this fight in their own way? This is going to be a tough challenge. On to the other side, TRZ, I'm really impressed with the way Atomic, Mamanu and Whitecat are playing. They are not over aggressing. They are playing the edge of the circle, and all the teams apart from the big names that were holding the center line to circle, now they are being pinned down as RudeDude are now punishing. And if actually TRZ realizes this moment, there we go. He is that player, Mamanu, that X factor. He realizes the fight where is actually happening, and from where they can actually go for the push. Since VNM Legend is on the back foot, since they are being punished, since they are being pinned down by 2 players from 2 sides, 2 aggressive team, RudeDude and TRZ, it can be game end for any team at any moment. But Flex goes down as Nightwing retaliates in fashion. On the other hand side, it's RudeDude that is also battling its way against Unstoppable, and in all doing so, Fardeen and Flex goes down. 1 kill is what they have been able to secure till now, just a 6 to 7 meter into the zone. But whenever they go 6 meter into the zone, they have to leave all these compounds, and then they don't have a lot of fortified area, those compounds, those barriers which can actually happen to be their shield. All they just need to have is the smoke, and there we go. Smokes are being deployed, but do they have enough of it? We have to still wait for that. If they have, they will survive. If they don't, it will be TRZ, it will be VNM Legends that will be eliminating them.
Well, it certainly could be the case here, wherein when we talk about A1 Esports, well, they are looking very much in control of this contestation and the fight. They have been bringing in those third-party situations for themselves for quite a long time and have been able to accumulate 7 kills for themselves. But right now, of course, it is a moment about how exactly is the circle going to be retaliating against the positioning of all these teams. For the moment, of course, all of them find themselves in a very decent placement. But eventually, as the circle moves, it is going to be very crucial to see how exactly be working out, and what a boom it was. Unstoppable moved on into this compound and have been able to retaliate and have been able to actually take it away from RudeDudes, and now they will move on to take the fight on to the face of A1 Esports itself. A GG play being showcased from the side of Unstoppable, but they have had 1 casualty. Hopefully the revival will be able to get that up, and they will be able to move away, because now they are going to be out in the open.
Hassan needs to bring 1 more knock onto A1 Esports, and then they can actually pin down the player. But it's also TRZ that is pretty much close where A1 Esports are actually positioned. TRZ have been holding the edge of the circle for a pretty long time, but Mamba needs to realize that is A1 Esports that is just 50 to 60 meters inches away from them. It's just the moment that A1 Esports all gets onto their feet, and then they will be retaliating in fashion, and then it will be a lot of task onto the inside. It is Atomic that has gone for the flank angle. He has been the flanker for team. He knows the exact position, and this is where the game gets trickier and trickier. As from the left hand side, it is Mamanu that is to be pinned down, and once A1 Esports comes into the zone or tries to come into the zone, since there is also a McLaren, A1 Esports also knows that there's some player that might be hiding themselves into the same position, and just because of that, he can actually pin down the player. But Mamanu sadly goes down as he faces the brunt of Venom Legends Nightwing. Venom Legends also looking pretty decent at the moment, but any team can actually get close towards the chicken. 60 tries to spot on the players of Atomic, and he is the player that is onto the crosshair of it. But Venom Legends Nightwing has been finding himself in this into the smoke cloud. One player has just been eliminated. It's still Jax that is punishing on the players. Sinister takes the final lane in the coffin. Nightwing goes down. Venom Legends complete elimination takes away from this match with 7 kills, and now A1 Esports will be completely pouncing upon and will be trying to draw the maximum flesh around over TRZ. One thing that can go into favor of TRZ, but not for sure for the moment, because the 2 players already sent to the lobby. Now it is all down to 3 players of A1 Esports that will be slowly and steadily taking the last players of TRZ. And from back side, I guess it is still unstoppable. That has also been eliminated. And there we go. A1 Esports right off the bat. We have seen in the past. History repeats itself. History repeats in the third day of final itself. A1 Esports match number 1 of day 3, they get the chicken. I mean, how often has it happened in the past that whenever they come in the first game of Erangel, they look so fresh, they look so confident. Every sort of movement they do, that just goes into favor. 11 kills, 2,105 damage. They are in the first rank. They were in the first rank. All they are just doing so is that consistently drawing that lead against 7 Seas and Venom Legends.
Well, GG play indeed being showcased from A1 Esports. As we do know, be the one, be A1, and that is what they have done and showcased to the entire lobby. Once again, absolutely decimation is what they brought into the circle, but eventually again walking away with 11 kills is a GG play, no question about it. And with that, as we move on to the MVP, it is going to be none other than Sinister with 5 kills and the 1 assist that he was able to accumulate. But never mind all those strats, because when it comes to the fight, the dude was on top of it altogether with 1278 damage that he was able to dish out. An amazing affair in the 24.5-minute game that he was a part of. And this is just the start of the day with 5 games still remaining. A1 Esports seems to be wanting to hog on to the opportunities across the lobby from the entire team that are participating. And eventually, again, I mean, we shall have to see what kind of a play style are they going to be bringing to the table, because this is a destructive state that they are bringing. And as if they continue like this, it is going to be really Herculean task for the other teams to be able to climb up to that level. But talking about the top 4 players, we do have Sinister, of course, with the 1278 damage and 5 kills. But along with that, on the second position is going to be Nightwing from Venom Legends with 875 damage and 5 kills, and Atomics from TRZ Esports also chiming in along with 4 kills and 615 damage. So a GG play is what it was showcased. And again, I mean, talk about TRZ Esports. This team, every single game, they have been so very consistent in finishing in the top 5 that this is an upcoming team. There's no two ways about it. And a team that, of course, is going to be sending shockwaves through the Bangla region, I would say.
Exactly, no two ways doubt about that. I mean, we have been seeing this team, we have been seeing the players between Mamba Noob, Atomic, now White Cat also. We have seen Rare FPS, all the 4 players doing so greatly, but nothing taking away from A1 Esports, as all the players were just finding themselves in the match summary in the overall chart with the longest kill distance going to different players. But with this, we head towards the game 13. Day 3 match ranking, the first match of the day where everyone got the chicken. It was not a high kill chicken as what A1 Esports have secured in the past, but still a decent one to start the day off. Also for Venom Legends. So since Venom Legends have also got 18 points, so A1 Esports won't be flying away with a lot of points. They will still up a point, there will still a significant lead, but that lead won't be much on the other hand. IPG, it was a tough day. XBROTHERS, tough day. BIP, it is getting tougher and tougher. It is just getting too bleak for the future of Bots and Pajamas Esports, because this was a circle. I guess they should have actually flourished, they should have actually bloomed, because this was sort of circle where they didn't have to move much. All they just did was got it for the rotation, and that was successful one. But once they were into the fight, I mean, they were just thrashed.
They most certainly were, and sad state of affairs is what it was showcased. As we move on to the highlights being brought on along the Oppo F19 Pro moments, it is when Unstoppable kind of chimed in along against the players of RudeDude. We're not able to confirm a kill, but of course, Unstoppable X, we saw them take on the fight against the compound of RudeDude eventually. But as we move on to one moment to the other, this is when even
This
Esports
was
took a fight
unnecessary, I
against.
guess.
Yep, against BIP. I mean, they lost Dante, lost his life. They were, of course, able to get the kill confirmed and send BIP back into the lobby, but at the cost of Dante, and that is something that certainly would have been avoided.
Exactly, but nonetheless they got the chicken. But since A1 Esports were getting a cover of that elevated ground, I guess that actually made that pretty easy because Vestal teammates was just on a ground position. It was flat pit for them, and I mean all they just could have done is to just find themselves into the smoke cloud, into this wheat farm area, because there is not a lot of cover. And this grenade for Claw, I mean, that was just spot on. He reduced two players, and then it was 6-9 Void that was on crosshair. For a moment, I thought that Unstoppable can actually get close towards the chicken, but then it was A1 Esports reigning supreme in all these lobbies, and whatever was left for A1, it was done by VNM Legends. And thankfully, that Sinister was surviving. Sinister, in the past, we have seen that M249. This game also M249. Which there is love, sort of something between him and that M249.
Most certainly, as you move on to the overall rank and those 13 games that have been played, once again, it is A1 Esports that is leading the chart with Chicken Dinner working in their favor. 5 chicken dinners is what they've been able to accumulate. Amazing turn of events for them. 214 points in total accumulated for the side of A1 Esports. On the second position is, of course, going to be VNM Legends, closely following the lead, not allowing the lead to go too far out, but then the first, second, and third, there is a variation between them because 7C Esports from 192 of VNM Legends is sitting at 162. So there is a little bit of a gap from the second to the third position, and then from third to the fourth, you're looking at 156 points. So there is a little bit of a contestation being showcased in the top 5, but eventually, as the game progresses on, as we move on to the second page, this is when things go very, very much in a disarray. Ninth position is held by NRZ Esports with 73 points, and the 16th position once again is being held by Team 4 Max, and that is at 23 points. So a 50-point difference right there from the 9th to the 16th, and that is a lot, considering the fact that there are teams who are playing so very well in the top 8. 50-point difference on the second page itself is a Herculean task to be able to accumulate in just
Yeah,
12 games, or rather now 11, because the day number 3 has already started, game number 1 has already been finished,
sure.
and now we're left with 5 games. So a tricky affair is what teams on the second page find themselves at. But hopefully, things will start working in their favor. I mean, they are
Sure.
most certainly working and getting away with, 1 kill, 2 points, and in terms of placements and whatnot. But eventually, that's not going to lead them into the top 8. They do need to do so much more. All we can do is that hope that they are given an opportunity to do so.
I mean, get accumulated with more points and take more dollars. That's only the thing that I guess they can take away, because we have seen that point distribution, that price distribution, that it keeps decreasing as we get downtown towards that from 11 to 12, 13, 14, 15. So take more points. That's all what Team 4M can do, and teams like Python, also BIP Esports, because I mean, it is pretty much, I won't say impossible, but that is going to be a daunting task. And they really need some sort of Herculean effort to get close to where the top 5 or top 6 are standing, or maybe on the top 8, because the lead is pretty much 50 points, is not easy in this lobby. That's just
True.
50 for A1, but that's 50 for the team
Exactly.
on the 16th or 15th position.
So true. So very true indeed. With that first game taken care of, we're now going to go on to a short little break. After which, of course, we'll move on to game number 2. Stick around.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the scene? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. Good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, টাইম বার্নার হিয়ার। জিজ্ঞেস করবো প্লেয়ারদের কাছে তাদের পছন্দের সেলিব্রিটির ব্যাপারে, যাদেরকে তারা রেটিং দিতে পারে 10-এ 10। তো দেখা যাক প্লেয়ারদের আনসারগুলো।
আমার রেটিং এ 10-এ 10 দিতে পারবো আমি এই জুসি ওয়ার্ল্ডকে, যে আমার অনেক ফেভারিট একটা সিঙ্গার। সে লাইক আমার ওর সিঙ্গিং টাইপের যে কটা মানে গান বানাইছে, ওর অনেকগুলো গান আমি ইউজ করছিলাম আমার মন্টেজে, এন্ড ওর গানগুলো আমার মানে অলওয়েজ মানে ইন্সপায়ার করে ভালো খেলার জন্য, প্লাস ওর গানগুলো লাইক অনেক হার্ট টাচিং।
আমার পছন্দের একজন সেলিব্রিটি, আমার আর কি ফেভারিট সেলিব্রিটি তারা সুতারিয়া, বলিউড অ্যাক্টর। তো পার্সোনালি আমার ওকে খুব ভালো লাগে, এন্ড রিসেন্টলি বেশ কিছু মুভি করেছে, 2-3টা মতো। আমার অতিরিক্ত ভালো লেগেছে ওর অ্যাক্টিং, কেন জানি না।
আই নো ওয়্যার ইউ আর গেটিং টু। বুঝে গিয়েছি আমি, বুঝে গিয়েছি। আচ্ছা যাই হোক,
না সেলিব্রিটি ওটা অবশ্যই গিয়া হবে ওই ডেন জনসন দা রক।
আচ্ছা ডুয়েন জনসন, ওকে। এনি স্পেশাল রিজনস?
ওই খুবই হার্ড ওয়ার্কিং, অনেক ছোট পজিশন থেকে অনেক এত বড় পজিশন আসছে, এখন কন্টিনিউয়াসলি হার্ড ওয়ার্ক করে যাচ্ছে। সো একজন মোটামুটি রোল মডেল হিসেবে নেওয়া যায়, কারণ ওর মতো হার্ড ওয়ার্ক করতে পারলে যে কোনো কিছু অ্যাচিভ করা যাবে লাইফে।
তুমি চাইলে আমার নামটা ডাইরেক্ট নিয়ে নিতেই পারো, সমস্যা নেই। আমি
আচ্ছা তাহলে টাইম বার্নার ভাই।
না 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 না, এটা তো আমি বলছি। আচ্ছা, অন্য কিছু সামথিং এলস, সামওয়ান এলস।
আইমান সাদিক অনেক ভালো কাজ করতেছে বর্তমানে, যে অনলাইন যে
10 মিনিট স্কুল।
হ্যাঁ 10 মিনিট স্কুল ওরা
ক্রেডিট দিল না ছেলেটা।
কোথা থেকে দেওয়া লাগবে, মানে লাইক আমাকে তো বলতে হবে যে কোন।
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলেন আমাদের প্রো প্লেয়ারদের কথা। এরকম আরো অনেক দারুণ দারুণ সেগমেন্ট কিন্তু আপনাদের কাছে নিয়ে আসবো। তো অবশ্যই আমাদের সাথে থাকবেন, পাশেই থাকবেন। আপাতত বিদায় নিচ্ছি আপনাদের থেকে। হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, দিস ইজ টাইম বার্নার। চলে এসেছি প্লেয়ারদের কাছে, তাদেরকে জিজ্ঞেস করবো তাদের সবচেয়ে পছন্দের গান নিয়ে, যেটা দিয়ে কিল করার স্যাটিসফ্যাকশনই কিন্তু অন্যরকম।
মোস্ট স্যাটিসফাইং গান বলতে গেলে আমি বলবো M4, কারণ M4 এ আমি রেড ডট চালাই, বা আমি 3x চালাই, বা 6x চালাই, বা 4x চালাই, লাইক সবগুলো স্প্রে মানে কমফোর্টেবল ভাবে স্প্রে দেওয়া যায়, এন্ড এভরিথিং লাইক মানে কন্ট্রোলে থাকে। একটা মুভিং গাড়ির স্প্রে বা নরমাল স্প্রে সবগুলো কি মানে কমফোর্টেবল থাকে।
আচ্ছা, এটা হবে M4 গ্লেসিয়ার, আই থিংক
স্পেশালি গ্লেসিয়ার।
গ্লেসিয়ার। তো এটার কিল করে ফিলই আলাদা, এটা যখন
কেন
লাগে আর কি।
কেন কারণটা
ফর হিটিভিক, যেটা স্পেশাল হিটিভিক আছে গ্লেসিয়ারের।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা,
তো ওইটাই হবে ফেভারিট গান।
অবভিয়াসলি ওটা হবে DP28, কারণ ফার্স্ট অফ অল নক ডিপি দিয়ে নক বের করা অনেক ইজি। ফার্স্টটা বুলেট মারো, নক খেয়ে যায়। এরপরে কোন এনিমি যদি নক খেয়ে পড়ে থাকে, সুন্দর করে ডিপি 2-3টা গুলি মারো, শেষ, ইজি কিল চলে আসে। আর আমি যতটুকু গেম ইউজ করি ডিপি দিয়ে, আমি মোটামুটি নিজের টিমমেট প্লাস এনিমির কিল চুরি করি সব সময়। সো এই জন্য টপ ফ্র্যাগারে আছি PMNC আপাতত, মানে লিস্টে আর কি।
ব্যান। Okay, I'm remembering some things. Okay, good old times, right? Good old times. Okay, যাই হোক। Okay, thank you so much. পুরনো দিনের কথা মনে পড়ে যাচ্ছে অনেক বারবার। তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলেন আমাদের প্রো প্লেয়ারদের কথা। এরকম আরো অনেক দারুণ দারুণ সেগমেন্ট কিন্তু আপনাদের কাছে নিয়ে আসবো। তো অবশ্যই আমাদের সাথে থাকবেন, পাশেই থাকবেন। আপাতত বিদায় নিচ্ছি আপনাদের থেকে।
All right, day number 3 is certainly upon us when it comes to the finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championship Bangladesh region. And in that, game number 1 certainly going in favor of A1 Esports. As we move the day on along, it is going to be a question about what 7C now does, and same going to be asked about what VNM Legends are going to be bringing to the table to be able to topple over A1 Esports' domination. As I did mention, when it comes to the point difference, there's not a lot of point difference, but hopefully when it comes to that difference in the point, it will be over time completed with VNM Legends gameplay, and will not hopefully allow A1 Esports to just completely create a F1 series of their own, because that's what they've been doing till now. And again, on the second page, Ankit, it's of the leaderboard, of course, it is looking like a tough situation, right? And that is something for T4M to figure out as to what they can try and change in terms of their playstyle.
I mean, T4M. So last game, NRG against them was a team that they actually tried to take up the fight. Spidey brought 2 grenades, and that grenade was spot on, took down 2 players. But then I just didn't realize why T4M fell down from that position. They could have taken the fight. So there is one sort of, I guess, danger in the mind of team that if we are going for the fight, even if 2 players are down, that might be a position where we can actually fall down. But no, this is certainly not going to be the case, because you actually need to take up the fight in order to reduce the enemies, because then you win the match, then you get all these points. Just imagine, because I for a moment I thought that some players on the sides of Team Forang are going for the flank angle, and they could have easily engulfed because NRZ was just at one position, and they could have been completely pinned down with just two players surviving on the field and one player giving the knock. That was just the one active player, but this was certainly not the case. So, bringing those knocks is one thing that Team Forum is getting, but then they are just not taking the fight. But moving on to this match, it is going to be the Sanhok, where we have talked a lot about Erangel and the things that could have been done in correct way for Team Forum, but that really didn't go in the case. But now we need to head towards the teams of BD. Really need to take the fights, as now they are also taking the fight. As history repeats itself, they are also emulating their gameplay that they have done in the past. Early fight, Mega Mind, Tampa goes in 1v1 fight with his UMP. Will he be able to take down? No, he won't be this time, as he will be falling down slowly and steadily. And there you go, the punching action comes in with the dictator trying to dictate the lobby. Since that has also been reduced, that means from both the teams, equal number of players has been reduced. But Devil OP will be getting a target to his number with that vector and tries to finish on the player as he gets some good shot, but still not able to get that finish. Now he will be getting that, but Mahfouz knows the exact position and the guns, and that wrong maneuver from that Devil OP, as Mahfouz YT was completely aware of the fact that once the knock and finish from the sides of Devil OP will be done, he will be going from that window. Again, I can expect that punching action that can come in if he finds the player in that extreme corner of that building. Yep, there we go. The punching action giving a strong statement. I guess it's a drop clash between both the teams, but IPG are now being challenged. And this is a team that kicks off BD. In the last game, also, they did falter down in the early stage of the game where they were trying to make a rotation. The game of Sanhok, this is somewhere not the players would have imagined to fall down so easily. Two knocks from both the teams. Now is the time, I guess, both of the teams need to separate away from each other.
They most certainly ought to separate away and fall back to try and maintain a little bit of that placement point position, and that is something that of course will not be favoring any of these two teams in if they falter down onto the 16th position on the other tangent. If talking about A1 Esports, they have of course fallen back to their known top location, which is of course going to be none other than Paradise Resort. This is a team that does that does really phenomenally well. I'm not entirely sure what Ankit meant by continue, but as the team continues on to play their progressive play, it is looking like A1 Esports is most certainly dominating as far as the gameplay is concerned. I mean, every single time, it is not only the fact that A1 Esports is so much on point, it is also the momentum that works in their favor, because eventually when it comes to the play style, initially they play a very low-key game, but as the game progresses on along, they start taking those fights, they start churning down those numbers and those bullets, and that is what results in them absolutely annihilating their lobby. And that is a question that every single time is answered by a bullet from the side of A1 Esports. On the other tangent, if we talk about the circle itself, now the circle is certainly going to be a little further away for a few of these teams, but not a lot, because after all, when it comes to the map of Sanhok, we do know for a fact that it is going to be allowing so many of these teams to get that water rotation made as well, and we've seen that happen so many times, and that could be expected today as well from the likes of course TRZRA, who are finding themselves not on towards the northern eastern side of Mognai for the moment, are going to have to start making that rotation, or at least start thinking about making that rotation. And how exactly are they planning on doing it? Because this circle is most certainly not going to be coming down towards their side, and as the circle brings itself down onto itself, it is going to get further and further away. But talking about the center zone itself, we are looking at an RZ's player who seem to be in a fight against the players of Bad Intentions, and it is none other than Stalker and Counter, who were taking on the fight, and it has resulted in both the parties losing one of their players, but it's only down to their knees. A kill has not yet been confirmed, and that is something that, as the game progresses on, will of course be confirmed if at all they get the kill or not. But on the other tangent, it seems like Unstoppable players have
Yeah.
urgency to use a nade all onto themselves. I mean, what merciful just dropped a nade onto Claw. I'm not entirely sure what's happening in the kill feed, but Unstoppable most certainly is unstoppable if that literally is what they're doing and killing their own teammates. GG play. Or 200 IQ, I guess, is what's happened right there. But hopefully the revival will be coming in real soon.
Exactly. I mean, these sort of rookie mistakes I expect the players to make in the latter half of the game, where we get to see those extreme clutch moments where it's really tough to actually hold on to your nerves, and with the device that they play, it's really tough to actually maneuver. One wrong move, one wrong miss, one wrong gyro movement, and you can actually land the grenade that you were trying earlier to land in the enemy's lap, in your own lap, or in your teammate's lap. We have seen in the past in yesterday's game too, but. I guess some early hiccups for Unstoppable. They will be getting the revival as bots as Silent Cloud are now punishing down the players of TRZRA. Again, a team that is looking pretty much strong at the moment. Out in the loose 1055-meter. Trust me, this is not going to be an easy fight for Cole Balish and for the rest of the team. But if they are in all the blues, as now Cole Balish has made that closing approach, Ragnar revival will be going the case, but sooner or later they need to make an entry into the zone because 1000 meter is not pretty much distance. If we talk about the rest of the map, the smallness of the map that Sanhok brings in, the total area in which the Sanhok is pretty much small, and 1000 meter is a pretty decent amount of uh, rotation if they have to just talk about that. But Ragnar has been revived, all the four players now in a position, and realizing that Silent Cloud position has now fallen down. But I don't see any other single player by Silent Cloud in the same vicinity. That means they might have just left this player just to take all the fight, but still Kobiraz is on the position. Okay, Rage Kid is on the battlefield. That means one team will be at or none of the teammates from any side will be getting the fight in their own hand as the vehicles are also being destroyed. That means passage for Silent Cloud into the zone is not going to be easy. And this is sort of circle that we have been seeing in the finals of whole course where Camp Charlie, I guess, be the place where we get to see will be getting constricted. Full Malish into the fight falls down. Anaconda is grenade and slowly and steadily Silent Cloud will be falling down. I guess there's no backup at least. There are players, but TRZ are just not overexposing themselves. Mr. Seven goes down all of a sudden. Sabir goes down, and Ragnar is also in that susceptible position. I just wonder. I'm afraid if all these players have the sufficient amount of meds or not. If not, then both the players will be getting beat off as soon as possible. For now, Rage Kid has just 4 bandages, but he does have some sort of abilities, and he is using it to perfection. As Cole Balish still needs a revival. One thing Cole Balish is doing so pretty good is that he is giving the maximum info, as he is pretty much close towards that hard 20 RZS complete line, and that is certainly helping Silent Out to bring one and one more round.
Well, they most certainly are, and it is going to be Silent Cloud who seems to be in a better half of this fight, and the situational awareness is working in their favor on the other tangent when it comes to TRZRA. I did talk about it a long few minutes ago that both these teams, they do need to start thinking about the rotation itself. Now they find themselves so far out in the open, almost 2,000 meters away is what their positioning is when it comes down to the circle center itself, and that is something that has resulted in a do-or-die situation where both these teams are trying to just get those points accumulated for themselves and then try and work out the rest. And for the moment, TRZRA's players have been able to get themselves onto their feet, and same can of course be said for Silent Cloud. So nothing separating these two teams apart from of course the mind itself, and the mind playing games is what both these teams are trying their level best to try and do. But eventually, for how long? Because the circle, the zone is going to be pushing you, and the blue zone of course is going to be rushing you to try and use as much of the meds and the whatnots that you possibly can. But eventually it is none other than Silent Cloud's player who was just a bit too over aggressive. It is Kobilash who seems to have been brought down to the knees, thanks to of course Sabir and his placement. Mr. Seven given a flank angle onto this position as well, certainly seems to be given a favor towards TRZRA. But eventually it is also Ragnar, as we can clearly see, setting up a nade parade for the players of Silent Cloud. For the moment was not able to get a lot of damage, but on the other tangent, Sabir and the likes of TRZRA are yet not deterred from this entire force. On to the other side of the map altogether, it is a sister team that is going to be TRZ Esports that is taking a fight against the players of Python. So one team right here stuck in a bit of a tricky affair and a stalemate situation, which they are trying to reserve for themselves, but they are not able to convert them into points. They are bringing in knocks, both these teams are, but eventually they do need to play it down to the killing department itself, and that is finally taking place now with 1500 meters that they need to go. It is looking like an annihilation where both teams have lost two of their players or down to their knees, and eventually it is seeming like Sparrow is the one who will complete the deed that his team started with the rush that they made against the players of TRZRA. and have finally been able to accumulate the 4 kills, all thanks to Sparrow. Now his team will be able to get that revival, but the conversation will move on down towards a long way is what they need to go. And with that, the post elimination coming in, it is none other than A1 Esports. And to our amazement, it is T4M, Team 4 Max, that seems to be bringing in that Spidey skill sense to the Max itself and have been able to push down A1 Esports. What a phenomenal turn of events. This is a team that we've been talking about on the 16th position that needs to differentiate themselves in terms of their playstyle. And what a way to differentiate yourself as you bring down the best of the best team in the lobby. 16th team eliminating the first team. But, of course, RudeDude's going to jump in. They would certainly jump in. Why not? Because they've created a rivalry. They are not going to like the fact that T4M took down A1 Esports. It was, of course, always supposed to be RudeDude's
I mean, yeah. Other way around, as you perfectly mentioned. So, if you have taken down our favorite enemy, we will be taking you down for sure. And for that, Root Dude have all of a sudden gone down. Flex has gone down. Ferdinand has gone down, and all of a sudden, Team 4M is looking in a different color altogether. I was really questioning the way they were taking the fight the last game, but now they have answered me with a big answer that we have gotten to see a complete, full-paced answer. And this is what Team 4M is completely decimating the lobby. And Root Dude, the last player, is just made is just pushed to far himself away, just not giving any sort of a sound because he away. Rudro is away. There will be some sort of way that the players will be looting, but the players are looking at a different approach. They are looking humongous. They are looking massive. I mean, they are looking hungry. The way Loser is knocking down the player with that trigger movement, with that trigger discipline, and with that pre-fire that he is trying to give those random fires into those bushes, into those grasses. I mean, he is Spidey needs to make sure that the crosshair of Rudro, and as soon as Rudro is spotting him down, QVZ comes into action with himself attached to him. But the revival will be the case, I guess, because Rudro is now falling down. He's just trying to create the flank angle, but Rudro needs to take care of his backbone because he is was out in the open for a second. But Rudros and the other teammates have been very much punished on to the other side. It is sees that is trying to punish down the players out for bad intentions. And since now Team 4M have started making a comeback, bad intentions need to also draw down some inspiration. This is a team that is still standing on the 8th position with not a lot of point because the point difference between them and the teams above them is pretty phenomenal. All they just can do is to create that point difference less from this match because Sanhok always brings you that surprise element.
Well. A GG play is what this game has turned out to be. It is certainly going to be an unexpected turn of events where, of course, T4M are the ones who are leading the chart in terms of the kill department, but the game is not yet done. It is afoot, but not yet done. We've still got 14 teams alive, and as we do so, it is TRZ Esports that are reigning supreme on top of the bridge. I mean, that is another way to completely decimate your opposition, and this is going to be, of course, Rare FPS, who is now going to be trying to gun down the players of NRZ Esports if he gets the opportunity to do so. For the moment, of course, this is a very interesting way to cross the bridge. I mean, I have to admit that TRZ Esports, yes, they are doing pretty good in terms of the consistency, but now again the IQ level is being showcased as to how they try and make those rotations as well. On the other tangent, it is none other than Kings of BD who are on our screens taking a fight against or trying to take a fight against the players of Python right now. And when it comes to the utilities that, of course, are being showcased from Tiger, not entirely sure what had happened earlier, that he's trying to use those nades out in the open. I mean, you can clearly see that there is absolutely nothing but a road and a small little patch of grass. But eventually, maybe something has happened earlier that wants, or rather, that has resulted in Tiger utilizing those utilities down towards that region. And it could very well be Bad Intention who have now fallen back. But maybe that was a team that was right around the corner. But on the other tangent, when it comes down to the positioning of Kings of BD, they were a two-man squad and now have been reduced down to one, as Tiger will not be able to help his teammate from the looks of it, as it is a TRZ Esports that is going to be running in towards that position. And none other than, of course, TRZ is the one who can very well just complete the story for Kings of BD. But will that be the case or not? For now, of course, Megamind is alive, but that revival is looking more and more difficult. On the other tangent, as we talk about the circle itself, 7C find themselves in the center of the zone, looking pretty comfortable and neat, but it is Bad Intentions that's going to be on top of them as well as they make that rotation. And right here, of course, as we jump back to the team of Kings of BD, that revival is completely impossible. And now, of course, Tiger is the one-man army for the side of Kings of ED. They have been able to accumulate 4 points still now, and of that, it is Tiger who is going to get 1 point. But across the board, as TRZ makes that rotation, they seem to have found the position of NRZ and are taking a fight itself. White Cat reigning supreme in this entire region as he takes on the nade parade to himself. It was Rare FPS who brought on the absolute barrage of those perfect burst damage to NRZ Esports and were able to actually bring down quite a lot of their teammates. But eventually now, NRZ is left with Shifa with a sliver of an HP and his teammate, but they are caught off guard. There's not a lot that they can do because TRZ, the way they're pushing on, this is a team that you want to be really, really careful of. On the other side of the map altogether itself, it seems like VNM Legend seem to have picked up a fight against BIP. For now, Shifa has been able to regain his health and is going to be absolutely quiet to not let go of the audio cues towards the team of NRZ. But, or my apologies to TRZ, but will that be enough? We shall have to see.
I mean, fortunately, Shifa is still surviving. That means NRZ, the last hope, is still surviving. But some other players are also alive, and that is going to be Team 47 from the size of NRZ. And now they are trying to bring up the knock. There were some sort of crates that the NRZ player would love to loot from their own teammates, and then they can go for the push. But what am I seeing is what that is Bots in Pajamas Wipeout is really trying hard for his teammate because he's the last person surviving. It is not going to be an easy task because 3 players from VNM Legends as big as this team, it will eventually be Void himself enough to take down the last player. He eventually won't need the assistance of the last 2 players, and he will be taking down the players. 4 kills already on the name. Again, since A1 Esports is not in the lobby, mind you, Blotter already 4 kill. The deficit has now been reduced to, I guess, 16 or 18 out of the total 22. If you just talk about the minusing of the total point difference, and it is also again a good chance. And since VNM Legends are 4 men strong, they are holding the edge of the circle, and any map they play, particularly that Sanhok, I mean, VNM Legends really do have a good chance. Just imagine if they get this chicken. They will be, I mean, I guess they will be trespassing A1 Esports because already 4 kill into the name and there are still 29 players alive in the lobby. They might be getting at least 10 more if they get close towards that. And if all these probabilities, if all these if and buts happens, VNM Legends will be surely giving a tough challenge for A1 Esports. A tough day ahead for A1 Esports partner. But on the other hand, it is going to be TRZ that has been completely eliminated by XBROTHERS. And the way they were taking the fight against NRZ, they lost a lot of time. They gave a lot of sun cues. Since NRZ's 2 players just fell back with Shifa still surviving and 47-40 on the grenade of bad intentions, it was all over for TRZ. Slowly and steadily they were going for the inner approach in the circle and they were eliminated and picked by XBROTHERS. So XBROTHERS now they are looking pretty much strong, but again and sad affair for TRZ Esports in this match. 3 kills is what calibre is standing in. They are out of the circle, but one team that I'll have my eyes set on, and that is going to be Unstoppable. Since Claw is out of the fray, I guess this is a challenging event. This Claw brings that X factor. Claw brought that fight in the last game of the rank, and if you remember, 3 knock back to back to dude, and then 1 on A1 is the red. Their hope was certainly brimming high, but somewhere down the line they missed the mark. But nevertheless, 3 players as beautiful and say are just have that caliber and are competent enough to compete in this lobby. But on the other hand side, it is again players of Silent Cloud, and you remember Silent Cloud was stuck in the open for a long time with TRZRA, but actually they brought down 2 players, but then they just got down.
Well, they most certainly did. On the other tangent, it seems like XBROTHERS are going to be reigning in supreme to try and stop the rotation of Bad Intentions, as both of them combined together were the ones who brought down TRZ Esports a couple of minutes ago. They are, of course, going to be given a lot of audio cues towards each other as well. And on the other tangent, it is Unstoppable also trying to take on those fights against the rotation that is being brought on from the side of XBROTHERS. But it is a lot of third-party situation, or sort of like a blood triangle that's been created between these 3 teams, XBROTHERS, Bad Intentions, as well as Unstoppable. And in that, it is going to be another 4th party, rather, is what this position turns out to be, where IPGx is Sincere. The only one-man army that he is left with is going to also be an X factor that can be very, very ludicrous performance if he turns out to bring up a bit of a pickle for the positioning of Unstoppable X, because for the moment, Unstoppable X are looking very much in control as they try and take on from one fight to the other. Now they seem to have found the crosshairs exactly down towards the players of VNM Legends, and as they lost, or rather let go of Bad Intentions, it is XBROTHERS who seem to have been able to get the better half of Bad Intentions and have now eliminated. But from nowhere comes T4M as well, as they try and take on the players of XBROTHERS. So, I mean, a lot of crazy situations is what is being showcased, but 7C is very much still part of this fight.
I mean, Team 4M right off the go, they were looking pretty much strong. They eliminated a team as big as V1 Esports. That means the team is pretty much completed and confident enough to take the fight. But IPG, their demise will be for sure, as Nightwing was the final nail in the coffin of the story. Venom Legends, the whole squad need to make an entry in zone. Unfortunately, this time one player has lost its way, but this time it is going to be the 4th player that will be slowly and steadily inching their way towards the last zone of the circle. It is going to be the 7th zone that will be forming in a couple of seconds, and this is going to be a tough affair for 7Cs too, because they need to come out of those small little huts that they are finding themselves into, as a circle has just formed away from themselves. And I guess from the right hand side, if they try to go, it will be Sherlock that might be pinning them down. But still, Sherlock is still standing out there. He is a potential threat to them, but Venom Legends just making sure that it is going to be the demise of Unstoppable, as after eliminating IPG, they have their eyes now set upon Unstoppable, and now upon to Unstoppable also onto the players of 7C's player. But slowly and slowly we are inching towards the last circle, where 7th circle is already there. It is going to be from the right hand side. The Team 4M Bamboo is just fighting himself out in all this situation. Bamboo did falter down, didn't have any first aid, but did brought one more knock, some sort of damage that can actually help 7C's take the fight against Venom Legend. Both the teams on a win side, but one thing that favors Venom Legend is not the numbers advantage this time. It is going to be the circle. It is going to be those big rocks, those big tree trunks.
Well, it certainly is favoring them, as they are taking down players of course, 7C, and one after the other. 7C not looking too good, because they're going to have to jump out in the open, and there's absolutely no cover for them. Looking like a game that they could have been able to create for themselves is going to be running away from them, because Venom Legends Nightwing right here is certainly going to be utilizing those nades to perfection and bring down the players, where Struffet is down, Evil Eye is down, and with the Molotov being brought on from Slingshot, this is an absolute annihilation of 7C. With only one man remaining, that's going to be for Drake. How much of an onslaught can he bring to the table, as he's being burnt alive? This is going to be the end and demise of 7C. Thus reigning supreme is Venom Legends, taking a chicken dinner as perfect as it is and as awesome as it is. Now the question is, how close have they gotten? Well, never mind the closeness. They seem to have overcome A1 Esports and have finally gotten themselves the first position with 14 killed and 29 points is what they walk away with.
I told you, Blotter. I told you, this is the perfect moment. This is the perfect position where Venom Legends have sent a sense A1 Esports is not the lobby. This is the best possible moment. This is the best possible way they can actually capitalize upon, and they have struck a big blow onto not only the lobby but A1 Esports after a lot of matches, after a lot of trouble, after a lot of challenging effort. Now Venom Legends have gotten there to themselves after the game of 14 games where they were actually having an eye upon, and it is not going to be an easy task for A1 Esports for the rest of the day. 4 games still left, but since Venom Legends just in 2 matches have actually cut short their deficit, because they were on the second position, finally they are on the first, and with this, Steel Shot becomes the MVP. It was bound to happen since the way he was trying to dominate the lobby just was just pump smacking performance. Steel Shot in the past, we have also seen this player beat with Steel Shot, Nightwing, Raipan, and the last player also. Everyone has been just with now the way they just try to take up the fight, and 1 assist, 160 healing done, 629 damage. I mean, I'm impressed with the way Venom Legends have made a comeback.
They most certainly have, and made a comeback in a very important way, because this is now their lead, and that lead needs to be put to a stone. And this is, of course, the start of that perfect gameplay that was required from Venom Legends. And on the other tangent, as we move on to the top 4 players, another team to talk about this time around is going to be T4 Max. A play that was unexpected from the side. T4M, this was absolutely dominating play that they started off against the players of A1 Esports, and then moved on to just retaliate again and again and again, with which, of course, they do find Loser and Spidey in the 3rd and 4th position respectively of the top 4 players in this game, with 4 kills for both of them. but 716 damage to 658 respectively for Loser and Spidey. So a GG play is certainly going to be helping them get away from that 16th position. But if this is what the caliber is for Team 4 Max, then why were they hiding it? What were they waiting for? Is it just one of those opportunistic moments that they've been able to capitalize upon, or is this a change that we were talking about can now be expected from the side of Team 4 Max? We shall have to still wait and see. But on the other tangent, talking about the match summary, we do have the longest distance skill coming in with Steel Shot taking 210-meter kill into his name, along with, of course, the highest kill in favor of Steel Shot as well. On the other tangent, Silent Cloud with most utilities. This was a team that, of course, were very much stuck between a fight against the players of TRZRA and found themselves almost 1600 meters away, and eventually, as they took that fight and brought on those 4 points, moved on to get into the zone. But eventually, this was not expected. Team 4 Max, 20 points is what they walk away with, 10 kills. Amazing change of events in this second game.
I mean, my eyes was just waiting for this to actually see. I was just craving for this to see a sort of change in that last half of the chart, and how is that gonna change be achieved? This is the way Team 4M actually retaliated in fashion with getting that 20 total points. I'm really happy, but certainly not with Python TZ. Again, they really need to bring out that inspiration that if the team that was actually now standing, it was actually standing way behind them, might be standing above them, because 20 point is where Team 4M will be getting the lead for now. But IPG also faltering down. Kings of VD, two back-to-back faltering down for them, as RudeDude also, which was a pretty difficult journey for them. But A1 Esports, big setback. I mean, they will have a match that in the finals they will get away from a single match with no point getting secured.
Well, with that, we move on to the Oppo F19 Pro moments where there were a lot of fights being taken on. It was Kings of BD against the players of course, IPGx. This is where Kings of BD lost 2 of their lads, but eventually, as we move on to the team play of TRZRA against the players of Silent Cloud, this is where it seemed very much in favor of TRZRA as they made that perfect flank angle as well. But Silent Cloud came up better on top and were able to get that kill confirmed for themselves. On the other tangent, these were the dark horses, the team that was unexpected in terms of the play, and this is none other than Team 4 Max that I'm talking about. And Team 4 Max, it was just beautiful to be able to see this team bring in this many kills and such an amazing turn of points that they walk away with 20 points. That is most likely going to be reflecting onto the overall standings for themselves. And as the conversation moved on along, the Legends certainly were taking on fights for themselves and eventually walked on to take a chicken dinner as well.
Exactly, a good performance by coming in from their side. But another fighter actually broke down. Your unstoppable also pretty strong at the moment. I guess it was 13 kills that they took, but they were good in terms of total points that they took. Sherlock was in a position where he could have actually gone for that heal approach. Heal instead just finding himself in the position, and then it was all easy for VNM Legends because the circle favored completely in the way of VNM Legends. Some last sort of hiccups were there where Team 4M Bamboo was there, and he tried to eliminate and knock down the player, but then it was all strong from sides of VNM Legends. Nightwing was faltering down while just trying for that blind push, but then it was the utilities used to its perfection. I mean, every time VNM Legend goes through those fights, they use the utilities to its best, and they always fantasizes me because in the early stage of the game they also use the utilities, and towards the last they just have that enough of utility to bring down the player. I mean, this is something that they brought and brings the balance every time they come into the game. And with this, we head towards the orange drop, where we get to see VNM Legends close to a total of 2,000 damage is what they were able to secure. 14 kills in a map of Sanhok is a no joke for Team 4 Max, as you mentioned, the name, 10 kills, and all of a sudden they are looking like they are making a comeback. FMSD also had a decent performance, and with this we head towards overall ranking where we get to 7-point lead is what VNM Legends is standing at the top of A1 Esports. Skill number is certainly overpassing what A1 Esports is actually positioned, and this is something that I really am shocked about because A1 Esports, we know how aggressive this team is, but no. VNM Legends says we are also there. It's the kill number that is completely dominating the whole lobby by the size of it.
Well, that is the case every single time from VNM Legends. When it comes to the playstyle, that is what they try and be working towards. That's the kill department more than the placement points. Whereas when it comes to A1 Esports, they are a lot more of a consistency-based team where even if one final player is surviving, they will work towards getting that placement point and try and get the kill if they possibly can. But along with that, this is where T4 Max amazing turn of wins, walking away with 20 points has resulted in them being a part of the position as well as they move away from the 16th position to the 15th. Now the journey has started, but they do need to be very much on top of this arena to try and bring in that sort of a play pretty much every single game to walk up and up slowly the ladder through 15th up towards maybe even the 10th position or the 12th position, but it is easier said than done. This game worked out in their favor. Again, like I've spoken about it earlier, we shall have to see what sort of a play style will they approach the next game with.
I mean, definitely we need to look about that but because Team 4M they were looking to take up the fight and the game of Erangel somewhere down the line they did fall down, but gun power is pretty much strong as they did show in this game. Bringing a big team A1 Esports that have certainly boosted up their confidence.
Well, most certainly that has been the case. But with that, we've got 2 games done, 4 more games remaining for the day. Before we jump into the third one, we're going to take a very short break. Stick around. We're going to be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইবারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। এনার্জি ইস্পোর্টস লেভায়াথান আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করে ফেলছে এই মুহূর্তে হট সিটে। সো লেভায়াথান কেমন আছো?
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ ভাই, ভালো আছে। আপনার কি অবস্থা?
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ আমি ভালো আছি। সো পিএমএনসি চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপের লাস্ট স্টেজ ফাইনালসে তোমরা চলে এসেছো। কেমন লাগে আসলে ফাইনালে যখন কোয়ালিফাই করে ফেলো?
ভাই অনেক ভালোই লাগে ভাই, এত কষ্টের পরে ফাইনাল আসছি, আনন্দ আছে অনেক নিজেদের মধ্যে, ভালোই লাগে।
লাইক হোয়াট আর ইউ এক্সপেক্টিং? কিল বেশি দরকার এখন? বিকজ আমি যতটুকু দেখেছি তোমাদের কিন্তু প্লেসমেন্ট পয়েন্ট গ্রুপ স্টেজ এবং সেমিফাইনালসে ইট ওয়াজ কোয়াইট হাই, বাট সেই তুলনায় কিল কিন্তু কম এসেছিল। সো আর ইউ এক্সপেক্টিং টু ব্রিং সাম চেঞ্জেস?
রোটেশনে ভাই প্লেয়ার গুলা লুজ হয়ে যেতেছিল আমাদের, তো আমি আবার টিমের নতুন নতুন আইজেল করতেছি, তো একটু প্রবলেম হইতেছে, তো ইনশাআল্লাহ সামনে ঠিক হয়ে যাবে।
একটা জিনিস বলা যায় যে তোমাদের টিমের মধ্যে যদি একজন প্লেয়ার আগে আগে এলিমিনেট হয়ে যায়, সেই ক্ষেত্রে একজন বা দুইজন যদি এলিমিনেট হয়, সেই ক্ষেত্রে তোমাদের আসলে ওভারঅল পজিশনটা বেটার আসে।
একজন মরার পরে সুন্দরভাবে কল দিয়ে খেলাইতে পারে, কিন্তু যখন নিজে খেলে তো ওই অনুযায়ী আর খেলতে পারে না।
এখন একটা জিনিস আমার কাছে মনে হয় যে ইউ গাইজ আর স্টিল লাইক মেকিং এ নিউ টিম, বাট এই টিমটা থেকে নেক্সট পিএমসিও এন্ড নেক্সট পিএমপিএল এর কথা যদি বলি, সেখানে তোমাদের এক্সপেকটেশনটা কেমন?
ইনশাআল্লাহ বহুত হার্ড ওয়ার্ক করতে হবে, তারপরে যাওয়া যাবে হয়তো, বাট শিওর না এই টিম নিয়ে। বাট
তো তুমি নিজে একটু শঙ্কার মধ্যে আছো নাকি এরকম?
হ্যাঁ, কারণ টিমটা অতটা ভালো না,
বাট ইউ গাইজ আর ডুইং গুড
ভাই, এটাই তো অনেক।
সেটাই। সো আচ্ছা, এখন তোমার ফ্রেন্ডস এবং ফ্যামিলির কাছে যদি কোনো ধরনের মেসেজ তুমি দিতে চাও, লাইক ইউ গাইজ আর কোয়ালিফাইং ফর দ্য ফাইনালস, সো ডু ইউ হ্যাভ এনিথিং টু সে টু ইওর ফ্রেন্ডস?
আমার ফ্রেন্ডরা যদি তোমরা কেউ দেখে থাকো এই ভিডিওটা, তোমরা অবশ্যই শেয়ার করবা সবার সাথে, তারপরে আমার সাপোর্ট করবা সবসময়, টাইম বার্নার বে সাপোর্ট করবা, আমাদের এনার্জি স্পোর্টস এর সাপোর্ট করবা, অলওয়েজ পাশে আছি, তোমরা পাশে থাকবা, ইনশাআল্লাহ পাবা সবসময়।
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। সো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চিয়ার করতে থাকবেন, যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে। এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
All right, welcome back to day 3 of the finals of the Mobile Bangladesh Region National Championship. All thanks to Oppo F19 Pro. With that, we're going to be jumping into game number 3 for the day. I mean, game two, T4 Max, it was an annihilating play, is what I would say. An unexpected play, rather, is what that team showcased and moved away from the 16th position. And hopefully now, as we move on, that sort of a play style will continue from that team and will maybe move them away and up the ladder from the 15th all the way up to 12th and whatnot. But another blow that was showcased, as you had mentioned as well, Ankit, is A1 Esports' play, right? I mean, Team 4 Max completely stopped A1 Esports in their track. And will that be the case in the second game? Because in doing so, Team 4 Max actually helped Venom Legends take a lead. And now the conversation is, what bigger lead will Venom Legends be continuing on with, or will they be caught? When it comes down to the playstyle that A1 Esports hopefully can showcase again. I mean, that's what we've seen pretty much, right? Every single time when it comes to their playstyle, it is of one of that aggressive stance. But will it be enough to overcome Venom Legends? An interesting rivalry being created on day number three.
A1 needs big chicken dinner. I mean, maybe 20 kill, maybe 18 kill chicken is what they need to do, and then they will be getting that flyer. But certainly, we all missed the fight, that epic fight between Team 4M and A1 Esports. I would love to see the fight actually panned out, but since we were busy breaking down the fights between TRZ and other teams in the same proximity, different area, 1,015 meters away, we certainly missed out the fight, but it was not T4 Max that missed the fight. It was them that actually won. Since we are heading towards that game of Miramar, the flight path is already on its way from the area of Waladenmar downtown to Surf Torres Mahumada. We get to see a completely west sort of dominated flight path. That means areas like Impala is out of play. That means Venom Legends, the team that is looking strong, is already facing challenge in the early stage of the game. How they are gonna be finding themselves away from it? How, what sort of answer do they have? We have to still wait for that. Do they have any sort of different drop location, secondary drop location? Will they be clashing? I mean, a hell lot of questions.
That certainly is going to be true as well, because again, when it comes down to the play style, we shall have to see where the circle is going to be forcing these teams down towards, and we have it on our screens. It is going to be going on down towards the northeastern front, and that is going to be, of course, a bit of a tricky affair for the side of teams who have dropped on down towards the southwestern side. And there are a couple of teams actually who've gone down there, along with TRZRA, NRZ, Unstoppable, and of course TRZ Esports as well. So they're going to have to make that rotation, and hopefully this time around, TRZRA will be better equipped to make that rotation quickly. On the other tangent, talking about some early contestations, we did see Silent Cloud try and bring in a little bit of a spray on towards the players, but not entirely sure who that team was. It seemed like from the map it could very well have been Kings of BD's Katappa, but that has not resulted in the kind of onslaught that, of course, was expected from that side. On the other tangent, talk about 7C as well as Bad Intentions, very, very close in the El Pozo region, could be a bit of a contestation, but again, El Pozo is a pretty big area when it comes to the buildings and whatnot, so kind of making it tricky as well when it comes to 7C and Bad Intentions, if there will be a contestation that we can expect for the moment or not. On the other side, as we move on along, it is Bad Intentions players and Python's players who seem to be bringing a lot of kills. Not a kill, but certainly a lot of fights, and the fighting power is what we are being showcased from them. Even though they are nowhere close, it seems like there is going to be a contestation between most certainly 7C and Bad Intentions, as we did clearly just see Bad Intentions have been able to spot 7C's players, but for now, they have not been able to get a kill confirmed or even a knock confirmed for themselves.
Exactly. The fight is still on its way. The player must be looking to get the best of the best themselves, and still at the early stage of the game, you just rely upon those early rudimentary loot that you get to see, and not the best of all, but you have to make the most of the situation. And just imagine this case, if you have DBS in your hand, I mean, you can bring a hell lot of ruckles on the opposite teammates. It's just a one shot, one tap, knock finish, knock knock, and then you can get to see. But till now, we haven't gotten to see any sort of knock that is still happening in this game. El Pozo is a city that can eventually offer not a lot of space, but still enough to actually survive. And if the team are mature and are just not willing to take up the fight, they must be looking to fall down. As we have seen in the past, the 7th even Bad Intentions have found themselves in the same position and still not taking up the fight. Now, again, this can be the case because this is not the first time they have dropped down to the same way, and this has happened in the past. And if that same happens, I guess Bad Intentions and 7Cs will be falling away. And it seems that the way they are going for the formation is just a bad drift that is pretty much close to where Bad Intentions players are actually put vision, but he still doesn't have a pretty much good area and those windows. It is a five-story compound. He will be getting some sort of fall damage that he needs to avoid in order to not let those bandages come in. But I mean, all these players are such pro. I mean, they have a lot of advantages. They have a lot of abilities that they can use, and they are just not fear of jumping to from that fifth floor or the sixth floor eventually. And the end of the day, they actually put their meet to best. But for now, it's bad intentions that are moving into that bus around, just trying to go around the area. Maybe this cannot be a good thing because the bus actually, or maybe any other vehicle can do a lot of sound cues, and then it can be Seven Seas that can actually read onto that because Seven Seas is a team that tries to capitalize and bring something out of nothing. Since bad intentions, there have their eyes are stuck upon to the left side where Seven Seas are actually not there. That means they are not paying the fight. And pretty much in a true sense, this is something I like at the best because this is at the end of the day, it's the finals and you just cannot afford to take the fights at the early stage of the game. And this is what are all actually happening. On the other hand side, it is going to be then obviously Silent Clouds there slowly and steadily looting down the area of St. Martin is where they are trying at now. They are in the circle, they can hold those ridges, those beautiful ridges of St. Martin, and then they might to actually pin down the rotation. Since we have seen in the past, yesterday's game, it was IPG that actually cut short the rotation of A1 Esports. So same kind of stand by them because A1 Esports are out of the circle. I can expect their rotation that might be caught off guard if the teams are looking for. And talking about those things, it is from the area of power grid where these of BT are just trying to decimate the lobby. Pretty much in the 6th minute, we still not able to see any sort of head-to-head fight. There was a preempted fight in the area of El Pozo, but it is still aborted as Kings of BT Devil player gets closer and closer towards the rest of the pack.
Well, that certainly seems to be the case. A bit of a stalemate situation is what we've been joined in with when it comes to the map of Miramar, but hopefully things are going to start changing on as we talk about the game itself. It's 6.5 minutes in, all the teams still surviving 64 players, but not for long, as we clearly can see it is going to be TRZ Esports player who seem to have caught off guard as far as their rotation was concerned, and it is none other than Silent Cloud that has been able to bring down Atomic for the moment. And as the team tries to get that revival, Mamba Noom, none other than Mamba Noob is the one who is given that revival, but eventually, when it comes down to the playstyle itself, it is Silent Cloud who are very much in control of the contestation. But seems like they are going to be sending one of their players to get into a better flank angle, and that is something that can very well trap TRG Esports.
It's IPG that is actually backstabbing the teams, and this is not looking good for TRZ at the moment. As you can get to see, Dictator is coming down close, and IPG are now on the other side, are now being backstabbed by 7C. So now, since in this early stage of the game, I was talking about, and we were talking about the truth in the settlement, certainly this is not going to be the case, as slowly and steadily the players are moving an inch towards them. But in all these, why this Silent Cloud that have got one defeat onto the name, that means one kill straight away right off the bat. But since they have been sincerely punished by 7C's other player, and this is not looking good for both the teams, be it be Silent Cloud, be it be IPG, or be it be TRZ, and this is not the sort of start that TRZ are waiting for, must be looking for, since they were caught in these rotations around all these ridges. Look at the flank angle that Cole Balish has had. If Rare FPS does that mistake of finding himself in the open, he will be going down. But before that happens, it is Sensed that will be taking down TRZ Mamba 2, when TRZ are in a position where they can be eliminated, because this is not looking good. This is just looking absolutely pitiable for them, because Rare FPS in that open situation, eventually, if he tries to do any sort of thing, he will be pulled down. But Atomic is really trying hard. He is trying hard, and eventually your hard work pays off really well, and that has certainly paid well, as Atomic, every time this guy chimes in, he is the one that always been the enticing one from the whole of the teammate. Also the Mamba Noon, but he has been out of combo for now. But how will he be able to rescue Rare FPS, which is pretty much away from his teammates? That's still a question. But all of a sudden, San Martin is a place that has become the hotbed of contestation.
Absolutely. I mean, hotbed of third parties indeed is what this has turned out to be, because after all, it was the conversation between just Silent Cloud and TRZ, and then IPG just chimed in along and were like, hey, we're here as well. We want to be a part of the fight, and we are going to be dominating. But Atomic, as so perfectly mentioned by you, is not going to allow that. TRZ Esports, for now, find themselves in a bit of a pickle, because after all, they've lost two of their players, but they've also been able to give that same sort of a damage to the players of IPG as well. And in that doing so, it has, of course, favored a team that took the fight to themselves. It has favored Silent Cloud. I mean, Silent Cloud's all four players are alive, and the third-party contestations that was brought on along from IPG has resulted in them losing two players. TRZ Esports were caught off guard from Silent Cloud. They have lost two players, but the team that has come up on top is going to be none other than, of course, Silent Cloud with all four members. With that, as the circle pushes on along, this is where we can clearly see BIP Bots and Pajamas find themselves pretty much in the center of the zone. And if they play their cards right, this could be a game that they should be able to walk away with decent amount of kill points as well as placement. But that is only if they play their cards right. On the other tangent, when it came down to VNM Legends, they were out and they are going to have to make a rotation. So when it comes to the zone itself, VNM Legends do not have the cover of the zone for the moment. And same, of course, is the conversation for Unstoppable X for now. We are 10 minutes in, but 16 teams still alive.
Exactly, 16 teams still alive. Pretty much settled position for the moment, as we just got to see some fights were actually erupting in the area of St. Martin. But for now, it is going to be most of the teams that are just trying to find themselves into the zone. TRZ are is coming and steadily they are moving and inching themselves into the zone. It is going to be the longer for them because they are pretty much away. All I can see from them is they are close to the area of Impala, to the shore area where they are to make and go for the rotation. But 7Cs on the other hand side, since they have eliminated one player from the sides of IPG, they are in that open area. Water treatment is where they are holding position for now. Bad Drive in a complete different split. Kapshi close where Evelai and Rafat is there. The 3-1 split can actually help them with one player going for the flank angle, the holding the top of that cliff, the highest pick of that water treatment area, and can help actually them to get a lot and lot of input. On the other hand side, it is RudeDude that is not able to move here and there because they are now realizing that some of the team are getting closer and closer. And Sinister's Ronnie Truck has been spotted down by Rudro and realizing the fact Sinister is just falling things himself back a bit towards where he can feel in a safe, having a safe situation. But RudeDude are just holding the compound for now. But T4M is also in the same vicinity, and all these sound cues are being constantly and wisely being heard by this team. And on an even side, they might just go for a salmon approach and approach onto route. And I would be surprised to see that. But X-Brothers are surely pretty much rotating from the sides of NRC, where they are trying to rotate from the sides of Hacienda del Petron. So it's never an easy task to make rotation from either San Martin or either Hacienda del Petron. As we just saw when TRZ were making a rotation from San Martin side, they were being pinned down. It was IPG that was also being pinned down, but they made a successful escape. Now it is NRZ that is going closer and closer towards Hacienda del Petron, and now they are receiving some sort of bullets and they are being peppered and hounded by X-Brothers. But Levitan is pretty much close where Shadok is actually positioned, and Levitan is not aware that Shadok is so close as his grenade was pretty much away, and that brought him down to his knees as he was just outplayed with the way NRZ X-Brothers player Shadok played him the way. But since one player has also fallen down and Saditov is completely away, the team needs to regroup and go to a safe approach.
They most certainly do, and are going to be trying to do so as they get themselves further and further into the comfort of the zone itself. They find themselves that much more in the open, and the rotation that they're trying to make can very well be contested. But we shall have to see if RudeDude are going to be the ones who will bring that rude awakening to NRC or not. On the other tangent, talking about teams who have made a wonderful rotation, VNM Legends. They were down south towards the Delta region as they were making that rotation, but now have actually joined in along into the circle itself from the northern side. So a GG play in terms of the rotation, and it is going to be NRZ who find themselves in a bit of a affair where they did get their rotation caught off guard from the side of Kings of BD, but they have resiliently taken a charge of that fight as well, as it is going to be none other than Sesed, who is going to take on the fight to himself as well, as he confirms that one kill on Devil's OP. Katappa has already been brought down, thus leaving Kings of BD with only a two-man squad, but the two-man army is also probably going to be enough if they were not third-partied, and it is going to be 7C chiming in along with that third-party situation.
They should have known that this has become a hotbed of situation where a lot of fight was actually going in, and Kings of BD again and again. This is the third time in this day. I mean, they are going for a push. It is okay. The aggression is okay, but an open push, you should have at least used all these hook that is still in your bag. I mean, what sort of strategies are you using? Because in the last gameplays yesterday's, they were doing everything correctly, but till now in these three games, things are still really not going for their favor. Katappa is anyhow trying to blow off the and puncture that vehicle, but will still not be enough for him as Katappa falters down thanks to the onslaught that is coming in from the side of Seven Seas, and Rufford is in a complete different flank angle. If he gets spotted down, Megamind can actually be brought down, and if that happens, it will be a game end of Kings of BD. But Evileye, since he is very close towards him, and after getting one kill more secure, Seven Seas will be happily going into the zone with getting one and one more kill. So a lot of third party is what Seven Seas has been relying upon in the early 15 minutes of the game. Will they be going for a 4 before head-on approach? We have to still wait for that, or will they be going for the late rotation, holding the edges, or maybe finding themselves in the fortified area?
Well, that again is a question that only time can answer. But for the moment, as we move on along into the game, still 16 teams are alive as we move on to the 15 minutes of the game itself. It is looking like a bonker affair as we move on from one zone to the other. Of course, when it came to the rotation itself, VNM Legends have found themselves in a really, really beautiful rotation and should be able to actually convert that because there was no other team around into that region. But as we bring ourselves back to the side of 7 sees Evileye right now, who is actually taking a fight against the players of RudeDude and is going to be, of course, forwarded along with the support of his teammate Kapshi. But for now, it seems that the fight is not going to be contested because RudeDude have the comfort of the compound working in their favor. And on the other tangent, as they make that rotation and give that audio key away, it is going to be RudeDude's Ferdeen who could maybe capitalize on that fight, but will not be able to do so as the opportunity will not be allowed from 7C. On the other tangent, it is going to be Bad Intentions Winter taking on some nade down towards rare FPS of PRZ Esports, but will that be enough to bring him down? Of course, Winter knows where the player is. He clearly knows what to expect and which ridge to anticipate, but eventually, with the help of his teammates, it is going to be an affair which is not looking in favor of rare FPS as all 4 members of Bad Intentions are going to push on together to take that player down. But that's not it. Their journey is not yet done because they are out from the comfort of the zone and are going to have to rotate. And the same, of course, is the conversation for 7C as they try and get into the zone. They have been caught alongside A1 Esports, and the fight continues on to showcase the dominance between these two. But they are not alone because we do see Silent Cloud is also right across the corner.
Definitely, Silent Cloud and Juicy, Frey and King of PD. Now he is being tried to run down to the dead. Eventually, he will fall down as that M4 comes in from Sajid. It was eventually not an M4, it was a Scarl, and thanks to that onslaught. But now A1 Esports, now they are in that closer proximity, and A1 Esports is known for their gameplay in sort of Miramar since all the 4 players are alive, and they are making sure that none of that opposition teammate survives in the same vicinity. And this is where A1 Esports actually shines. If they get a better half of 7Cs, they will be the first contender from my side to get the chicken from this game of Miramar. Only if they get the better half of 7Cs. Else, there are other teams like VNM Legends. There are also teams like 7Cs. There are also teams like Max, because in the last game they were looking pretty much strong. In these early games, they are in the circle. They have made rotation from the other side, and they didn't have to do much because Torre Hamada and Campo Militar is where they sort of did drop down. And since the circle is supporting them, favoring them, this is somewhere down the line that is getting into the play. But A1 Esports realize that the back is completely open, and already we can get they are taking the fight, and Dante is making sure that he puts a huge amount of damage and damage on the players of XBROTHERS as Venom eventually survives as the car just explodes. But how will he be able to? Because he is out in the open. He just need to play passively and just try to destroy some of the situation. But A1 Esports, way they are dominating the lobby, they are making pretty much ruckus for every teammate, every player. But on the other hand side, it is IPGx that is now again going down. Thanks to that is coming from the sides of NRC. But Bad Intentions head-on-head fight with Team 4M, an aggressive fight. Team 4M will be taking things down for sure. But for suddenly, Counter has brought 2 players down from the sides of Team 4M. That is going to be Loser and Spidey. And all of a sudden, everything again relies upon Bamboo. I mean, this is a player that has been the X factor in terms of the survival strategy. Then again, he has been left alone. Marcos will be reading off soon, and yes, he will be. But before that happens, Winter will be fallen off guard, and he will be caught off guard. He will fall down to the stage. Bamboo has just 1 first aid, 19 bandages, but does he have that grenade? If he does, it can actually help his course.
It most certainly should be able to help his cause because after all, he's the only man surviving. And for now, they've only got that 1 kill for the entirety of the team. Of course, he did give away the information, and now he's going to be trying to get the buggy to retaliate, or not even retaliate. I guess he just wants to be able to get away from this entire fight, because after all, it is going to be a three-man army from the side of BIT, and BIT are certainly not going to let him get away that easy. But Bamboo, with some perfectly set up Smokes, is going to be able to get into the buggy itself and is going to push on away from the compound. But as he does so, we can certainly expect Bad Intentions to try and get a little bit of that boost damage, and that boost damage was brought on along. That has resulted in, of course, Bamboo being sent back onto the lobby as well. So just that one kill to the entirety of the team with that T4M will be eliminated, and thus answering the question, will they be bringing the same gameplay that they brought on to Sanhok? That is a clear no. But on the other side, we are now left with 12 teams in the lobby, where it is looking like VIP are finding themselves against the players of VNM Legends, and it is Steelshot who seems to be trying to take on the onslaught to the face of BIP, and BIP do not have the cover of the zone, and same can be said, of course, for the side of VNM Legends as well, as it is going to be Steelshot who tries to take on this onslaught to the players of BIP. His teammates have already moved on along to the edge of the zone, and that is something that now, of course, BIP have been able to rectify as they leave Steelshot down on his knees. It is going to be a tough conversation for VNM Legends to try and decide how exactly should they be able to get that revival onto his teammate, and this is not going to be easy for VNM Legends to be able to do so. But VIP, on the other tangent, have actually been able to get that token in their favor, and will hopefully be able to make that rotation now into the zone. On the other side, it is A1 Esports taking on the players of NRZ, looking pretty phenomenal. And on our screens, it is none other than Unstoppable, who are pushing on to the compound of Python. Python Die High has been able to bring down Hassan and eventually will be able to get that kill confirmed for themselves. But will that be enough, as Sub-Zero and High push on along to the position of Merciful right here? And Merciful has been the one who has gotten the better half of that fight and has been able to bring down the player of Python, and eventually will be able to confirm that into a kill as well as soon as his teammates arrive. And Batzel, the only man reviving revivability aspect, and it is not going to be an easy formation for him, because Unstoppable have just confirmed those kills for themselves with 7 kills to this team of Unstoppable, looking absolutely phenomenal in terms of their play. But will that final kill be confirmed for the side of Python, wherein it is only that one final player remaining, and it is going to turn us into slowly and steadily the final moments of the fight, where only 9 teams are surviving.
I mean, what a knock! What a knock! But the knock has been constantly being stolen down by Seven Seasons. Winter's knock from the side of Bad Intentions. That knock was a courtesy of A1 Esports player, but that kill went into the name of Seven Seas. So again, a third-party situation. Kill steal is where Seven Seas are heavily relying upon from the early stage of the game. All the 5 kills, I guess, out of the 6 have been stolen, or maybe in the third-party situation. This is somewhere Seven Seas GSM are playing it to perfection. Stalker in the smoke cloud is inviting that Molotovs and grenades to come in its own group, but otherwise you don't have any other option just to deploy those lot of smokes and just expect and hope and pray that the grenade doesn't connect well and well to take him down. But A1 Esports on to that side, they are taking the fight as just 3-4 bullet, and it was all easy for him. I mean, just the 3x, the distance is pretty much far, but it is all the gunpowder that he brings in. As now Frypan goes down, Nightwing needs to give the revival, but that Bad Intention counter is still holding himself in the smoke cloud, and he is constantly using the smoke. Stalker on the other side, he is into that pass at the moment, but Jax is getting sure and making sure that none of the player gets away from the situation, and they will be taken care of as soon as possible. Proper goes down, thanks to the onslaught that is coming in from the sides of Unstoppable, but all of a sudden, VNM Legends Frypan have retaliated onto the player of Bad Rev, and all of a sudden, Jax goes down as Bad Intentions are making sure in the closer proximity that if you're taking the fight, we do have that amount of gunpowder, that potential that we will be taking you down. A good play coming in from the side of Bad Intentions, and now they are moving in. Now they are moving in with counter leading the charge. Stalker still on the back end side, making sure that Seducer taking will be taking care of him. Again, he goes down.
He has been sent down, absolutely, and it is none other than A1 Esports who seem to be reigning supreme with that. Only 4 teams are remaining. BIP has been sent back into the lobby. We still do have Unstoppable looking absolutely destructive with the 8 kills that they've been able to confirm, along with 7C, 11 kills to that team, 2 players surviving from the side. So eventually, again, when you talk about the player side as well, we have Unstoppable with 3-man army, A1 Esports with the 3-man squad, 7Cs with 2, and BIT with just that 1 player that's going to be Stalker. For the moment, it is going to be Unstoppable who are going to try and get those folks working in their favor to get into the cover of the zone itself. But 7C have a better advantage because they at least have the cover working for themselves, and that's going to be a small little shack. But alongside that, A1 Esports, the best thing working for them is the information. A1 Esports
Yep.
have a lot of information, and that information combined together with the skills that this team possesses can very well be a chicken dinner for this team. And of course, they want to be able to do that to be able to capitalize upon the lead that VNM Legends have been able to create for themselves. And in doing so, VNM Legends, or rather A1 Esports, might find themselves on the top of the leaderboard once again. But again, easier said than done. For the moment, like I just said, they do have the information, and it is going to be none other than Sinister taking on the fight to the face of Unstoppable's claw. But again, as Unstoppable tried to get into the zone itself, it was not enough because A1 Esports, the information always relayed correctly. It was Dante who was able to then retaliate against the playing position of Claw. And on the other tangent, I mean, A1 Esports, it's just a 3-man army, but are trying to take on individual fights with 7C as well as with, of course, Unstoppable. And right now, Sinister, Dante, and 6ix9ine Boy, the synergy that these guys are showcasing, the conversations that are happening right there are just absolutely on point, where both the teams, both the opponent teams are absolutely not allowed to move whatsoever at all. And it is probably going to be the position of 6ix9ine Boy that could very well be the demise of 7C combined with Sinister. But in all of this, Stalker is being so very quiet. I mean, literally to his name, he is being a stalker for the moment.
I mean, we need not to forget about the thing that Stalker is bringing in, but finally 6ix9ine Boy Stalker is there, and he is making it difficult as now Stalker comes out of all the blues and have actually brought down at least one player down, but Dante with that tap shot finally puts finally in the pocket and bad potential officer and set lobby with two player we getting to be revived. It is gonna be 1v3 affair against 7Cs. If 7Cs needs to realize the situation, yes, Kapshi has actually read the kid fit well, and he knows that he is the only player surviving. I mean, from his side, and the opponent team is all down. He just need to throw and lobby one grenade into that tip, and that can be a game in for A1 Esports. But as soon as he gives a lot of time to A1 Esports to regroup, I mean, Kapshi is finding himself in the deathbed. He is creating his crematorium ceremony. As soon as when he puts all the three players gets back to their feet, it will be a game in for Kapshi, as he will be taking on for sure with the Dante surviving and getting down to its closer area. The same strategy that we've seen in the past. If we have vehicle, if we have run truck, if we have buggy, he will be running and we will just trying to charge you down, just trying to gather a lot of information. But A1 Esports just not again aggressing, just playing passively, just not giving one kill if that can be the case. But Kapshi, I mean, he doesn't have any lot of option. The Ridge is now also under the control of A1 Esports. Dante, the numbers advantage is also not in his favor. 36 meter into the zone, he needs to go and make an entry. All he could have done is that if he had read the kit properly, if he had done the things properly, things would really change. But one thing is for sure that 7 will be taking 12 point, and this is going to be helping them their course. But A1 Esports still now, I guess they have 5 still. If they get one more kill, then 7 and then 15, 22 point, and maybe 21, 21, 22, 23 is guaranteed point that they have. So now for this match, grenade is being pulled down, and with this, it will be a game end for 7C's A1 Esports getting chicken, not on a shot, but obviously one dropping one match again, getting close towards a chicken is what A1 Esports have done with a total of 22 points as we just talked about, but 2,580 kills. And this is something that is that they've been doing in the past, but that one again, I mean, back and forth between them and VNM Legends, I guess this will be going on the day.
It certainly seems to be the case where, again, one game you move on towards A1 Esports taking the lead, and then the next it is going to be VNM Legends, and hopefully that continues on because we do need a continuing rivalry in the gameplay itself from one game to the other. And in all of this, again, I mean, we have to admit that the cards that were showcased from 7C were phenomenal. I mean, they walked away with 13 kills along with the second position. So a GG play, of course, working in that team's favor. And of course, A1 Esports and VNM Legends are really, really close when it comes to the points. But we saw 7C was a little further down when it came down to their positioning and the points. But now with the kind of placement points combined with the kill department, they are going to get that much more closer. And by the end of the day, we might even see 7C being the one to contest against that second position with whichever team, A1 Esports or VNM Legends, whichever finds themselves on that position. But with that, as we move on to the MVP, it is none other than Kopshi right here with 4 kills, 2 assists, 836 damage dished out in the 26 minutes of survival time. But it wasn't all to his cause because he had to do a lot of healing as well. So he was part of some bad fights as well with 400 plus healing done. Eventually, of course, it resulted in him getting the MVP. But with that, Unstoppable X's Claw, another team that was looking really sensational in terms of their kit department. Unstoppable were absolutely in control of those final few moments as well, but eventually were hunkered down thanks to the PUBG gods and the circle kind of getting away from them. But along with that, top 4 players list also is accumulated with A1 Esports as well as Bad Intentions Counter.
Definitely, this is going to be the case with Unstoppable also getting a lot of players into the match summary with Claw longest distance skill 209. Claw also featuring himself with the highest damage. That is going to be the 843 total damage. Merciful, most unities used, and it was really tough for them to actually survive in the small shack that they were finding themselves into. It was actually not a shack, they were trying to survive in all those regions where A1 Esports were trying to pin them down from the left hand side of them and from the right hand side from sides of 7C's GSM, but they really did phenomenally well, and they are making a sort of staging a comeback. Unstoppable and also Bad Intentions. So now all of a sudden 1, 2, 3 are facing the rivalry, but in all things, I don't see TRZ Esports. That means they might be getting downward leads in terms of total points.
That certainly could be the case, and it certainly is being reflected upon when it comes to the first page of the leaderboard. BIP right here on the 5th position with 8 points that they were able to accumulate. So decent turn of events for the side, but eventually they're going to need to do a lot more. On the other tangent, talk about T4M. Well, T4 Max, they tried their level best, but certainly could not bring up the kind of gameplay that they showcased in the last game, has resulted in walking away with just that 1 point, that 1 kill that they were able to get. And TRZRA, this is not looking good. TRZRA, slowly and steadily, their performance should have been going up, but it most certainly is going down, and that is going to be, well, it's certainly going to trouble them quite a lot for a long time as well, because after all, when it comes to their sister team TRZ Esports itself, TRZ Esports is looking sensational in terms of their playstyle. This game, well, did not work in their favor, that's okay, but eventually they are looking pretty good. But TRZRA need to apply a different strat. But in all of that, as we move on through the Oppo F90 moments, is when we are being showcased with the kill departments and of course these wonderful plays that were being showcased from the side of NRZ Esports as they pushed on to the positioning of Kings of BD and eventually of course resulted in sending them back into the lobby. And this again was an amazing push from the side of BIT itself to the players of Team 4 Max. I mean, Bamboo right here was able to get that 1 kill, but then was not allowed to get any more, and that's the only point that the first Team 4 Max walked away with. And as the game progressed on along, things got that much more trickier for the side of Unstoppable X, where they were looking pretty good in terms of their kill department, but were certainly not allowed to continue with that sort of a playstyle.
Definitely, Bad Intentions really had a very good time in defending, and that was sort of blind push against Team 4M, and with the momentum that Team 4M had been carrying for the last 2 of the matches before the match actually happened, it was a tough affair for them, but they really played it to perfection and took the final nail of the coffin as Bamboo was pulled on. But then it was not an easy thing for them because they were in the closer vicinity of A1 Esports. Slowly and steadily, the players were taking the A1 Esports down, and one player, Jack, was eliminated in the early stage of the game, and Stalker really did it to perfection as he got that maximum of second place point in this match and also some sort of skills. And with this, we head towards damage drop where we get to see a big tower in the name of A1 Esports 2580, and this is an old monster. I mean, every time A1 Esports comes to match, 2000 is a guaranteed damage is what is important.
Absolutely, and as you move on down through the list, we do have Saturn Cloud with 3 kills, we have XBROTHERS with 3 kills, as well as of course VNM Legends with 3 kills. But the damage that VNM Legends were able to dish out, 1000 plus damage with 3 kill, and same of course for XBROTHERS, but only 300 plus damage. So it kind of showcases that VNM Legends were part of a lot of fights, but eventually, of course, were not able to get the points confirmed for themselves. On the other tangent, A1 Esports certainly were part of a lot of fights and, of course, worked on to get those points working in their favor and find themselves on the top of the leaderboard. But in doing all of this, 7C are slowly and steadily certainly catching up and leaving the fourth position team very far away in terms of the point department itself. It is none other than TRZ Esports, but of course, it is going to be quite a point difference from 165 for the fourth position to 203 on the third.
Exactly, but just a 11 point difference between VNM Legends and A1 Esports, and this is also one thing that we'll get to see once we'll get to see the Erangel, because both the teams have a strong suit in that. Doing so, it is so really that didn't have a good day today. The two matches, the play, I guess they have just good, maybe close to 800 win in the last 3 games, and this is certainly not the way they actually look. But all of a sudden, Unstoppable is staging a comeback from 12 to 11 to 10, 9, and now at 9th position. Once they move towards that 8th position, they will be finding themselves in a good position, because the difference is not so much, just a total 14-point difference between them and the team that is sitting on the 8th position. I guess that is going to be RudeDude. So the difference is not pretty much. So Unstoppable is now giving a challenge. This is a team that was still having the caliber, that was that top last #1 in the semifinals, where they're playing with the same sort of lobby, but then somewhere down the line, they did fourth round as you're talking about. But now Unstoppable really have a good chance. But again, A1 Esports, I mean, 3 total matches being played and 2 chicken in their name. I mean, there is just no stopping them.
There's nothing stopping them, absolutely. With that, we are going to go on a short little break, after which, of course, we'll continue the saga with game number 4.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
ওকে বন্ধুরা, আসসালামু আলাইকুম, কেমন আছেন সবাই? আমি তানভীর, আপনারা সবাই আমাকে চেনেন টাইম বার্নার গেমিং নামে। এই মুহূর্তে আমি চলে এসেছি পাবজি মোবাইল ন্যাশনাল চ্যাম্পিয়নের কিছু দারুণ প্লেয়ারদেরকে নিয়ে আপনাদের সাথে কিছু একটা ফান সেগমেন্ট কিন্তু রাখবো, এবং এখানে তাদের কাছে কিছু ফান কোয়েশ্চেন্স কিন্তু থাকবে। তাদের ড্রিম লাইন আপ নিয়ে আমরা তাদের কাছে প্রশ্ন করব, যেই লাইন আপে শুধুমাত্র বাংলাদেশি প্লেয়াররাই থাকতে পারবে, এবং তাদের নিজেদের লাইন আপের কোনো প্লেয়ারকে এখানে কিন্তু ইনক্লুড করা হবে না। সো তাদের মুখ থেকে শুনতে চাই তাদের পছন্দের টপ 4। সো চলে যাব প্লেয়ারদের কাছে।
সো আমার এরকম যদি একটা ড্রিম টিম বানাতে বলা হয়, তাহলে অবভিয়াসলি আমার ওয়ান অফ দ্য ফেভারিট আইজিএল, সিনিস্টার থাকবে আইজিএল রোলে। পার্সোনালি সিনিস্টারকে আমার অনেক ভালো লাগে, অ্যান্ড ওর সাথে আমি দিব স্টিল শটকে এজ এ ফিল্টার অ্যান্ড এজ এ এন্টি ফ্যাগার আর অ্যাসল্টার, দুইটাই খেলতে পারে এখন যদিও ভাই। সেটা নিউ খেলতেছে, আয়ার ফ্যাগার ছিল যে আগে, এখন আইনেসে খেলতেছে। আমার অনেক ফেভারিট একটা প্লেয়ার, ইয়েস। সো ফ্যাগার থাকবে, অ্যান্ড সাথে আমি অ্যাজ এ সাপোর্ট প্লেয়ার রাখতে চাইবো আমার পছন্দেরই একটা প্লেয়ার, বাদলেব ভাই। আমার না, সবার পছন্দের প্লেয়ার। সো উনি অ্যাজ এ অ্যাসল্টিং পাওয়ার হিসাবে থাকবে, সবকিছু থাকবে, অ্যান্ড আয়ার ফ্যাগার ভাই আপনার ফুল সাপোর্ট প্রোভাইড করতে পারবে। সো এটা আমার ড্রিম টিম হবে।
আমি ফার্স্টে আইজিএল কে চুজ করব, কারণ আইজিএল টিমের হেড, সো অবভিয়াসলি এসএস রাফাত স্যার, উনি বাদারকে হবে। তারপর তার মধ্যে থাকবে RXBROTHERS, স্পেশালি পোলাডা মাইরকে পোলা পয়েন্ট পাগল হয়ে যায়। এরপরে স্টিল শটকে তো রাখতে হবে, মিস্টার এমবিভি। সাপোর্ট হিসেবে আমি প্রেফার করব এই ফ্রাইপেনকে প্রেফার করব, ভালো সাপোর্ট না।
আচ্ছা, তাহলে মানে কাইন্ড অফ ওল্ড ফ্যান্টম হয়ে যেতেছে কিছুটা।
হ্যাঁ, ওল্ড ফ্যান্টম অবভিয়াসলি ওপি একটা টিম ছিল, যেটা সত্য কথা।
স্টিল শট এন্ট্রি ফ্যাগিং হিসেবে স্টিল শট, তারপর সাপোর্ট অ্যাসল্টার হিসেবে RXBROTHERS, তারপর হলো মাম্বা, তারপর আইজিএল হিসেবে হলো ম্যাগনেট।
ওকে,
বেস্ট ফর সেই হিসেবে তাহলে আমি 1 নাম্বার হিসেবে নিব যে আমাদের A1 এর জ্যাক্স, এন্ড আমাদের সেকেন্ড প্লেয়ার হবে কাপসি। সিনস্টার যেহেতু অলওয়েজ আইজিএলিং করে, সো সিনস্টারকে আইজিএল এর রোলটাই দেওয়া হোক, এন্ড এসএস রাফাত ভাই রোটেশনে যেহেতু অনেক বেস্ট, সো উনি আর কি আইজিএল এর মানে ফিল্টার হবে আর কি মেইনলি।
আচ্ছা।
আর বাকি যে দুজন থাকে তারা তাদের কাজ নরমালি যে অ্যাসল্টিং করে তারা তা করে যাবে আর কি।
এই লাইন আপটাকে যদি আমরা অফিসিয়াল টুর্নামেন্টে দেই, লাইক পিএমডব্লিউএল অর ইভেন পিএমজিসি, তাহলে তাদের পটেনশিয়াল কিরকম তোমার কাছে মনে হয়? তারা কতটা উপরে উঠতে পারে?
তাদের এখানে দুইটা অনেক ভালো একটা অ্যাসল্টার আছে দুইজন, এন্ড মেইনলি যে ভালো আইজিএল থাকার কারণে তারা জোনে অনেক ফাস্টলি মানে জোনটা মানে তারা প্রায়োরিটাইজ করতে পারবে, এন্ড তারা অনেক ফাস্ট মানে রোটেশন এর মানে বাদবাকি সব মানে ঝামেলা মানে অনেক ফাস্ট আর কি তারা কভার আপ করতে পারবে। এইসব কারণে আর কি তারা মেইনলি ক্লোজ রেঞ্জ ফাইটে অনেক থাকে, স্ট্রং থাকে, এন্ড আই থিংক এভাবে টপ 1 to 3 তে থাকা পসিবল।
সিনস্টার ভাই তো ওরা আইডিয়াল প্রুভ করছে সব জায়গায় পিএমজিসি লেভেলে।
অবশ্যই।
সো অবভিয়াসলি গ্লোবালের একেবারে লাস্ট স্টেজ পর্যন্ত এই টিম টাচ করতে পারবে, বিকজ প্রত্যেকটা প্লেয়ারই সেই লেভেলের গান করেন, সবার এক্সপিরিয়েন্সও আছে ওই জায়গায় পারফর্ম করার। সো ইন্টারন্যাশনাল একেবারে অল লিগ টাইপ ধরতে পারে, টপ 5 টপ 3 তো ইজিলি পসিবল বাংলাদেশ থেকে এই টিম যদি খেলে।
এই ক্ষেত্রে আমি বলবো যে রাফাত স্যারের মতো আইজিএল থাকতে উনি তো অবশ্যই প্রত্যেকটা টিমরে ভালোভাবে অ্যানালাইজ করবে, আর যখন টিমের মধ্যে এত গান পাওয়ালা পোলাপাইন থাকবে মনে হয় ওরা টপ 5 রাখতে পারে, কারণ এত গান পাওয়ার প্লাস এত ভালো একটা আইজিএল যখন থাকবে তখন ওদের কোনো প্রবলেম হবে না। ওদের কাম শুধু মারো, রাফাত স্যার শুধু দেখাই দিবে কোন দিকে মারবে।
আচ্ছা, তো বর্তমান পারফরমেন্স অনুযায়ী তাদের পারফরমেন্স অনেক ভালো বর্তমানে। সো বেসিক্যালি যদি এই পারফরমেন্স ওরা বজায় রাখতে পারে, আবার ফিউচারে যদি আরো ভালো পারফরমেন্সটা আরো ভালো হয়, তাহলে অবশ্যই তারা অনেক উপরে যেতে পারবে, লাইক পিএমজিসি ওইরকম বড় বড় স্টেজে অনেক ভালো পারফরমেন্স দিতে পারবে।
তো বন্ধুরা, এই ছিল আপনাদের পছন্দের প্লেয়ারদের ড্রিম লাইন আপ। পরবর্তীতে আবারও চলে আসবো নতুন নতুন সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, অবশ্যই আমাদের সাথেই থাকবেন। হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করছে ভেনম লেজেন্ডস এর আমাদের নাইটউইং। সো নাইটউইং, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো।
Hello, thank you for the good welcome, Time Bhai.
ভেনম লেজেন্ডস কিছু কিছু সময় দেখা যায় অনেক বেশি ট্যাকটিক্যাল খেলে, আবার কিছু কিছু সময় দেখা যায় সুপার ডুপার এগ্রেসিভ খেলে। সো অ্যাকচুয়ালি which one is working better for you?
So, as of now, our main approach is basically passive aggressive because অনেক সময় আমরা জোন প্রিফার করি। যখন জোন আমাদের ফুল সাপোর্ট করে তখন আমরা এগ্রেশন কমিয়ে দিই, বাট যখন জোন ফেভার আমরা পাই না তখন we have no choice but to be aggressive and pick the kills.
Yeah, that's really nice, and it's paying off. Have seen a lot of kills from Venom Legends lately, and এর পরে যে আমার কাছে কোশ্চেনটা আছে, that is Venom Legends এর যদি আমরা আলটিমেট ওয়েপন বলি, who's that player for you?
For me, it's definitely gotta be Steel Shot, কারণ Steel Shot একটা all time performer. সে সব ধরনের স্টেজে সেম পারফরম্যান্স ক্যারি করে, and he's a great asset to our team.
Okay. So that's really nice. You are really supporting your teammate Steel Shot on this one. এর পরের যে কোয়েশ্চেনটা থাকছে, বেশ অনেক কয়েকবারই আমি দেখেছি Venom Legends is the center of attraction. They are always going to the center of the zone. So জোনের সেন্টার প্রেফার করার ক্ষেত্রে কি কিল বেশি পাওয়া যায় বা এমন কিছু কি তোমার কাছে মনে হয়?
So zone center ক্ষেত্রে we actually don't go for kills. We just like to hold the zone. কারণ জোন যখন সেন্টার পাই আমরা, when জোন সেন্টারের টাইমে যখন এগ্রেসিভ হয়ে যাই, মানে অনেক সময় আমাদের ম্যান লুজ হয়, which is very harmful for the later zones.
Yeah. তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। সো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চিয়ার করতে থাকবেন, যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে। এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
Welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Bangladesh Region National Championship. All thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro. And with that, this is day number 3. We've got one final day remaining. But before we go on to tomorrow, of course, we do need to complete today's matches. 3 games are done as we move on with the 4th game. things are going to get that much more tricky now, because after all, 7C are jumping into the arena and trying to create a lead for themselves as they try and climb up the ladder. So is, of course, VNM Legends and EON Esports. But on the other side, towards the end of the leaderboard, also, we are seeing a little bit of a different change of affair where T4 and others are also implying that sort of strategy. But will it be enough? Now they've got three more opportunities as we're left with three more games for the day. And after which, of course, it is almost going to be based on stats. I mean, we will be left with only 6 games that will be played tomorrow. And by the end of today, after those 3 games are done, we will know the teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard, right? 13, 14, 15, 16, if they are going to be able to even climb up, because the point difference within the first page itself is so massive. It's just so massive. Eighth position holder holding 103 points, and the first position holder holding 200 plus points. So it's just
Definitely.
not going to be an easy task for those teams. But again, I mean, all we can say is fingers crossed as we jump into this game.
Exactly, as you just mentioned, there is the point difference between the team that is standing on the first position and the team that is on the last position of the first half of the chart, that is the eighth position. But not much of between eighth and nine. It's just the 15 or 16 point difference between them and the team that really got close to the chicken but was not able to do so. But with this, we head towards the fourth map of the day, the Erangel, where I'm sure that team PRZ Esports again will be not in a comfortable position as the flight path again doesn't appear that will go towards the area of Remorse, and this time they have decided that yes, they will be going towards the area of Yasnaya Polyana with one more uninvited neighbor in the team, and that is going to be of TRZRA. I'm really liking to see if they take up the fight early stage of the game. If so, how will they be able to do it? How won't be they will be able to do it? And a lot of questions that will be answered because at the end of the day, it is TRZ that have been looking the most ferociously well, and they have that in the predicament, I would say, for the rest of the three of the matches. But since it is three sports games still left, and this is a team that has the caliber potential to bring and just electrify the atmosphere at any point, at any moment. And since all these things comes into factor, we can expect some sort of a comeback from this stage. And because of that, it is the circle that is also favoring them. But some early bloods can be brought down from some other team, as bad intention is also getting some fires from X-Brothers, and X-Brothers are also firing onto some Unstoppable X side. So Unstoppable, yesterday's game, if we also remember, these sort of circles, these sort of 5 part eventually couldn't beat them because they tend to go to the area of northern Georgia, and whenever they come down to this area of Rosal, they try to find those individual vehicles, and those are limited in numbers, and because of that, they get those early blows. But till now, everyone is just safe in their own way.
Well, for the moment, they certainly are, as we don't have early knocks being confirmed, but certainly a lot of teams are very, very close to each other. As we move on to Yasnaya itself, we do see TRZ Esports as well as TRZRA are going to be very much in the vicinity onto the other tangent. Talking about teams that are going to be finding themselves in a complete different situation for themselves is going to be, of course, 7C once again going down towards Novorapnoi, Python going on down towards the southern bridge of the military base itself, all by themselves. Onto the northern side, we have BIP going into Severny. But with that, we've got a first kill being confirmed from the side of course, IPG, and it is going to be Sensed who has been brought down to his knees thanks to, of course, Kings of BD and that rotation. So once again, it seems like Kings of BD are jumping into their classic play where they do love to be a part of those first blood situations and have been able to do so, and easily will be able to get away without a lot of contestation or knocks. But no, that's not really the case. They have not been the ones who have gotten that first blood. So it seems like it was another team that that brought down the first blood player. But eventually, of course, Kings of BD were almost in the contestation right there, but of course were able to walk away with all 4 members still alive. But in doing so, now is the conversation about IPG's player. Will he be allowed to do that? No, he will not, as Devil's perfect nade is going to bring in Mufaz down to his knees, and Mufaz Baiti is going to be sent back into the lobby with no two ways about it. And of course, it is the early game, and this is when Devil's OP is going to be devilish to use his punch to get those punches down to the kill department itself. And the first blood from this team is going to be brought on, and it is going to be, of course, in Devil OP's side.
Definitely. As you were mentioning, how far can you find this team away from these early contestations? This is a team that is bound to get into those early fights, and there we go, one kill onto the name, and this is where they set the momentum, the pace well, and this is what Kings of BD must be eyeing upon. And Erangel has been the strong suit. If we talk about their chicken that they got in the yesterday's gameplay, it was, I guess, Miramar, but since we just had one Miramar, that means they really need to take care of Erangel, and they are taking care of it. But do they have realization that there are two snakes finding themselves in the woodcutted area near those decimated tree trunks? They're still waiting to cut off the rotation. Now they are going for the parallel rotation, but I won't actually suggest IPG to throw some shots onto the press because they are already in the susceptible position because I mean the player that is sitting on the back side of Buggy is certainly in the no position to take the fight. One or two bullets straight on its head and he will be taken down. And it's the early stage of the game. Buggy doesn't even have those best dash to sustain those and reduce the effectiveness of the leads that is breakdown. But no, they are going for the food. And IPG looks pretty much I won't say strong, I mean foolish in terms of the fight they are taking. And that's how you roll. Straight right of the bat, squad elimination, three players falling down. IPG, bye bye.
Well, I think it's indeed. That resulted in the first BD walking away with 3 kills for themselves. So again, talking about the first blood, the Kings, it is going to be Kings of BD taking on that early fight, and thus leaving us with 60 players in the lobby, 15 teams alive. And as the game progresses on along, it seems like Mamba Noob seems to have found himself in a bit of an open field situation against the players of BIT, and it was Fardeep who was just keeping his cool, not taking the fight. Of course, he knew that Mamadou was right in front of him, right there across the compound, but has decided to not push that trigger for the moment. So trigger discipline certainly working in his favor, and he will be able to, of course, get away from this position. On the other side, when it comes to his teammates, they are now going to be jumping into the area with, of course, the opponent team, Mamba Noob, TRZ Esports, going away from this compound, and thus, of course, BIT's players are going to be allowed to, well, kind of take on the loot that they possibly can. When it comes to these small little compounds and houses, they don't really end up having a lot of loot for themselves, but it is well distributed and in a small little area, and though that's the reason why, of course, we do see bad intentions players kind of distributing themselves also from one compound to the other to get that loot acclimated, and then doing so has resulted in, well, a decent play, of course, for the team. They find themselves on the 7th spot with 109 points and 61 kills. So an amazing turn of events. Their bad intentions have slowly and steadily been climbing up, and of course the consistency working in their favor has brought points into their lead as well. But X Brothers is going to be their next target because 109 is what they hold in terms of the points, and X Brothers right above them is at 113 points. So it is certainly doable for the side of bad intentions to climb up the ladder because there are still games remaining for the day. And of course, that again is a conversation for X Brothers because X Brothers also have a wonderful turn of events for themselves as they are looking at 130 points with 42 kills. They are trying to convert that into a lead for themselves, but all they can do is try and play their game to the best of their ability because the team above them is, of course, Kings of BD, as we were just looking on to. And Kings of BD is an aggressive team. Every single game, they try and walk away with a lot of points. But this seems like a bit of a oopsie situation if the points are on. And yep, it seems like, of course, it is going to be NRZ's Sunset who is going to be trying to take on the players of A1 Esports, and it is Jax who finds himself caught off guard. And what a perfect spray from the side of Tazad OP is going to result in, of course, Jax losing his vehicle. But thankfully, his teammates are there. So, of course, he will be able to get away from that. And again, when it comes down to NRZ's, well, spray, yes, it was on point. It was a little damaging, but certainly a kill has not yet been confirmed.
I would rather say it's a missed opportunity because there was two players brought a mind to, and two player that means 60 bullet, even if you don't have those extended ones, because I would consider this the early stage of the game, so not the best of the best loot, but still 60 bullets should have taken down Jax, and that could have been those early demise of Iman Esports. And if you're taking the team by surprise in this sort of game in the early stage, I mean, this is ought to have your number game. But for now, it's all safe for the team as we just saw one team, IPG, completely being decimated thanks to that onslaught that came from the side of Kings of BD. And Kings of BD, after eliminating, now they are in the safe haven of the about area. But TRZ and Esports and TRZ RA have in a truce. As Yasmin Kolyana, we don't get to see TRZ, and now since the circle with that extreme eastern shift with the 25% area into the water body is where things can get interesting. And this sort of circle actually reminds me of yesterday's first game where it was the fight to win from the sides of VNM Legends that really performed. RudeDude in that game made that northern rotation, but since that really didn't pay well, and today they haven't been good, RudeDude has this time gone for those certain sort of rotation. So again, some sort of different strategies are still being implemented in the third day of final. I mean, that can eventually pay you off or counter you or in a certain bad way that can eventually lead to your big fall. But the other hand side, it's from Xana that Python is rotating and they might got themselves closer where TRG are actually there. But Python, once they go close to the Zayasana, they might be holding towards the edge of the circle as slowly and steady the player are. I mean, but as soon as the circle has gone for that extreme shift, it is not only that Python that is coming in from red to red region, it is also Pots and Pajamas that is coming in. And as we talk about that, I mean, moment ago, Kings of BD were in Winter Power, and now they are in prison. How fast are they?
Well, they certainly are looking really good in terms of the play style that they are creating for themselves and have been able to damage or bring damage to the opponents that they've been able to cross paths with. And right now, it is going to be 7C who will be at the receiving barrage off the side of the BD. But Megamind being out in the open to bring up that spray was a little foolish because that has resulted in him falling down to his knees. But eventually, his teammates are across the board and should be able to give him that cover fire. But for the moment, of course, their teammates are, as they try and get that cover fire as well as that revival confirmed, are going to be well spread out, and that spread that they've created could very well be a situation that Evil Eye is going to be capitalizing upon, because he is not going to allow the teams to rotate out to give that cover. But eventually, when it comes down to the kill department itself, as of now, kills have not been confirmed. As of now, they have just the information for both of the teams, and that information is being relayed absolutely perfectly from both the sides. And in that doing so, Tiger is going to be the first man from the side of Kings of BD to be able to get a kill against the side of 7C, and Badrev has been sent back into the lobby. As we just clearly saw, Devil's OP was trying to make a bit of a flank angle sort of a situation, but it was Evil Eye who was very much in control. And now with the smoke popped, he is trying to backtrack out of that situation. But being in the open, this is not going to be easy. He is certainly going to be pushed on from the side of Kings of BD, and two players are going to be jumping into the area. Kapshi is going to be there for Evil Eye, but will Kapshi be able to stop this onslaught from the side of Kings of BD? Along with him, of course, Rafat is also trying to use his DP in advantage, but Megamind does have the cover of the rock and so will be able to get himself to safety. But this is turning into a cat and mouse chase of where it is a Devil's OP who is the cat and Evil Eye being the rat.
Exactly. The cat and mouse chasing is still out there as 7C's players are just trying to fall themselves away from the situation. Badrev has unfortunately been on the receiving end and certainly has been pulled away from the rest of the squad, sent to the lobby. But certainly Rafat has a lot of shots on the head and he needs to revive himself as soon as Kings of BD pushes on to them. But this fight is going to be prolonged for a long time, I guess, because the players are just not in a mood to find themselves away from the situation. And since the circle has gone away, they now need to back away from this fight, and the truce is the best option for both the teams. And just because the icons are getting converted into those vehicles, those markers, it seems that if they are going for the part, look at this, the half of the circle, more than 70% of the circle is completely left parent. That gives chance to that get close to the northern stall border region. The peak of the hill situation, whoever gets control of those huge ridges, those mountains, will be getting chicken pox.
Well, it was, of course, as we were talking about Kings of BD and 7C, it was 7C at the receiving end as the rotation was made, and Kapshi ended up falling short. And again, with that, when you talk about 7C, they have been brought down to a two-man squad, and XBROTHERS, well, that team also is a team that I am keeping my eyes out towards as to what they are going to be making, because when it came down to the map, I was looking at XBROTHERS' positioning, and they could very well utilize their position into one in just one. But never mind that team, because right now it is, of course, Python who are trying to bring in to the players of none other than VNM Legends. And A1 Esports on the other tangent find themselves at the edge of the zone, trying to take on a fight against the players of NRZ. And as 7C jump into the arena, Kapshi has already been brought down to his knees, and thanks to NRZ's play, this is going to be Evil Eye, the only man that is now left from the side of 7C, going to be making a rotation across the board, the compound of A1 Esports, and he also will be pincered down thanks to Sinister's spray. And this has now resulted in Sinister's position being also being his information being given away, and NRC are the ones who are trying to rain down supreme onto the players of A1 Esports.
They're certainly looking pretty much strong at the moment. And health else got some revival in the case, but soon necessarily it's Kings of BD that are coming in, and Livitan, being the wiser one, has actually heard the sound cues that yes, this is one more team on the backhand side that we need to take care of. And the way Salikopi is moving slowly really out in the open, he is getting the cover fire from right side of Livitan, but he's certainly gone to the flank angle, but he's pushing. And it's the case on backhand side, it's A1 Esports that is taking down the player, and Kings of BD Developi falls down as now NRZ complete the situation between both teams. There we go, boom into the action. A1 Esports taking things into its action and just not letting Kings of BD slip away with a lot of points, and they will be saying that yes, we are there. We will be getting these lot of kills into our favor. 3 kills already on the name of A1 Esports, and they are certainly looking bamboozling at the moment, I would say, because they just finished things off with that one particular grenade coming in from the sides of one player from A1 Esports. On the other hand side, it is going to be a tough task for Kings of BD to make a rotation if they do it so from the sides of A1 Esports short side, but BRZ, I mean, their mice not ending, to be honest. Again, the player are between down 300 meters away from the zone. Slowly and steadily, 5th zone will be coming in, and before that happens, all the teams must be looking to find themselves in a good position. I mean, this was certainly a position where TRZ should have the better half in terms of the placement points and the positioning of themselves, but as soon as the player gets the revival, it seems that they are now in that falling down approach where the players are slowly and steadily falling themselves away. But Stalker, being the wiser one, is also going for some different approach that they are getting close towards the hell advantage in the to get more and more info and getting things into its own favor. But Megamind takes on Katappa with the same grenade. I mean, what are they trying to do? What are they trying to do?
Well, it has turned into a team versus the teammate sort of a situation between the players of Kings of BD indeed, and it is probably based on the fact that Devil's OP has 7 kills and the others do not have that much to share, and that is something that, of course, Devil's OP has taken an advantage of, and now he's going to be pushing on all by himself towards the compound. Well, this is what over-aggression is, and this is exactly which could lead to the demise of a team with a teammate. But again, it is a play that is being created from the side of Devil's OP, and he's the one who's going to push on along to create that perfect play for the teammates. And eventually, when it comes to the buggy action, it is Tiger and Katappa moving on along and taking on the fight through the face of RudeDude.
They are looking humongous at the moment. All 4 players charging in, but Developi falls down, Tiger falls down. All thanks to the onslaught that is coming in from the Flex. Flex takes one more knockdown. Will he be able to do a 1v3, 1v4 situation in all this situation? All this thing eventually has been the revival, but Megamind, he will be taking down for sure, and Flex secures 3 kills in all these fights, and an sheer over-aggression has been resulted, as you just mentioned a second ago. Will that be the demise? Yes, it will be. A big no came in from the sides of RudeDude, as they were just not were able to bloom in this situation. They were looking pretty strong. They were taking the fight, but as soon as RudeDude's player just got on their feet, they were just bamboozled at the moment. But for now, it is going to be the RudeDude's player that will be facing the brunt of VNM Legend that is pretty much close towards them. But Rudro takes one more player down, and this time it is going to be VNM Legends. There is just no stopping RudeDude's player.
Absolutely, there's absolutely no stopping with that. We do see Flex bringing in that perfect nade parade onto the players of VNM Legends as well, as Nightwing has been brought down as well, and that is thanks to iHide, because after all, it was Steelshot who took on a fight against the players of Python as well, and Python now have retaliated, simply put, and put VNM Legends into the middle ground, so to say. A sandwich position is what they find themselves in, where we can clearly see in the kill feed, a lot of kills are being distributed between the side of Python as well as VNM Legends. And on the one side, it is going to be RudeDude's multiple nade parade situations that going to absolutely pinch it down VNM Legends. But onto the other tangent altogether, in the circle, we do see Team 4 Max also trying their level best to utilize the positions into their favor. They do not have a lot of advantage when it comes to their positioning, but they have a lot of information, and that information is going to be crucial to try and, of course, get the kills working in your favor. With that, of course, it is not going to be easy. It most certainly is going to be tricky, but that trickiness is, of course, being showcased to the face of Venom Legend as well. As Boyd has been knocked, the fry pan is going to try and bring in that burst towards the players of Python, as Python are in the open, but eventually these teams are going to find themselves away from the zone itself, and that is something that they are not too eager about, and that, of course, is going to be the retaliation that Venom Legends were looking for and will push on against the players of Python. For now, of course, there is Steel Shot bringing in that nade parade along with the smoke that he's created. It is going to be a tricky affair for Python to be able to survive for too long, because two players are already sent back into the lobby, and Sub-Zero and Bad Cell are the ones who have the drain, and in doing so, ouch moment, of course, being created for Python, because now the complete onslaught of Venom Legends' entire team is being faced by Python.
Exactly. Venom Legends will be pretty strong at the moment, but Nightwing falls down and Steel Shot. It comes down to how he gives the revival, and he is inching closer towards the where the player have actually fallen down. But TRZ Esports, I'm surprised with the way the team have actually rotated, and it's so fascinating to always see TRZ into the lobby. Will they be able to actually have an influential gameplay? You have to still wait for that, because till now they have played their play meticulously well, and they are standing with 4 kills with all 4 players intact. I mean, I just really want this team to get close to other chicken, and will they be able to do so? One more kill already onto the name, and that was an elimination for one more team into the frame. On the other side, it is going to be TRZ RA Sabir going down. Thanks to the onslaught that is coming in from sides of A1 Esports. Yesterday, Python players are also moving on to the edge of the circle. They're pretty much close when TRZ's player backs in position, and TRZ's players are in a 2-2 split at this moment that can actually pave their way. But that cell is the last player surviving. How far will he be able to take the complete player down? That is going to be the real question, as he is trying to heal himself up just in order to let the peppering of the bullets get shielded by that 100 HP at the moment, as the Team 4M is also slowly and steadily moving into the zone. But this is not going to be an easy task, as Silent Cloud is just sitting on their head onto the left side. If they aggress just a meter or more, it will be TRZ taking them down. So it is not a situation where they can actually flourish. But then Team 4M have actually fought the fight well in this match throughout. 3 kills already on the name. Some grenades are being used. If this is used to perfection, that can be some detrimental damage onto them. But they need to make sure that Venom Legend is completely on the left hand side, and if they give a lot of sound tunes, Venom Legends will be pouncing upon them with a brute sword. But Python TC has been pulled down, and 7 kills TRZ is, mind you, daughter. Keep an eye over this team.
Well, indeed, that is certainly the case. As the move pushes on along, it is going to be, of course, RudeDude who was sent back into the lobby thanks to the onslaught that was being brought on from the side of XBROTHERS, and that was looking absolutely ludicrous. On the other tangent, when it came down to XBROTHERS, this team has also been resilient enough to take on a fight against the players of A1 Esports. So A1 Esports found themselves against, well, 2 teams. It was XBROTHERS as well as RudeDude. That has resulted in them losing Dante, and now, of course, thanks to the onslaught from XBROTHERS utilities, it is 6'9" boy who has been brought on down to his knees. Sinister and Jax are the ones who have to retaliate and push on along against this positioning. And of course, Faisal finding himself on the open is going to be a bit more careful, going to have to be a bit more careful as he tries to make that push. But eventually, when it comes to the play that is being created from XBROTHERS, it is looking absolutely decimating, because one side is Faisal, the other side is, of course, going to be Sherlock and King GG, who are trying to bring in that flank angle. And of course, Sinister, having that sort of an experience, knows what the flank angle is going to be from and will pop a smoke to try and cover his tracks. Behind them is very quietly BIP, just waiting to pounce, just waiting for the moment that they can move in to take the fight into their favor.
Sherlock is already there. Sherlock knows that there are 2 players from the side of A1 Esports that is just putting it down. Smokes are already being deployed. That invites that grenade that can come in. And Sinister has been knocked down thanks to the onslaught. And through the smoke, Sherlock, a brilliant knock. I mean, impeccable spotting technique by Sherlock. And this has been the X factor throughout. Out of the 6 kills, has already on the name. Last time, Jax was not able to save 6'9" boy from that revival case. This time, it is going to be the same case or not. We have to still wait for that. But in all this situation, A1 Esports have been certainly cornered in all this position. Play zone has taken Sinister down. That brings on the last player, Jax. Will he be able to take him down? Yes, he will be. 4 kills already on the name of Sherlock, and he is doing automatically outstanding in all these moments. But in all these situations, Boston Pajamas, 3 players are making it difficult, as Team 4M is also now bouncing upon the sandwich situation is where Boston Pajamas will finding themselves into, and this is certainly not looking good for TRZ. Certainly that 33% winner chicken forecast has reduced to that just 22%, 22.5%, because a lot of players have lost their life in this match. I guess it's just the Mamba Noob and STFU. They're still surviving. White Cat and Mamba Noob, STF is still surviving. It's just the positioning in which TRZ I have not positioned earlier. Maybe if they go for a good positioning now, since they are in a spread approach, I guess they are one of the probable contender for this chicken.
Well, it certainly could be the case. It was just because he was pushed on down to his knees that resulted in the analytics for the forecast resulting in TRZ, not in TRZ's favor. But now that they've been revived, of course, they do have the opportunity to be able to take this kill and take the chicken away from the likes of XBROTHERS as well as VNM Legends. But for now, both these teams, or rather all 3 of these teams, are looking in contested position to be able to take a fight and bring in that information. But for now, when it comes down to the circle itself, it is TRZ that is looking really awesome, because it is STFU in the cover of the smoke, very close to Frypan. And as this is being made, it is going to be really crucial for STFU to be very careful. But no, he has already given good information, and it is going to be Frypan who shall try, but will not succeed in taking STFU down. And with that, STFU has now got the information, and as he took the fight, he was able to bring Nightwing down. That resulted in, of course, his favor. And with that utility being popped on across, it is going to be quite a lot of trouble that is being showcased across the board for the side of VNM Legends as they try and take on this fight with STFU. He all by himself and his name is able to bring down the parade that VNM Legends tried to create, and eventually it is going to be a 2-man affair from the side of VNM Legends, and that also is being brought on down to just steal shot, because one player is already down to his knees.
Just wow, they are taking 2 fights at the same moment. 2 players deployed on the left hand side and 2 players on the right hand side. But now Frypan has gone down as XBROTHERS takes 1 more kill. Steal shot also goes down, and all of a sudden TRZ Esports are looking pretty much strong. But XBROTHERS needs the revival. They are going for the revival. Boston Pajamas slowly and slowly coming in 4, but VNM Legends will completely shut down thanks to the counter that has come in from the side of TRZ Esports. But BBC, he goes down thanks to the onslaught that has come in, but Mamba Noob takes down King GG, and this is going all back and forth. One player picking one down, one player then going for the kill steal approach, and then they eventually is losing his life. But in all this situation, TRZ are thankfully strong with 4 men alive. Atomic on the left hand side, STFU, and both the players have gone down in just 2 spray. XBROTHERS, I mean, a lot of ups and downs in this last stage of the game. It was XBROTHERS 2 players knocked down, and it was again a TRZ Esports 4 men strong. But sadly, it's 2 players now being the demise. Mamanu, White Cat still surviving. Mind you, no kill already onto the name of Mamanu. We have seen in the past how instrumental his gameplay has been. Whenever his skill number is less, that means he gives a lot of information. He brings a lot of information with his team. And since it's a 2v3 affair going against his odds, the number favor is not actually favoring TRZ Esports, but certainly they are high on morale. They are high on speed, as White Cat has spotted on the player. He spotted on the player. Fazal will be taken down for sure if he spots him down. Yes, he has spotted him down as White Cat brings 1 more player down. Now it is an even approach. White Cat and Mama Noob up against Sherlock and Venom, but Mama Noob is moving to some different direction. It seems that he doesn't have the exact positioning where Sherlock is actually positioned, but White Cat is the closer player where Sherlock and Venom is. And the moment Sherlock just went up to take down White Cat, he will be losing his life. And now it is all down to how Mamba survives the onslaught coming in from the sides of Venom. He just don't need to over aggress. We have seen in the past he has done some sort of difficult situation. He has done some sort of different thing where he was not able to take the chicken. But since there was a smoke, it will give an opportunity to Venom. Is this the reason? Is this going to be the reason for the demise of Mamba? This small rookie mistake will be get to see 1-1-5. Mamanu comes into action, tries to take him down, but no! This time it is gonna be XBROTHERS getting that chicken dinner, a chicken that was well deserved for a long time. And XBROTHERS finally emerging victorious in this game of Erangel. 2076 damage, 31 total points, straight onto the hashtag 5th position. The contestation between them and Kings of BD, that was constantly going in. Now I guess for some moment a comma has been put out.
Absolutely has been. And again, I mean, I was talking about the placement that I saw on the map for XBROTHERS. It was looking in their favor, and they have been able to absolutely resiliently take that position into account and bring that chicken for themselves. Again, I mean, it was an equal fight, a fair fight in the final where we did see TRZ Esports into a 3v2 situation, brought it down to a 2v2, then a 1v1. So again, it was an amazing play, but the smoke popped again did not favor TRZ's Mambanu. But eventually, as we move on to the MVP, it is Devil's OP with 8 kills, 1061 damage in 15:45 survival time, 15 minutes and 45 seconds. He was able to get 8 kills and 1061 damage. Amazing start for Devil's OP.
Completely obliterated in the lobby. I mean, just in 15 minutes of survival time, in what sort of he is made of, what is he made of 1061 damage, 8 kill is just a magnanimous number. If we talk about the total amount of time, the total survival time that he survived in just a 15 minute, I mean, it takes a lot of time. Eventually, some teams, some players are in a passive mode till 18 or 20 minutes and then they head towards the fight. But this was the player that right off the bat, we have seen this whole team indulging themselves into the fight in this game also against IPG, and was an easy thing for Devil's OP to get closer to the statistics that we talk about, but certainly TRZ STFU got. I mean, this was the player to be looked out for. 25 minutes, 15 seconds survival time, but damage was certainly the distinctive thing that separates him with the rest of the pack.
Absolutely. Another team to bring up is going to be T4 Max. This team has been showcasing some signs of revival, so to say, and are trying their level best to try and bring on the placement points working in their favor, along with the kills department. As we saw on the top in the top 4 players, it was of course Bamboo right there once again with the 3 kill that he was able to get for his team. So a GG play is what is being showcased from the side of Team 4 Max, and they are not wanting to stop or push down, simply put. They are not accepting to push down, and that is really good. Along with that, when it comes down to the match summary, we are looking at Devil's OP with 8 kills. I mean, that's just ludicrous. That's just absolutely ludicrous. We did mention it as well when the team itself was nading against each other. We saw Katappa go down thanks to the nade from Devil's OP, or it wasn't from Devil's OP, I don't think, but nevertheless, I mean, it seemed like the team was fighting that Devil's OP, you're taking too many of our kills, mate. We need to be sharing these as a team. But Devil's OP was in a lead and a league of his own.
Exactly, Devil's OP, league of its own. I mean, whatever be the reason for the demise, this is something that they play for. The aggression that they play for, 9 kills already on the game. After the total 10 points, I mean, 1.9 has been secured by just the kill. 90% of the total points have been secured by kills, and just the 10% placement point. This shows that the team is capable enough to take any sort of fight, be it any other team. This is a team that really shines, but IPG again more failure. 7 is 0 point from this match. TRZ RA, it is really not a merry thing to celebrate about, because just the 1 point, and constantly they have been bragging themselves on the second half of the chart closer to that 12 to 16 placement points, and that's where much of points you get a share of tally. And these were the early moments where IPG's player were just punched dead, and then the player were in a sort of adrenaline gushing and rushing, and they did made that mistake, find themselves in a complete squad where they were and already brought down to their knees, and then we got to see an unnecessary push from the sides of Kings of BT. But this is what they are. This is game style, and they must be proud of. Just a bit of cold aggression, I would like to do their side, and then this might be one of more destructive teams from this region.
Most certainly, Kings of BD have been showcasing that again and again, but on the other side, XBROTHERS have also been very resilient in terms of the way and the playstyle that they've showcased from the quarters to the semis and into the finals itself, and that of course has been working in that team's favor, as well as they find themselves on the 5th spot. So looking pretty neat and lead indeed. But as the game progressed on along, I mean, this is where TRZ absolutely came into action. All 4 members taking on the fights, taking on the players from VNM Legends, moved on to of course BIP, and then finally to take the players of XBROTHERS themselves. But it's this moment right here where STFU and Atomic tried to make that flank angle work out of guard without any cover working for them. But on the other tangent for XBROTHERS, there was certainly the crate, there was certainly the tree as well that was able to give, and the car as well, the vehicle as well, that was able to give them that advantage. But with that, never mind that, because after all, when it comes to both these teams actually, right, X Brothers as well as TRC combined together, they took 26 kills. That is just absolute ludicrous. I mean, what a play they were able to create. And on the other tangent, talk about Silent Cloud. They were a part of fights, 598 damage, but sadly not able to get even a single kill. Same for the side of TRZRA.
Exactly, it becomes important to convert your damages into the kills, and somewhere down the line, it becomes pretty much inevitable for some of the teams, and some other teams it becomes impossible on the contrary, because some teams are really good upon the kill conversion rate. Talk about the kill conversion of X Brothers, 2076 damage and 16 kill, but certainly this was not the case for Silent. But moving on to the other side, and that is the overall ranking that we get to see after each and every match. The lead between A1 Esports and VNM is still not much. Whenever A1 Esports one bad game, it's where VNM Legends bounces upon just the 9-point deficit is with which VNM Legends is standing at the second position. 7 Cs, still 34, just the point difference, but certainly TRZ Esports last match, they have made up an upward leap, but X Brothers all of a sudden has trespassed the Kings of Greedy total points tally. RudeDude, on the other hand side, now found themselves on the second half of the chart to this first half, and they are sitting with a total point tally of 109, matching with what Battle Tension is at with.
Absolutely, and that is the case on the first page itself. From first team A1 Esports 246 to the 8th and 7th team 109. So quite a lot of difference. And then from the 109 we move on to 91. That is the point that the 9th team has. That is going to be Unstoppable X. And from that 9th position holder to the 16th, again 91 to 37. So a crazy chart is what is being indicated from the gameplay that is being showcased from these teams. And in doing so, a few teams have created such massive lead, which is going to be pretty much impossible for certain teams on the second page to even try and compete against. All they can do is play their level best and hope that they're able to just bring in those whenever the opportunity arises in whatever game, they're able to get those kills for themselves. And of course, well, fingers crossed for the exact same.
Exactly, as you just mentioned, this is going to be tough affair for the teams for making a big leap from the second to the first. All they just can do is to get closer and closer and edge towards, because at the end of the day, we have seen how the total prize gets shared. So even if you are one position points ahead, you will getting a lot of bucks added into your bag, and that's what certainly the teams now would be looking up to Team 4M. One good game is certainly not going to help their course. Unstoppable, now the lead is going to increase. 91 is there, and 109 is with bad intention is sitting. So 9 and 9, 18 point is the difference between them and Unstoppable. I would like to see Unstoppable making comeback in the next game.
Well, fingers crossed that they're able to do so. With that, we have 2 more games remaining. But before we jump into the second last game of the day, we're going to go on a very, very short break. Stick around, be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইবাটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। সাইলেন্ট ক্লাউড কবিরাজ আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করে ফেলেছে এই মুহূর্তে। সো কবিরাজ, কেমন আছেন আপনি?
জি ভাই, আলহামদুলিল্লাহ। আপনার কি অবস্থা?
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ, আমি খুব ভালো আছি। পিএমএনসি চলছে, পিএমএনসির ফাইনালে আপনি আপনার লাইনআপ নিয়ে চলে এসেছেন। হাউ ডাজ ইট ফিল? কেমন লাগে আসলে যখন ফাইনালে কোয়ালিফাই করে ফেলেন?
আসলে ভাই, এটা অনুভূতি তো প্রকাশ করার মতো না। মানে এতদিন হার্ড ওয়ার্কের পর একটা যখন রেজাল্ট পাই যে হ্যাঁ, ভালো কিছু করার একটা সুযোগ পাচ্ছি, তো আশা করি বৃথা যাবে না কষ্টটা আমাদের, ভালো কিছু করে দেখাবো।
অবশ্যই। সো আপনাদের এখন যে টিমটা তৈরি করেছেন আপনারা, সো স্পন্সর আসার পর আপনাদের টোটাল ওভারঅল পারফরম্যান্সটা কতটুকু বুস্ট আপ হয়েছে?
কিছুটা তো বুস্ট আপ হয়েছে, মানে লাইক আমরা প্লেয়ার চেঞ্জ করেছি, আমাদের পুরনো প্লেয়ার বাদ দিয়ে নতুন কিছু প্লেয়ার। তো আমাদের 3 জন ছিলাম, একজন হচ্ছে নতুন মানে নিয়েছি। তো সব ওভারঅল মানে নিয়ে হচ্ছে এখন হ্যাঁ মোটামুটি আলহামদুলিল্লাহ আমরা স্যাটিসফাইড কিছুটা হলো যে হ্যাঁ ফাইনাল কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারছি, টিম নিয়ে কিছুটা হলেও ভালো কিছু করতে পারবো।
আচ্ছা ইনশাআল্লাহ সেটাই আমরা চাই। সো পিএমএনসি চলছে, নেক্সট কিন্তু পিএমসিও চলে আসবে এবং তারপর আমরা পিএমপিএল এও কি আপনাদেরকে দেখতে পাবো এই রূপেই। সো আর ইউ এক্সপেক্টিং সামথিং গ্রেটার দেন দিস?
জি ইনশাআল্লাহ ভাই ট্রাই করব বেস্টটা দেওয়ার, মানে ভালো কিছু করার, মানে পিএমপিএল এর যাতে একটা স্লট নিতে পারি, বাংলাদেশ রিপ্রেজেন্ট করতে পারি।
অবশ্যই। সো মানে অ্যাকচুয়ালি এখন আমাদের দেশ থেকে টিমরা নট অনলি ইন পিএমএনসি, পিএমজিসি পর্যন্ত কিন্তু আমাদের টিম অলরেডি চলে গিয়েছে। সো তাদেরকে আপনারা ইন্সপায়ার মানে তাদের দেখে আপনারা কিরকম ইন্সপিরেশন পান?
হ্যাঁ A1 যেহেতু পিএমজিসি তে মানে যাইতে পারছে, তো আশা করি হ্যাঁ আমরাও পারবো, যেহেতু ওরাও বাংলাদেশের টিম আমরাও বাংলাদেশের টিম, একই দেশের, তো ভালো কিছু করতে পারবো ইনশাআল্লাহ।
সো যখন তাদের সাথে লবিটা শেয়ার করেন অ্যাকচুয়ালি, সো হাউ ডাজ ইট ফিল, যে আপনাদের মধ্যে কি কোনো ধরনের প্রেসার কাজ করে?
প্রথম একটু নার্ভাস হইলাম, মানে ফার্স্ট টাইম যেটা তো বড় স্টেজে খেলতেছি, A1 ভেনম 7C DSM, তো কিছুটা ভয় কাজ করতো। তো এখন যে ভয়টা আছে ওটা আসলে কেটে গেছে, যে হ্যাঁ ফাইনাল মানে কোয়ালিফাই করছি, ওরাও যে লবিতে খেলতেছে আমরা একই লবিতে খেলতেছি, তো মানে ওই আর সেম, মানে আমরা সেম লবিতে খেলতেছি, তো হ্যাঁ ওরা পারলে আমরা কেন পারবো না।
দ্যাটস দ্য স্পিরিট। সো আমাদের এখন লাইক আপনাদের সেমিফাইনালে যে জার্নিটা ছিল এবং গ্রুপ স্টেজে যে জার্নিটা ছিল সেখানে কিন্তু আমরা একটু চড়াই উতরাই দেখেছিলাম, বাট অ্যাকচুয়ালি ফাইনালের মধ্যে কিন্তু এরকম কোনো চান্স নেই, সময় নেই এবং আপনাদের পুরো ফার্স্ট থেকেই একদম বেস্ট পারফরমেন্স দিয়ে যেতে হবে। সো আর ইউ মানে মেকিং এনি সর্ট অফ প্ল্যানস, স্পেশাল কোনো প্ল্যান কি আছে আপনাদের?
প্ল্যান বলতে এখন মানে কোয়ালিফাই করার জন্য, ফাইনাল কোয়ালিফাই করার জন্য নার্ভাস ছিলাম যে হ্যাঁ কিছু ম্যাচ খারাপ গেলেই বাদ হয়ে যাবে, ডিসকোয়ালিফাই হয়ে যাবে বা এরকম কিছু। তো ফাইনাল যেহেতু কোয়ালিফাই করে ফেলছি, ওইরকম মানে এরকম ভয়টা কাজ করবে না আসলে, যে হ্যাঁ এখন মাইরা খেলতে হবে।
আচ্ছা
সামনে যাকে পাইছি নক করছো পুশ,
ওকে,
সেটা A1 হোক বা ভেনম হোক।
you're getting aggression, okay, aggressive. আচ্ছা, so that's really good. Any special words to your friends or family?
কি আপু দেখা থাকে,
আচ্ছা
আরে বহু যে ভালো কিছু করতে চাইতেছি, একটু সময় দাও, প্রেসারটা একটু না দাও, হ্যাঁ খেলতে তো হবে, ভালো কিছু করে দেখাবো।
তো বন্ধুরা শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। সো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চেয়ার করতে থাকবেন যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসি এর অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
Hello and welcome to Pubg Mobile Bangladesh National Championship, which is of course the finals third day, and in that we've got 2 games remaining. We've only got 2 games remaining for today. Of course, that is going to be a lot of pressure that certain teams are going to find themselves in, because in total 8 games is what we have. 6 games from tomorrow and 2 games that are pending right now. And in 8 games, a few of these teams that are on the second page of the leaderboard, if they are to practically look at things, in 8 games they have 100 points plus to be able to overcome and jump into the top 8, which again is easier said than done. It's next to impossible sort of a task, especially when you've got teams like A1 Legends, VNM Legends, sorry, A1 Esports, and 7C, and of course now other teams are also performing that well. So it is going to put a few teams in a disarray, but eventually, of course, it is not necessarily to fight just to be the champion, but to fight to gain the experience again. And what better stage than the national championship to gain the experience with such amazing teams? With that, let's jump into the second last game of the day, Ankit, where of course the flight path is going to be going on from, of course, the northern side to the south, where it is going to allow a lot of teams that do like these western approaches to the Sanhok map to get themselves dispersed absolutely perfectly. But then again, it is a small map compared to the others. Thus, it is not going to be too much of a glide path that these teams are going to have to be taking to get themselves in the acclimated zones.
Exactly, and as just mentioned, not much to glide about. Some teams that do look good was area of Kampong and Doc talked about Silent Cloud that have gone past. I mean, now looks a different sort of approach, because now they're going towards Camp Davo or and some sort of different sort of approach they are going at the moment. But IPG again, Camp Alpha Island, complete full different split. Now IPG is also looking that need to buckle up their seatbelts. This was a team that certainly was looking strong. If you remember, it was Mahfouz, dictator. We both used to saying that now IPG is dictating the lobby. Everyone is just fearing of IPG, the formation that they are going. I mean, everything is spot on. Now all of a sudden they are looking off kilter with 16 games that have passed. They have been influential in terms of not only the points but the gameplay that we talk about. In the last gameplay itself, it was an unnecessary push that they went and made towards the area of where Kings of BT players was actually positioned, and that led to their demise. I mean, it's okay if you are not performing good, but it should not be like you are going down that easy.
True, that is so true. I mean, you have to showcase that will to fight,
Resilience,
so to
exactly.
say, right? I mean, if you don't have the will to fight, then it's game over pretty much before the game even starts, and that is something that well is learned the hard way across, of course, with certain teams if they are not that sort of an aggressive team and are do not have that sort of an aggressive approach. Or the other tangent, talking about the circle itself, it has moved on towards the northern side, where indeed 30% to 35% of it is in the water. This is an interesting one, which could result in us going all the way down towards Hatin or Cow as well, which would be absolutely
Theoretically.
incredible. But we shall see if that will be the case.
Definitely. If that is the case, it is again going to be our TR's match. I really want this team to actually make a comeback, but talking about the moment is going to be RudeDude that is also facing the brunt of Silent Cloud, and I guess this is a drop clash because Silent Cloud love to go towards different areas, and RudeDude, since they are in a closer vicinity, it is also facing the brunt of the damage. But XBROTHERS stole instantly after eliminating one player from the sides of TRZRA. Now they are falling back. This is a team that actually have performed the last two matches brilliantly well, and now they are falling themselves away from the situation. They are retreating pretty much, and this is a good. They are slowly sort of moving into entry the zone, and they are just making sure checking all the angles that they find in hidden snake at the moment. The poison snake that bits, and that is really pretty much pitiable if that happens to be team, and then the flesh gets rolling on. But for the moment, it is all okay for X Brothers. Players are down to 60, 70 HP, and the players are just trying to heal themselves up. And there are certain big, massive blocks. And this is the beauty of Sanhok. If we talk about, there's not a lot of compound. Those are three stories or two stories, just a small huts, and then you have these big tree trunks, these small little rocks, and then in an alternate way they have big rock, and then there's a small little tuk-tuk.
Well, not the tuk-tuk, but the scooter indeed, and it is
Okay.
going to be T4M that will be in control of this area for the moment, of course. But as the game just started off, it has turned into a bit of a disarray for, especially of course, RudeDude, because we've seen that team so very aggressively take instances and well opportunities into their favor. But this time around, certainly not being the case. On the other tangent, on to completely different side, it is VNM Legends going down towards a water rotation. Interesting turn of events for them, because after all, the circle is going to be favoring them as they love to go down to the northern side of Cow. But it is seeming like they have a different approach as to how they want to be playing this game. And this is, well, again, I want to be able to see what exactly are they playing, because it's only one player who's gone on towards the water rotation, and the others are slowly but surely going to be moving on down towards the Hatao region. From the looks of it, we shall see what exactly is the play right here from Venom Legends. But then, nevertheless, again, whatever the play is, this team does know what they are doing, and they are the ones who always pretty much play to their cards and to their perfection every single time.
They must be going towards the area of Pathian area. There's no two way doubt about that because what rotation that is the Venom being favorite of and known for has certainly going for rotation. Seven sees all of a sudden in a slurry of a fight. They are fighting the odds against one team that is on the front side, and that is going to be Python. And somewhere down the line, I saw A1 Esports also out there, so they need to make sure that they just don't indulge themselves in a lot of fight where they could be getting the sandwich position, getting accustomed to it. And yes, it was A1 Esports that is slowly and steadily into the same proximity. The distance is pretty much far away, but A1 Esports know how to take the fight, just know how to take the advantage of this least advantageous situation. But Python, the players are moving out in the open, and since it is an elevated cliff, they are on the higher one. So certainly this is going to be favoring them. But for the moment, they are in a position where they are close to the shore area. They are in trouble, so they can just afford to fight their metal out for a long time, maybe for next 5 to 6 minutes. But till now, everything has been so calm, so peaceful in this area of Sanhok. 6 minutes 28 seconds on the clock, and apart from the two knocks that had been converted into the kill and the point that has been distributed to the respective teams, it has been an all easy passage for all the teams. And this is, is this the calm before the storm that we get to see? Because certainly Sanhok is not a map where we get to see a lot of calm, even if it is the 4 or 5 minutes, but this time it is the case.
Well, that is so very true indeed, and it is a story map where indeed, when it comes to the playstyle, it is a lot quicker that we've seen compared to the other maps, of course. But eventually, it is going to be a tough situation for the side of 7C as well as, of course, A1 Esports, because both the teams are going to try their level best to get those kills. But eventually, for now, when it comes to the information, that is all they are retaining. They do not have any opportunity to be a part of the fight. But that's so absolutely fine, because it's only 7.5 minutes into the game. On the other tangent, XBROTHERS have already found one kill for themselves and are going to be pushing on to try and use this opportunity to, well, maybe even set up a prey sort of a situation. But eventually we shall see if they are going to stick around this area for long or not. An aggressive team that has been getting games in their favor slowly but surely are actually looking on to getting kills confirmed for themselves as well as they did in the previous game. But now the conversation is, can that magic be repeated for them? As it is going to be a quiet moment for them. They are looking pretty neat, having gotten the loot from the entirety of it. And in that, alongside when we talk about the gameplay itself, the circle is going to move on down towards where VNM Legends were making that rotation, not exactly towards Hytham, but
Exactly.
pretty much in between. And from Cow, that's where they've reached on down towards. But talking about water rotations, we do see T4M Bamboo making a water rotation, or rather, the team itself is probably going to be along with him to make that water rotation. Will along with him, of course, on the other tangent is going to be Unstoppable right behind that team's rotation, and also on towards the western front, we do see Kings of Beach making a water rotation as well. So an interesting play being showcased where three teams are making that water rotation and coming in to the northern side, where of course they will be greeted with the likes of Miramar Legends, TRC, and of course for now, when it comes to the eastern front of the northern side, it is T4M that has entered first, so they'll be waiting for Unstoppable X to enter.
Definitely unstoppable, and teams like Kings of BD will be having a tough time crossing the water areas. But certainly, I was expecting to go the circle towards the Hatin, and just was expecting so the rotation for Venom, but this was certainly not the case. They were certainly made rotation from obviously to the Cow region where they are centrally positioning at the moment at the Camp Alpha Island. But with this, we get to see the second airdrop into the map where IPG is close towards that. Where MG3 is dropping down, and as we were mentioning about, it is not going to be an easy task for Unstoppable as a team for them really made sure that they will be checking the back. I mean, a lot of sound cues is actually delivered is given whenever the boat travels in the water, and since Unstoppable are in a completely big situation. Trade knock has been brought down, but one thing that is gone against Unstoppable is that their trade, the player has been actually traded. And for them, the players are simply giving the revival on to the other hand side. It is Python eye high striking a blow onto the IPGx plate, but the fight is still on onto the edge of the circle. It's the northeastern edge where Unstoppable is fighting. They're meeting out Bamboo with a flank approach, trying to just engulf the player for the backhand side with Luger charging in, and Marcos holding the left side. Spidey just taking that cover fire approach, and Bamboo have already dealt a humongous amount of damage. Bamboo falls down with an over-aggressive approach thanks to the downside that's coming from the sides of Merciful, and this can eventually help breathe Unstoppable for a moment and get the time. But with the two players already down, Unstoppable all of a sudden three players down, and there we go, not only three, four, and that led to a complete demise for Team 4. And before I said it was one is still standing, but not for a long as Team 4M just getting one kill eliminated Hassan will be rival, and as soon as it will be the case, they will be making a safe passage and entry zone. But the way the fight was actually took in its own course, this was a braveheart approach.
It certainly was. I mean, T4M got here first. They should have been able to resist the urge to push on against the push coming in from the side of against the rotation coming in from the side of Unstoppable. But eventually, their gameplay did not favor the playstyle, and Unstoppable were the ones who were resilient enough to bring that push out in the open and still be able to take the compound. And well, they have done so gracefully. And of course, with that, they've only lost one player. That's going to be insane. But eventually, Unstoppable will call it equal and will be moving on along with the points that they've been able to accumulate. And now, as we move on towards another side, it is going to be BIP. But before BIP, there is 7C that seems to be taking a fight and are bringing down players from the side of Python. So amazing turn of events for 7C as well, because that team does deserve points and they have showcased some real wonderful skills as well. But for now, coming back to BIP itself, as they try and make an entry towards the southern side of the zone, they are going to be, well, as of now, not really contested by any other team. But as they make the rotation into the zone itself, things are going to get that much more interesting. But onto the northern side is where Venom Legends find themselves very, very close to the players of TRZ, and it is all about just spotting, because after all, there isn't a lot that is stopping TRZ and Venom to get into a fight. For the moment, it is going to be a stalemate situation between them, because it seems like TRZ are going to be making a rotation once again in the water to get on down towards, well, not entirely sure where, but we shall see. On the other tangent, talk about late rotations. It is RudeDude who is making a really, really late rotation for now. And of course, right in front of them is going to be the squad of BIP. And if BIP play their cards right, they could very well keep that exact same rotation.
Definitely, it's never an easy approach, never an easy task to go for the rotations. But TRC, what have they done is not only find themselves in the water, but allowed now it to not only pepper a lot of bullets onto them. It is going to be tougher for sure. And if they just survive, it can only be the luck, because the team that has actually been down them is going to be Venom Legends, and they are not shying away. They won't be shying away to take all these free kills into the name, and this is something that can go against them into the not the favor. TRZ is certainly not in a position that they will really be at. Players are being hounded now. Players are being hounded on the bullet, but still no success. Just imagine some bullets getting connected from some of the players. Nightwing is trying really hard. Spot on at least some of the players. Eventually he tried, he's still trying. He is getting the shots connected. That means he's getting the 32 damage. And STF, there you go. Nightwing, one knock. Great kill conversion being converted into the crate. And in this rotation, I would really appreciate. Mamba Noob goes down.
Well, not entirely sure what TRZ approach was. Entirely abysmal play being showcased from them, and well, hoping that they know exactly what they're doing, because right from the side of Venom Legends, Nightwing is just bringing in that perfect sprays one after the other, and is easy fishing for him, as one point after the other is getting converted into those kills and points for him. But eventually move on to the land itself. It is going to be Unstoppable who are the ones control against the players of NRZ, and NRZ have lost their play as they've got only one player surviving, and that's going to be Shefa. But on the other side, when it comes to Unstoppable X, I mean, this team is moving on with force and are looking pretty good doing it, as well as they are in control of the contestations that they choose to be part of. And on the tangent, we had seen a few minutes earlier, 7C was taking a fight against the players of Python. Python have retaliated. Sub-Zero was able to bring down Rafat, but eventually the flank angle created from Evil Eye as well as Badrave has resulted in Python going down. Badsel is down on his knees, Auto Aim is down on his knees, and in that doing so, Kapshi is going to be able to get that revival. But eventually, it is also IPG and Venom Legends taking another fight altogether for themselves.
Definitely, and Venom Legends gave a lot of sound cues when they were just figuring out builds onto TRC elimination. Three kills were already secured, but all of a sudden, Venom Legends are also back but eye high with that open approach will be finished first, even before Bat Cell that was knocked at the very first moment gets finished, and it all down to how Sub-Zero react to the situation. There's not a lot of thing that Sub-Zero can do at this moment. All he has is that the level 1 helmet, level 1 vest, so he cannot go in that 1v1 fight, and he just need to go for that different sort of approach. But suddenly, Atomic is also making an entry, but TRCRA is on the back end side. So if Atomic gets close towards the land at the very first place and has already realized, because TRC's RA in a vehicle are in a boat for sure, that means obviously the boat will have a greater speed than the swim. So if TRCRA gets first, it can be a game end for TRC Esports.
Well, we shall see what that plan exactly turns out to be. But eventually, for now, talking about the land itself, where we do see 7C's players making a rotation towards the positioning from the looks of it of E1 Esports, and it is going to be out in the open where Rafa is going to try and get this working for him. On the other tangent, talk about Unstoppable, a team that has been doing really, really phenomenal for themselves, now find themselves in a compound that is being taken over from the side of course, Kings of BD. And this region is not an easy one to dominate because from one side now we can clearly see VNM Legends are also swimming across to jump into the arena. Katappa and Tiger could very well make sure that this team of VNM Legends is not allowed to dock, because if they are allowed to do so, it is going to be annihilation that they will bring along with them. And it is Nightwing, as he tried to get into the water, as he tried to get towards the shore itself. It seems Katappa is the one who is bringing in quite a lot of damage for Nightwing, and certainly bring in a lot of onslaught is exactly what every single time Kings of BD do.
Definitely, Kings of BD are in that fortified compound for a long time, and is one of the Legends player will be getting the taste of their own medicine for the moment. Frypan has certainly been given the taste of his own medicine, as this leads down to the two players surviving on the sides of Venom Legends. And we were talking about Unstoppable X comeback. We were talking about Kings of BD consistent performance. Again, there we go, four players already still on the way, 2 kills already on the name. So they are looking pretty bit strong, but 6-9 boy just survive on the sliver of his HP thanks to the grenade that just came in. But now 7 Seas know the exact position that he wants to go. Either Badrev, the bounce of grenade does the job for him, and they will be pushing off. A good use of utilities, certainly looking in a good confident push. But Rough Earth has gone down from different direction. Thanks to the grenade that has got the sides of Jax, and some more grenade that means more damage to A1 Esports.
Well, this is turning into quite an amazing fight for the side of 7CS, but Jay, one after the other, the nade that he's been barraging has been broken in his favor. Now, Molotov to gain control of the area is going to be that much more detrimental. But on the other side, as he puts on along, it is going to be 6-9 boy who shall pincer him down. But Brave has brought out to his knees, and along with that, as Evilai tried to help, he has also been knocked down to his knees. A push that was looking absolutely resilient and in favor of 7C has now completely decimated itself, and it is going to be Ioni Sports who earlier seemed to be backing out, have pushed on to take a fight to the place of 7C, and now I'm certainly going to be pincering them down. Kapi along with the area is all by himself. Will he be able to take on the player? That is of course going to be Jax. Jax is the man who has been able to get that perfect aid, and of course is now going to be able to get along with the first aid perfect health that will work in his favor to give a perfect support to his team. Boy, oh boy, this was almost looking like an annihilation for Evan Esports, but Jax held his guard right and was able to well retaliate and push on and get that at least one kill for himself. But yeah, that was the unexpected.
Definitely, and also some good driving skills, but the McLaren is just not willing to get away from this McLaren. Jax is still surviving, and he is a player that even if he gets at least 2 player on the front hand side from any other team, he will be getting him down. This is for sure. But in all this situation, I never imagined one player from this house could have driven down McLaren, and he was the player. I mean, things are being pretty much in a good way with the sides of A1 Esports, but on to the other hand side, it is an elimination of A1 Esports as he's tried to come down, but somehow spotted him down. And as soon as he was spotted down, he will be taken out as Sherdog will be taken down by Silent Cloud, and also from the side of Boston Shama, the taking right now to retaliate. But will he be able to use the first aid? No, is going to be the case, as slowly and steadily he will bleed off. And I guess if the revival is not the case, the players will be finding themselves into the zone. But Silent Cloud onto the other hand side just find himself in the friend zone, and fifth damage eventually doesn't give him a lot of opportunity to survive. In all this situation, it is going to be Kings of BD. It is going to be bad intentions. TRZ's Atomic is still surviving.
Well, this has turned into quite a game where indeed we've got 17 remaining. Devil is certainly bringing in quite a lot of annihilation towards the side of bad intentions, and eventually is bringing in quite a lot of kills as well for himself, because Kings of BD are now looking good. Really good in control because they've got 8 kills for themselves. GG play is what is being showcased, but in all of that, we still do have Unstoppable X, we still do have RudeDude's final player, Nightmare, right here, all by himself, along with, of course, TRZ's one player, as you were mentioning earlier as well. But talking about the circle itself, the circle has moved on away, and that is where, of course, things are not going to be easy. But we shall see what exactly is the play that has been showcased from the side of Bad Intention, because they are out in the open. TRZ's final player, Atomic, has been sent back into the lobby, but in doing so, Now it is a conversation about how exactly are Baron Kitchen's two players going to be playing their cards, because they are in the water, they will be making rotation, but when they get into the zone, it is Kings of BD eagerly waiting to convert them into trades, into points for themselves.
Definitely, but certainly it is also going to be helpful if TRZ's are a course and the opportunity right is right is going to be unstoppable. But the moment I say it is true to from the two is trying to punish down the players. Eventually, he doesn't have any consequences of bandages. It will be just a matter of a second where he will take it down, and once he will take it down, the whole team will be falling down. And I guess it is going to be the case with just one kill. No, it's the seven kill that they have been able to secure. But for the moment, it is with the unstoppable that is slowly and steadily becoming it. Merciful is still going for the heal. Of course, he doesn't have any sort of other alternative, and he might have gone for that heal battle. But for the moment, it is Kings of BD with numbers advantage. They don't have any sort of pound or hut, but TRCRA Ragnar's and Anaconda can certainly change the fortune this time. Can this be a chicken in their number? This is going to be the big question because they need it, they desperately need it. From the second half of the chart, it is going to be Team 4M that have started now getting more and more points, and now it is going to be the turn 2. They have any sort of organization that it isn't at the moment. If it is so, they will be taking the points, and Anaconda breaks even more kill. 2 kills already on the name of GMRCRA Ragnar looking pretty much strong. Unstoppable with the blink of an eye has been completely eliminated thanks to all that came in both the side of TRZRA, and this match is now all down to how Kings of BD just try to pulverize their opponent because the circle has certainly gone away from TRZ's favor.
Absolutely, TRZRA not looking too good because the compound safety that they were finding themselves in earlier is now not going to be able to help them. And as they try and get out of it, Kings of BD are all over it. They have just completely covered the entire area. They have the cover of the rock itself. That was the one thing that TRZRA should have been able to revive. But eventually, as Tiger was trying to bring another nade in towards Anaconda, it is seeming like Anaconda was right on point and was able to bring him down. But in doing so, of course, now is the opportunity that TRZRA will need to utilize. If they do not, they are pretty much done. And as Anaconda tried, Megamind was waiting right there, and Megamind is certainly now going to be pushing on along to get that final kill confirmed for himself. He will be able to do so, and of course, with that, Kings of BD getting a chicken dinner for themselves. Amazing, amazing play. A lot of kills that they were able to get, along with 15 points from the chicken dinner. This team is looking ferocious.
Definitely, 13 kills is never an easy task to get in the game of Sanhok, but they didn't make happen. 1829 is damage, and now the leap that XBROTHERS took in the last match has certainly been overtaken by them. Before this match started, it was XBROTHERS standing at the 5th position. Now it is going to be back and forth, not only on the first and second position, but on the first and sixth. And certainly it is a thing between third and fourth, where PMNC and Seven Seas are already there. But certainly it was also a good game for Seven Seas. But the MVP gets the Devil OP. I guess this is the second time in, I guess, the last game also, it was Devil OP like XPD that secured 1000 plus damage. It was 7 kills this time. This kills more this time, damage a bit less. But what a game for Kings OBD all in all. I mean, just outstanding performance.
Absolutely. The BD altogether was just in control of whatever area they took the rotation through, and as they did so, they were absolutely in contestation. And as we move on to the second best player coming in to the top 4 player list, it is going to be Unstoppable's Merciful. Now, Unstoppable made that water rotation right above them, or in front of them was Team 4X and Team 4M. But eventually, again, the way T4M Max played, it was not the kind of story that I would have liked to have seen. But Unstoppable were that much more in control and that much more ferocious to be able to convert that into a perfect play for themselves, and they did so gracefully. On the other tangent, as we move on along, Unstoppable's another player is also part of the top 4 player list, which is going to be Claw with 3 kills, 559 damage. So Unstoppable also slowly and steadily playing their cards right is bringing up in terms of their points and first in the overall standing as well.
Exactly, Claus has been one of the standard performers for Unstoppable. There is no two in doubt about that. But way Devils OP have just played the last 2 match. I mean, he is on a trot. I mean, he is on a roll back to back MVP. I mean, this is the reason he is again and again getting close to the 28 total points what they have been able to secure. And we're really eager to see how much of a difference Kings of BD have created in terms of points above X, whether 10 comes unstoppable comeback. So we were talking about the comebacks. Here it is. DRZRA, bad intentions, unstoppable. RudeDude. I mean, it's so pleasure to watch all these teams. The teams that have performed in all these 16 matches have certainly started performing in the last two matches. And then it was A1 Esports, 7 Cs, TRZs. I mean, their position has set 4-4-4, and when they have settled with the total points.
Absolutely, and this has turned into quite an amazing play on this second last map for the day, and of course leads us down towards what can we expect when it comes to the overall ranking. But before we do so, let's go to the Oppo F19 Pro moments itself, and this is the moment where of course Unstoppable X kind of chimed in along to take on the compound away from Team 4 Max, and eventually were able to do so. On the other tangent, talk about this rotation. I mean, TRZ Esports, they were looking pretty neat when they made that rotation towards the western northern side, and were of course going to be able to of course play on along to the land, but not entirely sure what their play was when they again jumped into the boat and tried to go on across to the other side. And of course that is when they ended up losing their life, thanks to of course VNM Legends play. But this is another moment where it seemed like 7Cs, but Drave, who was just absolutely on point with the onslaught based on the nade parade that he was able to bring, it seemed like A1 Esports were almost going to be brought down to their knees. They were brought down to the knees, but eventually it was Jax who was able to get the better half of the fight, and of course thus converted into some wonderful points.
Tapshi really did play well, but then it was just he got support a lot from his teammates, and he was the last player surviving. Had there been no rest on the side, he could have easily played the like 6 Minister and 6 Boy position. But then it was TRZRA getting close, 2-3 kill that they were able to secure, and then it was not the task for Ragnar to survive over the last match. Like he tried, but then it was a kill-hungry team. So the aggressive approach, the intent with which they come in, the lambasting approach that they've made sure that yes, they will be getting the last kill also into their own favor. And with that, we head to the second damage drop where we get to see 1829 damage in terms of BD. Unstoppable get a fair share from 49, 1200, 7Cs. So already a lot of teams. Then it was also a spike for Silent of 892. So quite a lot of teams joined. They also A1 Esports 805. So just imagine the pressure that A1 Esports had said. A game that we don't consider that has eventually gone into the favor and has certainly to justify their way. That game also A1 Esports 805 damage.
Well. This is going to be the play that this team has been able to make for the day. But with that, we move on along. It is going to be A1 Esports still reigning supreme with 250 points in the 17 games that they have played. As we move on to the final match of the day, VNM Legends slowly closing the gap with 240 points, only 10 points shy, and 7Cs Esports on the third spot, also trying their level best. So again, these top 4 teams are definitely keeping that onslaught from one game to the other against each other. But as the game progresses on along, Kings of BD played wonderful game this time around, were able to get 100 kills. I mean, all thanks to Devil's OP. Devil's OP has completely just outshone the entire lobby in the previous 2 games. I mean, this one and the last game. But as we progress on to the next page of the leaderboard, this is where it is a tough situation for Team 4 Max, for example, on the 15th spot, Python below them on the 16th spot. They are still so far out from that 9th position itself that it is looking really tricky to be able to cover all that area in just 7 games.
Exactly, but there's not a lot of deficit with which Unstoppable is sitting. There's a 6-point difference between them and RudeDude that is sitting on the 8th position. 116, and then it was bad intentions with also not a lot of point difference. So 7, 8, 9 pretty much a game in which one team just tried to play in their way can eventually get the course and get a fair share of prize, and they need to actually cement their position. But again, VNM Legends just 10 points away. A1 Esports, this has been a storyline for them. They have been chasing them. VNM Legends for a moment they were on the top, then it was A1 Esports making comeback. So A1 Esports doesn't just like their position to get snatched away. Whenever they get on second position, the next game they are on the top.
They most certainly are, with that one final game remaining for the day. But before we jump into the final game of Erangel, we're going to go on a short break. We'll be right back.
we're keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going.
হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। টাইমারটা গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। আমরা চলে এসেছি নতুন একটা সেগমেন্ট নিয়ে, যার নাম নো ইয়োর চ্যাম্পিয়ন্স। স্করপিয়ন, হাউ আর ইউ?
I'm fine. How are you?
সো I'm also good, thank you so much. And TRZ থেকে দুটো লাইনআপ কোয়ালিফাই করে ফেলছে। TRZ এর TRZ Esports and Red Aliens দুটো লাইনআপ কোয়ালিফাই করাটা কিন্তু চারটিখানি ব্যাপার না। অনেকগুলো অর্গানাইজেশন থেকে কিন্তু আসলে অনেক স্কোয়াড এসেছিল, বাট তোমরাই একমাত্র অর্গানাইজেশন যাদের দুটো লাইনআপ কোয়ালিফাই করেছে। সো হাউ ডু ইউ ফিল অ্যাবাউট ইট?
I feel pretty good actually. আর একটা অর্গানাইজেশন থেকে দুটো টিম যাওয়া, এটা লাইক একটা অনেক বড় অ্যাচিভমেন্ট। আমাদের টিম থেকে বলেন অথবা টিআরজেড অর্গানাইজেশন থেকে বলেন, এটা একটা আমাদের জন্য হিউজ একটা অ্যাচিভমেন্ট, এবং এটার জন্য আমরা অনেক প্রাউড ফিল করি এন্ড উই আর লাকি।
সো আপনাদের টিমের মধ্যে কিন্তু বেসিক্যালি দেয়ার আর লট অফ ভেটারান প্লেয়ার্স। আপনি আছেন, তারপর এমআর 7 আছে, অ্যানাকন্ডা আছে। সো ভেটারান প্লেয়ারদের সাথে খেলার এক্সপেরিয়েন্সটা কেমন, আমাদের সাথে যদি একটু শেয়ার করেন।
ভেটারান প্লেয়ারদের সাথে খেলার এক্সপিরিয়েন্সটা খুবই চমৎকার, কারণ তাদের এক্সপিরিয়েন্স অনেক, এবং তাদের কাছ থেকে অনেক কিছু শেখা যায়। লাইক এমআর 7 আছে, অ্যানাকন্ডা আছে, দে আর প্রেটি এক্সপিরিয়েন্স। আর এরকম স্টেজে তারা অনেক কিছু শেখা যায় যেগুলো আগে জানতাম না, অনেক কিছু শেখার আছে।
সো এত চড়াই উতরাই পার করে আসতে ডিড ইউ ফেস এনি সর্ট অফ ডিফিকাল্টিস?
ডিফিকাল্টিস বলতে হ্যাঁ, অনেক ফেস করতে হয়েছে, লাইক অনেক গ্রাইন্ড করতে হয়েছে। লাইক এরকম একটা ফাইনাল স্টেজে এত বড় বড় টিমের সাথে কম্পিট করে আসা, ইটস নট ইজি। সো লাইক, এবং কিছুটা ফ্যামিলি প্রেসারও তো থাকেই, যেরকম লাইক আমাদের গেমটা তো সেভাবে সাপোর্ট করে না। সো হ্যাঁ, করতে হয়েছে।
সো আপনি যেটা বললেন যে ফ্যামিলি থেকে আপনাদের সাপোর্টটা খানিকটা কম,
হ্যাঁ।
সো ডু ইউ হ্যাভ এনি মেসেজ ফর ইওর ফ্যামিলি মেম্বার্স রিগার্ডিং দিস?
আমার মেসেজ বলতে এটাই যে লাইক এই ফাইনালে এসেছি, এটাই আমার তাদের জন্য একটা মেসেজ হবে যে না, আমি এখন কিছু একটা করতে পারছি, লাইক উই আর প্রুভিং।
ইনশাআল্লাহ। সো আপনাদের কাছে কিন্তু আমরা ফাইনালসে অনেক বেশি এক্সপ্লোসিভ গেম প্লে দেখতে চাই, যেটা আমরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি সেমিফাইনাল এবং গ্রুপ স্টেজে তেমন এটা দেখতে পাইনি। সাম অফ দ্য ম্যাচেস ওয়ার হিউজ, বাট বাকি সবগুলো ম্যাচ কিন্তু কাইন্ড অফ আপনারা এভারেজ যে পয়েন্টটা কালেক্ট না করলেই না, সেরকম পয়েন্ট কালেক্ট করেছেন। সো এনি স্পেশাল প্ল্যানস ফর দ্য ফাইনালস?
আমাদের ফাইনালসে প্ল্যানস হচ্ছে কি, আমরা মোস্ট অফ দ্য টাইম লাইক আর্লি এক্সিট গুলো আমাদের বেশি হয়ে গেছে। লাইক আমরা কিলস যদিও গ্যাদার করতে পেরেছি, বাট আমরা মনে করেন মিড জোনে 5th জোন 6 জোনে আমরা সার্ভাইভ করতে সক্ষম হইনি। তো আমাদের প্ল্যান থাকবে যে লাইক আমরা ফুল ম্যাচটা খেলার লাইক লাস্ট জোন পর্যন্ত, যাতে আমাদের কিলস পয়েন্টের সাথে আমাদের প্লেসমেন্ট পয়েন্ট নিবার টার্গেট।
তো বন্ধুরা, শুনছিলাম প্লেয়ারদের কাছ থেকে তাদের পিএমএনসি এর জার্নি সম্পর্কে। সো অবশ্যই ফাইনালের জন্য তাদেরকে সমানভাবে চিয়ার করতে থাকবেন, যাতে তারা তাদের বেস্ট পারফরমেন্সটা দিয়ে বের হয়ে আসতে পারে। এবং অবশ্যই পিএমএনসির অ্যাকশন দেখতে ভুলবেন না পাবজি মোবাইল বাংলাদেশ অফিসিয়াল ইউটিউব চ্যানেলে।
All right, welcome back once again to PUBG Mobile Bangladesh Region National Championship. All thanks to, of course, Oppo F19 Pro, as we jump on to the third day of the finals, on with the final game on Erangel. Again, I mean, it has been a wonderful turn of events for so many of these teams, but eventually, when it comes to that lead, it is still being maintained by VNM Esports. VNM Legends right up their alley, trying their level best, but this is the opportunity that, of course, so many teams will have to showcase and completely just catch hold of it, because if they don't, then they leave it to kind of chance. Tomorrow is the final day, and there will, of course, be a lot of ups and downs in tomorrow's plays. But today, of course, as we jump into this final game, Ankit, what team would you want to see a chicken dinner go to?
I'll take a time. Let me think.
Right. TRZ. Oh no.
Yeah, sure. No doubt about that. But for the moment, it is going to be Kings of BD that are on TV screens. Chipu Tiger, the one that is getting a lot of kills, but Devil, he has been the real devil. in their own favor and the other team's also favor.
Absolutely. I mean, this is something that, well, absolutely devilish is what is being showcased right here from the side, and of course that it requires that sort of a laugh as well, right? That evil laugh is required. That just in a matter of few games, the dude has been so much on point. And again, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm sure we'll also be able to see the leaders, and I'm sure Devil's OP is going to be right up top around that region as well.
Exactly, he is also one of those emerging player. All of a sudden, he has gotten back to back that title MVP. It's not easy in this lobby because there are 64 other players, and you are the best in that 64. That's not only twice in the number. That takes advantage. That takes a lot of credit. That takes a lot of concentration to just be in the groove, and it's not an easy task. But Kings of BD, all in all team, and this player has made it possible. And just because of that, we got to see them finding themselves at the top five, at the fifth position, with securing a lead of, I guess, 14 to 18 points above XBROTHERS. So now they are in a comfortable position, but still the squad is still hanging on their neck, where they can actually slip and slip down, because at any point, XBROTHERS is a team that really go aggressive, and if things go in their favor, and that thing can be the circle. Just imagine circle this
Yep.
time going and constricting towards the area of Rozok, because till now we have seen either those northwestern circle or those southeast western circle and those bizarre shift. We haven't seen the central circle. So in this game, what I expect is those not a notorious gameplay of those circles.
Well, that is going to be showcased in a few minutes' time as to which side of the map will the circle be drawn on. But talking about the flight path itself, it will be going down from military base up towards Zarki region. So certainly going more so down towards the first the northwestern side of the map, and this is going to be favoring. Well, again, we have seen that many times TRZ Esports, well, they do love to go down towards Primos, but in certain moments we've also seen Python that does go on down towards RT as well. But this time around, of course, since it is starting from military base, Python seems to have taken the spot that they always do, which is going to be down towards the southern bridge of that military base, along with which we also have 7C Esports going down towards their known location of Novoroknoy. And alongside that is going to, of course, be, from the looks of it, TRZRA as well. That has gone down onto the military base along with Silent Cloud. So a lot of teams have decided this time around to move on down towards the Silent Cloud, towards the military base and towards the Sopona military base. And this is something that, well, was not anticipated, especially, but eventually is going to be good for us because, well, there are going to be a lot of contestations on that small little island. Well, I say small, it's not really that small, but what a play. What a play. I mean, these teams decide to drop down to the military base in this final game, and that is exactly where the circle is drawn as well.
Number of teams. Look at this. Kings of BD, 7Cs will be in a safe house, but not TRZRA, but not one team that is going to be Silent Cloud, and also other teams that will be slowly and steadily chiming in. How long will it be taking the Boston pajamas that are still going slowly and steadily to the area of Savarni to find themselves in the southern military base island, where the circle will be for sure will be finding its way into that military base island, that is for sure. But there is going to be a contestation, and I would love to see if that happens in the C building or even the observatory, or maybe what's where A1 Esports are there, because Jax is in a different position where Dante is, and also Sinister and also 694 players, four different. I guess they are a kilometer apart, not kilometer to be precise, then maybe 800 or 700. And that's what A1 Esports bring that Sala in the game, and that is bound to happen because they need to stop down VNM Legends, and we might get to see them contesting against VNM Legends in early stage of the game, and I won't be even surprised to see that. But IPG again getting close towards where they actually deserve to and belong to. That's the northern Georgia Island. Team Forum towards the hospital area and to the western side of Georgia, complete western side of Georgia area. But Silent Cloud, as we're talking about, since most of the compound of military base is already occupied, these players don't have a much option to actually loot, and they can all just loot all these those segregated compounds that compound those bunkers, those arches where they are actually positioned. But look at this. They tried to actually run him over, but this is certainly not looking good for Kings of BT. A chaos at the early stage of the game, and that's what we all love to look at, but certainly not these players, as Kolbalish will be getting the survival for sure. But realizing the fact that he can also be peppered and hounded with a lot of bullets, as he has heard that sound cues. I mean, full marks, 100 out of 100. The way he read that sound, that yes, some players from the side of BD are coming close to us. He realized the fact he was at the moment just fallen down.
Well, this was interesting play coming in from Team BD. Yes, they love to get that first blood for themselves. Have done so this time around gracefully as well, but it was unnecessary and uncertain is what I am as of now, because again, I mean, Megamind, he did not have any vehicle, any gun whatsoever at all. And on the other tangent, when it came down to his teammate Katappa, he had one, and that was it. So Katappa was the one who was trying to bring down the players of course, Silent Cloud right here, of the bike basically, right? But then, why would you stop? Why would you stop when you know that you don't have a gun in your hand? And then Megamind decided to jump out and then box his opponent who is raining down bullets in him. I mean, yes, I understand the need to get that first blood, but that sort of a play completely goes over my mind as to what was going on. That was comical, yet completely unnecessary, and now have resulted in them losing two of their players. So, not necessarily the kind of play that I, of course, anticipated from them.
Definitely TRZ. Them being charged by A1 Esports, them being hounded by A1 Esports, them being hounded, and Dante goes down as STFU bot brings the first knock. Jax makes a flank angle, but this is not going to be a chance for TRZ as they are on a charge. They are practically straight down, but Sinister goes down. Will this be a complete wipeout for A1 Esports? We have to wait for that as Jax is just running out in open. Atomic spots him down, and 6-9 Boy is the last player surviving. This will be a big turnover. This will be a big surprise. A1 Esports gets here down, and Mamba brings the final nail in the coffin. There we go. A1 Esports, 5 minutes, 38 seconds on the clock, and sent to the lobby. A big statement coming in from the sides of TRZ Esports. They have just bamboozled their opponent, and this is A1 Esports twice in the day. Twice in the day, once by another team in the game of Sanhok, and this time it was Erangel, TRZ Esports reigning supreme right off the bat, 4 kills and 4 big name out of the lobby. Now TRZ Esports must be feeling confident, but Blood, you need to make sure that you surely and fastly need to go downtown towards the area of military base, where my guess, and maybe you would be actually guessing and preempting, the circle will be forming its own way.
Absolutely, it certainly seems to be the case. Exactly, that's where the circle might be going on down towards, and that is what these teams have actually read as well as they make that rotation towards the same exact island. And in doing so, there will be, of course, these sort of contestations where teams are going to be caught off guard. And this time around, well, it was A1 Esports, and indeed, in doing so, that resulted in kind of not the kind of play that, of course, A1 Esports anticipated, but it does give the opportunity to VNM Legends to actually move on along and convert a lot of the opportunities into kills for themselves and get closer and closer. But along with that, it is going to be an interesting, amazing play is what I can say when it comes to this game, because a lot of kills are being showcased in the first 7 minutes itself. We are down to 56 players alive, and the journey has still not yet done. We are looking at quite a lot of these chases, and right now, of course, it is going to be through the ruins as they try and maneuver through the ruins. It is going to be IPG onto the of Unstoppable, and again, when it comes to Unstoppable, Hassan is trying his level best to bring in that domination, but Unstoppable, it is not looking good, mate, because IPG are not going to let you go.
Bad intentions. How far they have actually just one down one player, that they have certainly found themselves having bad intentions. Actually, Jonathan Winter is all of a sudden is on a run. He could have been actually peppered on, and yes, he will be, as Dictator brings one more knock. He has that again an opportunity, but you need to make sure that once you are overexposing yourself, you will be taking down for sure. Other people in the lobby, other players in the lobby will also be having those guns and those hounding things. And there we go, 2 knocks. I guess it is gonna be a day end for IPG, as the last player will not be able. Eventually, he won't be giving any other chance for the revival. But some smokes are being deployed, some strategies are being made. That means yes, The hope is still alive. The hope is still alive for IPG as 7C Cheese brings a nightmare down to the coffin as Unstoppable is also going for the rotation on the backhand side. And this was so much pretty evident. Sincere is making sure that he's just not overexposing himself. Sincere will be giving revival to the dictator, but the rest of the two players, that is going to be Mahfouz and Sensei, that will be beautiful. But Unstoppable, they are making it difficult for Bad Intentions to go for the charge approach that they were once looking for. And I guess fallback will be the only option and the best option at the moment, maybe the wisest one.
Absolutely, for now, that would be the case. But indeed, I mean, this has turned into a really entertaining final game for the day, where all the teams do not care about their positioning, do not care about being out in the open, are just wanting to take on the fights and bring in the onslaught against the opponent team. And in doing so, it is going to be IPGx that were looking pretty ferocious as they tried to take on the fight, but eventually were caught off guard. And now it is going to be Bad Intentions who tried to take on the better half for themselves, but have been punished as well. And on the other tangent, of course, from outside the zone, it was Unstoppable trying to bring in the same sort of cause against the team of Bad Attention. So a crazy, crazy display where it is going to be now moment for these teams to, well, either take on the fight or just run away because they're 1,000 meters away from the zone's comfort itself. And on the other tangent, it is XBROTHERS taking on a separate fight against the players of Python for the moment.
Exactly, and I guess that is a fight that might be happening around that military-based arena or so because Python, it's the place where they actually drop down. And since X-Brothers have gone that for that early approach, the early rotation, it's there where they might have found good opponents, but Bad Intentions are really making way. For a moment, it was seeming that Bad Intentions might be down, but the way they actually recouped, it seemed that in all these fights, Unstoppable has just left that we both fight, we will be finding ourselves away. We were also not on this part of this fight in the early stage of the game. It was just our rotation that we found yourself and both of you just fighting. But this is not looking good again for both the teams. Eventually, both the teams have already gotten a lot of damage that they might not be able to recover. Last person standing for the side of IPG tried to take down Stalker, and Stalker is making a close in with that buggy. He doesn't have a lot of HP. Talk about that because it seems to be the situation. Try to finish down the players, maybe with the help of those crates. He might loot down. He doesn't find that in one. Try to find that in the second one. Still not in this one. In this one, even it might be this situation where he will be applying this bandit, but it is already too late as Stalker is charging upon him. Stalker has that two bandit is one first hit. So thinking about that position and taking all these attributes, it is Stalker that needs to at least win this fight because there is not a lot of HP that on which Sincere that can rely upon. It's the only utilities that can with which Sincere can fight with.
Absolutely, but will those utilities be enough? Because when it comes to the health itself, it is so very low, and just a few little bullets are gonna hit you, and you're done. And that's exactly what has happened. Where indeed, Bad Attention get the better half of the fight, but having lost so many players and being 1,200 plus meters away from the zone, it is going to be tough luck for the side of Bad Attention as they try and get themselves into the comfort of the zone. And talking about the zone itself, well, there is no comfort here because the teams are just so very dominating when it comes to the zone. Also, we are looking at TRZ, a team that was able to bring down E1 Esports, and now are going to be bringing that exact same level of domination against the players of course, NRZ, where NRZ look none the wiser. But once again, I mean, talk about the flank angle. Leviathan has a perfect flank angle against the players of TRZ if he plays his cards right. But TRZ are, of course, a wise team. They have the experience. They have already created the smoke for the flank angle to not be able to get any damage. But eventually, it seems like White Cat might just be able to run over. But no, that is not the case, as NRZ crossed White Cat so many times but not take the damage. But eventually, will be able to take them down with, of course, Tazad and Shefa. Both of them together, bringing their efforts together. And eventually, it is going to be 40 who shall get the
This time it is 40 who finished the final first player from sets of TRZ and STFP has gone down, and the trade knock has already been brought down thanks to the answer that came in with the Ahmed getting things right. And Atomic with that brilliant spray is getting the bullets being peppered down, but still not enough to take Leviathan. So now what NRZ thinks can go against them is the two players are in a different position. One player has completely gone away. But players are getting shots. Players are getting shot. TRZ need to take care of the back as Python is also making them pay for this aggressive push and find this in the open position. Leviathan slowly and steadily he is closing down the same area. STF bot is still surviving on silver, and he sees that he doesn't have any sort of first aid or medics, but Mamba and Atomic has fallen down very wisely, but Atomic has gotten still will be surviving. Atomic is still under the crossfire as Libertan with the tank angle tried to pepper some more bullet. Maman is in that position where he has been spotted down, but Sajid OP has fallen down as now Venom Legend strikes.
Well, what a play. This is sensational play this game has turned out to be. As we move on in with the zones, this is the third zone cut, and it is going to be 14 minutes in the game where NRZ do maintain to keep their 3 players alive. Of course, they did lose 40 as 47 as he tried to make that push against the players of NRZ. My apologies, the brain freeze there, but towards the players of course TRZ. But eventually, as he lost his life, the information was relayed to his teammates who have now been trying to pin it down. And of course, it is Mamba Noob who has been pinned down, and it is Leviathan who's keeping a check on towards that. But talking about the scope itself, it is going to be Leviathan who does not have that sort of a scope equipped for him, but onto the side of Mamba Noob from TRZ, he has a better scope equipped, so he will have a better information and a better spray on towards that side. But eventually, bring that conversation down towards 7C, who find themselves very much spread out in this area. Along with them, of course, is going to be Python, where iHigh is going to try and give a revival to his teammate Padzel. But what exactly which team will it be that has created that sort of situation for them? It is going to, from the look of it, be TRZRA, who have not yet been able to confirm the kill for themselves, but it certainly seems that Python has taken knock from TRZRA's position.
Definitely, TRZR is just trying to backstab the position, and as soon as any team is just trying to hound down and just pin down any player, it's the moment that they are being backstabbed, and so has been the storyline for this game throughout. Be it with the early stage of the game, be it with the mid stage where we are currently right now, as we still have 13 teams and 39 players alive in the lobby. 70s, all 4 players intact. They are in that destroyed aeroplane area and the southern side of military bridge, where they get a lot of cover and a lot of boundaries, a lot of fight areas that they can fight themselves into. And this is a game where they can actually fight upon. But Venom Legends, they are also having a pretty decent time at the moment. Team 4 and with that extreme rotation, they've made that water rotate from the sides of complete western side from the 4 areas. They have made rotation, they have come and entry into zone, but this was not the case for Unstoppable, as slowly as Team will also be taken care of as today's zone takes the last there. With this, we have fallen down 12 teams and 37 players still alive. The Kavi 7 sees completely moving top snacking at the moment. 4 players just charging in a different direction. Look at the split that they're moving in. All the 4 players are not finding the sea compound, rather 2 players in the sea, just trying to make sure that none of the players just get closer towards the military from the other side, and 2 players still being deployed on 2 different directions just in order to have a greater influence. And this is somewhere 7Cs really have a good shy upon the chicken this time.
Well, they certainly do, but from the outside, of course, Venom Legends are also going to be jumping into this area, and this is where, of course, we do see the likes of XBROTHER just silently waiting, patiently waiting to see what team will it be that will try and cross this area from them. And as they do, this team is waiting to bring in that damage on towards the heads. But eventually, for now, things are looking pretty good for the side of XBROTHER as well, as they have been able to get 3 kills confirmed for themselves. So a decent play and a decent outing. And as you were talking about 7C, yep, 7C have created a really interesting play for themselves, where 2 of them do find the comfort of the compound, and the other 2 are going to be out in the open. Whereas on the other tangent, talking about being in the open, Venom Legends were making a rotation, but since they seem to have found a team right here, which is going to be NRZ, and Leviathan is the one who is trying to stay and take control of this area, will not be able to do so, as Venom Legends will be better half of this fight. One by one, they will be knocked down. Leviathan did bring in a blade, but eventually that did not favor him, because Nightwing is better, and he just got away from that, no problem whatsoever at all, and thus leaving just 2 players. And on the other tangent, T4M is the team that has pushed on to the positioning of XBROTHERS, and now XBROTHERS find themselves in a really rude awakening, because well, they thought that the area, this small little warehouse that they are in, is going to help them. The thing is, well, it is a dead end, and a few nades, that is exactly what T4M is doing, could be the demise of XBROTHERS. And again, when it comes to T4M, being on top of this hill also is not favoring them, on top of this warehouse also not favoring them, because they are in the open, and it is TRZRA that is reigning supreme when it comes to teams that are caught off guard. But sadly, TRZRA are just bringing in knocks and not the kills that they want.
Exactly, certainly this is the case. But now TRZ Esports making a movement on his own way. But Mama Noob certainly goes down, and Nightwing has finished that kill. That means TRZ Esports, they have been sent to the lobby in all of the sudden, which we were expecting it to be the case, but certainly not this game again at the start of the game. But Void, he needs the level. He will be getting the level. They are on the edge of the circle, and I see no other team in the same vicinity. That means once they make an entry in, it is going to be a safer side onto the players, and the players will play the cards well. As I mentioned earlier, they have a really good chance, really good try on it as now try to take an entry into, but all the four players from XBROTHERS, they didn't have any other option just for the blind push. They won't be going for the push this time. They will be holding the ground side of this small little observatory, and even if one small mistake gets from the side of Silent Cloud, they try to capitalize on that. But it seems that they are in a different group altogether, as they are angry, they are furious over the players of Silent Cloud. Grenades are being used, but still not being used as I really want to. It is being used as just in order to get that up. See where the players are actually positioned and to get here the actual footsteps, the edges, the corners, and to get things checked. But the numbers advantage is certainly favoring the players of team that is on the bottom side, and that is the XBROTHERS. As soon as the team and players pushes up, it is not going to be easy task for XBROTHERS, and though they know it pretty well. They know it pretty well, and they are not likely to pushing up.
Well, they're trying to be as convincing as they possibly can. As we try, all four members are going to be trying to push on along together. Kobias had a really good place to go there as he jumped on down, but when it comes to the health department itself, Kobias does not have a lot of health. Sparrow, he also does not have a lot of health as he's trying to help his teammate. He will not be able to do so, but eventually, as XBROTHERS did make a push, they did not lose any players. They were brought down to the knees, but again, have not lost any players. So all four members still alive. A decent play and a decent outcome is what it turned out to be for XBROTHERS, and that has resulted in them having 6 points in terms of victory. But with that, TRZ are finally jumping into a fight against the players of BIP, having converted that into 3 kills already for themselves. They've got 2 players knocked, and Anaconda not looking too good as far as his health is concerned. On the other tangent, for BIP, that is only going to be Wipeout, and of course, Mr. BBC is going to try and give as much information relate to him, but Anaconda having gotten his health confirmed for himself. Ooh, that was close. That was okay. That was a smoke, but had that been a nade, that could have been the annihilation of Anaconda right there. But eventually, it is going to be a tricky affair that both these teams find themselves in. And a perfectly set up nade is going to be created from the side of Wipeout. And he is just being a barrage of nade and parade. And that resulting has brought down TRZ almost down to their knees, are not yet able to confirm that kill against the players of BIP. And BIP, with the smoke wall being created, will be able to, of course, get that revival done.
Definitely, but this has certainly bought a lot of time for Mr. BBC to get the revival done, and Wipeout will be given the revival points, but they need to make sure that there's King, BG, and the rest of the platform fights of King's XBROTHERS that will be charging upon them, and in that situation, XBROTHERS will be charging upon them. And as I mentioned, it was preempted, and grenades are being used to protect things, and I'm from both the sides, and just wait which side this BBC gets finished off, be it be TRZ or XBROTHERS. But this is for sure that Mr. BBC will be finished off for sure. But on the other side, it is 7C that is now pinning down the players of VNM Legends, and Steel Shot all of a sudden is just shut down. But NRC's last player, that is Sergeant OP, is still surviving. I mean, a lot of time we have seen NRC is going down, but and Sergeant OP still survives for a long, long time, and same is the situation now at BC, but still surviving. How long? That is going to be the question as he throws one more grenade. That grenade was too overcooked. Had there been one more land in the same spot, boom! There you go, and Pata goes down. Ragnar just surviving on a slither of an HP, and how many grenades does he have? He has already thrown 5 to 6 grenades in the early stage of this fight, still not done with this, and it seems that now he is relying upon that gun advantage, that gun power, but he's not realizing the fact, just does that 1v2 clutch on that 20 HP. What a game by BBC, what a game.
What a fight indeed. I mean, TRZ RA held their ground for quite a long time, and so did Mr. BBC along with his teammate. But eventually, it is only Mr. BBC who will be able to get out of this area. And as he does so, we're 23 minutes into the game. Quite a lot of third parties that can be expected now with NRZ Esports being taken down. It is 7 teams remaining. VNM Legends looking absolutely phenomenal right here as they have control and they have almost a perfect cover net as well as behind them. There is nothing but the blue zone, but in front of them, they have so many teams that are set up in their crosshairs, and they also have this record plane that is going to be working as far as their cover is concerned. So looking really neat in terms of the strategy that Venom Legends have come up with. And for now, it is Frypan that is going to be trying to take on the team onto the right, and that is going to be, of course, Python right here, and looking absolutely perfect. I mean, the team play from Venom Legends is on point this time around, and if no other team tries to break this, it could very well be a Venom Legend chicken dinner.
Exactly, Steel shot taking here on the left hand side, Trypan completely not allowing any player to come from the right hand side, just pinning on the Python's player, and Bamboo in all these situations is still surviving. It has been long since Bamboo has been finding himself in this open situation. And finally, Python's bad cell has been brought down to its knees, and with this, it's only one player still surviving, and Trypan has a best angle in all these situations, and Shell is scaled down to the play zone, but in all these situations, XBROTHERS, all of them are not looking as strong as they were a moment ago. But 7C certainly have a very good chance, as VNM Legends are certainly going for the edge approach. With this beautiful scenic angle, we can get to see how the players are actually aligned. Venom Legends, some players are in the center line, some players are on the back hand side, and some players are on the left hand side, just to take care of all the 360 direction. That's what Venom Legends plays, how the way they are playing at this moment, and this is where the numbers advantage actually helps you, because that helps you scout the 360 directions. And Nightwing, Stripeman, everyone is just making perfection. I guess this is a sense chicken for them. 8 kills already on the name, 2 in the name of Nightwing. Nightwing certainly would love to increase his tally towards the last part of the game.
Well, they certainly are, and as they try and get those utilities absolutely distributed amongst themselves and prepare for this final war, it is going to be Venom Legends that is looking absolutely in control. RudeDude find themselves in a bit of a tough situation where one side is going to be XBROTHERS, on the other tangent is going to be, of course, Venom Legends, and Venom Legends have already started that spray. We can clearly see from Void's side, he's the one who is bringing in those setup for utilities. That is going to be difficult for the side of RudeDude to hold on to. But on the other tangent, when we talk about XBROTHERS, this team has problems of their own, because from one side, of course, when Legends are pushing them along, on the other tangent, on the flank angle, so to say, it is 7C who is trying their level best. But it seems like T4M's final player Bamboo has been caught. It is going to be Venom Legends who seems to have been able to accumulate a little bit of information regarding Bamboo. And in all of this, it is going to be 7C with the flank angle that will get the better half of XBROTHERS, thus leaving us with only 4 teams alive.
Definitely, but Devil Eyes goes with one more knock on to Void, and this led to Venom Legend a bit on unsettled side, but still 3 players are alive. Still making sure that none of the players from the sides of the 7Cs will be making a flank angle. But as we mentioned earlier, moment ago, it was Bamboo that was spotted down, but it seems that Venom Legends completely have been revealed, and 7Cs won't face any single time. They will be going for the push, they will be going for that aggressive approach in all these things. Rafat is making sure that gets the best of the best angle. Nightwing is still in the position. Devil Eyes needs to realize it. He just needs to realize it, because if he doesn't, he will take it down. He has been taken down, but Rafat, with that counter aggressive angle, takes one more player down. It's all down to how Frypan and Void take all these gates, as Venom Legends there have given those successful revivals, and they are making sure that they are not only taking the fight with 7Cs, they are also reducing the numbers down for RudeDude, as we are down to just 2 teams where 4 players are alive, with Devil Eyes team needs a revival. Will the revival be the case? We have to wait for that. But in all these situations, Venom Legends have held their ground pretty much well.
They most certainly have. As we move on into the final few moments, this small little gap in the fight has certainly resulted in Venom Legends getting their numbers up. It was at one point in time a 1v1 situation, but now it has turned out against 7C. Rafa trying his level best to be able to hold on that push, but eventually it is a 3v2, thus brought down to 3v1, and eventually Venom Legends take a chicken dinner with some convincing scorecard. They were 10 points shy of A1 Esports' position and points, and now have moved on up to that first position with 13 kills, 28 total points. Amazing, amazing play once again from Venom Legends, as is expected from them, with 2057 damage dished out. A beautiful turn of events for Venom Legends.
Indeed, a sublime match to think of the day 3 final match in Frypan. Your hero for this match, the MVP from sides of Venom Legends, 200 healing, then 5 kills, 5 and 6. The damage and kills is not pretty much, but the healing then survives that their whole and it from the whole team from this play especially just not throw himself away. You remember him finding himself in that wrecked plane advantage side where he was ruling that angle for a long time. He was winning the Pythons player, he was winning XBROTHERS player, he was winning left sides player, everywhere surrounding. He was getting sure that he was getting a lot of post quality. And in that situation, healing, he had to do that, and because of that, we get to see other players also joining the top 4 players list, with Kobiras coming at second position with 2 kills, 999 damage, and that was something pretty much massive from Silent Cloud. And then we get to see match summary where Ruffle utility is used with total number of 14 with XBROTHERS, VNM getting the maximum assist of 4, and Kobiras again that highest damage as we talked about. But VNM Legends, what a way to end the day. I'm just waiting to see how much A1 would have secured in this game. I guess it was 0 because they went down. They just fell down against TRZ without securing any point, and was the first game to complete 18-point lead is what I expect when a Legend to stand above A1 Esports. But certainly that is going to be the case for the players we're about to calculate about will once it comes into our frame. But for this time, it was Team Fordham again with the point lead into the numbers. Certainly, they are slowly and steadily heading their way up, and Python TZ has also got a lot of placement point, but no kill whatsoever. Since the circle was in the military silent, I expect Python TZ to just do a bit more. The 4 point is not the way I really wanted, at least 12 to 10 point, but then something is better than nothing.
Absolutely. Again, 100% agreed. I mean, I to both the points actually. Because Python, they were in the circle, right? And they had the advantage of being there early as well. So should have been able to actually capitalize that position a bit more. But it's absolutely fine. As you so perfectly mentioned as well, something is better than nothing. And indeed, that is what Python walks away with, those 4 points. And eventually, when you talk about the entire saga, I mean, we'll go through, of course, during the highlights itself, it is A1 Esports that was caught off guard from TRZ Esports. And indeed, in doing so, it was A1 that was completely obliterated, and I mean unexpected play, but a beautiful strategic turn of events for TRZ, of course.
Indeed, that 1v1 against Mamba, and then finally eliminating last player standing. That was a push that came in from the sides of A1 Esports, was certainly denied, and then we got to see an explosive fight in the open, and mentions and IPG, and there was a third. Exactly, it was unstoppable in that moment where they just tried to put the player down, but then they left both these teams to actually fight between them, and they said bye bye. They made a rotation into the middle, but with not much to actually cherish about, because then they were being pinned down once they were making it. But moving on to the fight that actually happened on the southern side of military base, we got to see an RZ just pinning on the players of TRZ Esports, but TRZ was filled with a lot of dead, and then it was not easy to come and STM to survive. In the last, we'll get to see in this improvement for sure, but these compounds are really tough to push at. But the way XBROTHERS did it to perfection, they were high on number advantage, but these compounds were really tough to push upon. But then it was Mr. BBC, just that survival attitude, and he was so sure with that grenade. That grenade with that one bug actually gave him a boost with that confidence, and that one clutch coming in. Mr. BBC impressive.
Most certainly was, and as we move on into the final few moments, it is this moment when, of course, 7C made a perfect push based on the nade parade that they were able to bring on against the players of VNM Legends. But eventually, this is when they just break the fight, and that break in the fight resulted in 7C being at the losing end. And of course, that is when VNM Legends were able to get all their players revived and thus convert the situation that could have been 7C's in 7C's favor away from them, and resulted in, of course, the chicken dinner going towards VNM Legends. But again, I mean, nothing taken away from them, because you talk about the kill department, yes, it is VNM Legends, but talk about the damage, it was 7C who were raining down supreme with more damage dished out throughout the fight compared to even VNM Legend for that matter, but only 6 kills.
Definitely, we talk about the kill conversion rate. It's where VNM always shines, and that is completely justified in their overall kill tally. That is highest of this lobby after game 18 finals, above A1 Esports, above 7Cs, above everyone else. And there we go, 132 kill points. Eventually, 20 more than A1 Esports in the same number of matches. And this is something that is a title when I'm letting off hold of, and the 18-point difference that we were talking about in this post-match segment between them and A1 Esports, that is certainly be gonna helping them, because 18 point is a decent one if you just talk about that, but then it A1 Esports at the one certain day, a team that can get close to 34, 35 points, and then it will be like a dwarf. 70 Esports 25 now, and our TRZ 197. I really wanted this team to at least get close towards that second double century, but the double century, but 3 points shy away from that. But certainly unstoppable. Now this match they did fall down. I guess it was 0 that they secured from this match, because before this match started it was 110 and still 110, and so now 120 total 25 difference between them and the team sitting at the 8th position, bad intention. So tomorrow it is going to be a tough affair for all these teams, but the top 8 are looking pretty much strong on the first half, which are Sun and Cloud. On to the other side, really have a good chance to actually bypass Unstoppable. But tomorrow, I guess Unstoppable might be possessing a lot of challenge. IPG was sharing the same point tally with 80, 18, 12, and 13 position, and somewhere down the line, Python have slipped to the 16th position, and Team 4M have done best, have done really, really comparatively well to find themselves away from the last stage.
Absolutely. And as we progress along with the stats, we are being thrown with the overall leaders in that. Of course, damage is a main part of it, and kills are a part of it. And Mamba Noob has been a wonderful, wonderful player who has been showcasing that with 37 kills, 7,542 damage. Amazing, amazing play. And below him is, of course, VNM Legends, the steel shot with 1 kill shy. But again, the damage factor is going in favor of Mamba Noob, as he has taken a lot more damage. But eventually, it is also Devil's OP who has found himself in that list as well with 35 kills. So a wonderful turn of events. And as we bring our day down to an end, it is going to be VNM Legends Day from the looks of it. From the damage to the kill to the knockouts to the total points, it is looking absolutely wonderful once again. And this has happened before as well. VNM Legends is the team that showcases this sort of right. I mean, report card. This sort of report card is always expected from VNM Legends, and well, again, this is not the end of the journey, though. I mean, 6 games that are remaining, the final 6 games that will be played tomorrow, will define which team is going to be walking away with $10,000. And yep, there's a lot on stake, a lot on the line, and the competition is getting that much more fiercer.
Exactly, it is getting personal. We're just heading and inching towards the closing ceremony of the finals. The finals ceremony was actually split in 4 days, 24 matches, 6 matches each day. 1/3 has been done. 75% has been done. Rest 25%. We're beginning to see the last 6 matches where we're still not sure which team is going to be the one that will be the crown champion for this national championship Bangladesh region. Will it be Venom? Will it be A1? Will it be Seven Seas? Or maybe some team that might come up upon across, because we have seen a lot of ups and downs in today's gameplay as well. But for sure, day 2 and day 3 has been dominated by Venom Legend, and that has been completely been justified with the 18-point lead with which Venom Legend will be walking away from the day 3 finals.
Absolutely. With that, we do reach the end of our stream for the day. Of course, it is a huge thanks to Oppo F19 Pro for making it all happen. Alongside that, there is a request, and also, well, again, it is for the viewers basically, because there is something for you guys as well. Yes, $30,000 is on the line for the teams participating, but in return, when it comes to what is set up for you, we have this new channel that has been launched on YouTube, which is of course going to be PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia, and you just need to subscribe to that channel, and as you do so, you will be gaining rewards as the stream starts happening. So do not forget to do that. But yep, with that, we do reach the end of our stream for the day. We'll be back again tomorrow for the finale of course, the National Championship Bangladesh region. Until then, take care.